The story begins in the prison of the Silver Dragon Dungeon, guarded by two formidable dragon sentinels. A silver dragon queen named Roswace arrived, ordering the guards to leave as she wished to speak with the prisoner alone. Chained in the prison was the great dragon-slaying hero. With a sly smile, she asked him how it felt to be a prisoner of the Dragon Clan. His reply was simple. He wanted to die. Amused by his desire for a swift death, she approached him, touching his chin. It wasn't easy for her, for he was both handsome and defiant. Slowly, she traced her sharp nail across his face, making a small cut, savoring the thought of adding more to mar his perfect features. He turned his head away, refusing to let her humiliate him any further. She could kill him or tear him apart if she wished. He only hoped she'd be quicker about it. Despite his great power, he had been betrayed by a villain, leaving him in this wretched state. The Dragon Queen licked the blood from his wound and suggested he join the Silver Dragon Clan. He mocked her, questioning if she was worthy of such an ally. Infuriated, she lashed out, whipping him with her tail. His body slammed into the wall with a resounding crash. Standing over him, she placed her foot on his chest, incredulous that a mere prisoner would dare insult her. This was no ordinary man. His name was Leon Cosmo, once the celebrated hero of humanity, praised by thousands. But now, broken and defeated, he could no longer believe in his former greatness. His dreams of wiping out the Dragon Clan and leaving behind a legacy for future generations had crumbled. The Dragon Queen sneered, telling him to accept his fate. He would die here. She pressed her foot harder into his chest, reminding him that any chance of a future filled with wealth and glory had vanished. Without an heir, he would leave nothing behind. Leon warned her not to underestimate humans. With a swift motion, the Dragon Queen wrapped her tail around his neck, thinking how stubborn he was. As she tightened her grip, she asked if he was ready to beg for mercy. But Leon remained calm, revealing that she had made two critical mistakes from the very beginning. First, he said, you should never have been alone with the most powerful dragon slayer. And second, you should never have tasted my blood. Suddenly, Leon activated a forbidden technique known as the blood curse. The Dragon Queen instantly released her hold on him, stepping back in shock. A strange sensation overwhelmed her, and to her horror, she felt an uncontrollable lust take over her body. She collapsed to her knees, trembling. Leon approached, his eyes cold and calculating. You will live the rest of your life in pain, he declared, a torment that will gnaw at your soul. Her desire intensified, and before she could think, she lunged at him, knocking him to the ground. Leon, taken aback, couldn't comprehend what was happening. The Dragon Queen, consumed by the curse, kissed him, causing him to blush. For the next hour, they were locked in a bizarre and heated encounter. Finally, the blood curse began to fade, and with it, her control over her body returned. She quickly pulled away, confusion and anger in her eyes. What have you done to me? She demanded. Leon calmly explained, the blood curse is a forbidden technique, one that can only be used once in a lifetime. When you tasted my blood, it created a bond between our souls. Once I die, the curse will cause you endless suffering. The Dragon Queen scoffed, still trying to make sense of the situation. If this curse takes effect after death, then why did this happen? She asked, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Leon frowned. It seemed the curse had an unexpected side effect, one even he hadn't predicted. I thought the pain you'd feel upon my death would be the extent of it, he admitted. But apparently, there's more to the spell than I knew. Blushing, the Dragon Queen realized what this meant. Dragons were bound by strict codes of monogamy, and the bond created by the blood curse would doom her future. After Leon's death, she would be unable to take another mate, bear offspring, or explain to the Dragon Clan what had happened. Leon was surprised by the unintended consequences of the spell. The irony wasn't lost on him. She had mocked him for not having a successor, but now, neither would she. She launched into the attack, but Leon stopped her, saying, You don't need to do this. I'm going to die soon anyway. As his eyes began to close, he gave one final request, that the Dragon Queen live with hatred for him, and feel pain for the rest of her life. This was his curse as a human, his parting revenge. The Dragon Queen hesitated, holding back from delivering the final blow. Moments later, Leon breathed his last. She couldn't believe it. This mere human had taken his revenge in such a despicable way. But she wasn't about to let him have the last word so easily. Using her power, she marked Leon's chest with the emblem of the silver dragon. Leon Cosmo had once been a legend, a hero revered by all. At the age of 5, he had killed a vicious dog with his bare hands, an act witnessed by a master dragon slayer passing by. Seeing potential in the boy, the slayer took him in as an apprentice. By the age of 10, Leon entered the prestigious Imperial Dragon Slayer Academy, and 4 years later, he graduated as the youngest and most highly evaluated student in its history. At just 15, Leon marched onto the battlefield, slaying dragons and reclaiming territory for the Empire. His name spread across the land as the strongest dragon slayer, the Empire's beacon of hope to end the war. That was until he was captured and enslaved by the Dragon Clan. 2 years had passed since that fateful day. Leon awoke with a scream, his hand instinctively flying to his chest. Gradually, his breathing slowed as he calmed down. Looking around, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. Confused, he wondered where he was, when suddenly the door opened. A small girl entered, and Leon was struck by her innocence and beauty. He blinked, trying to understand what was happening. Rising from the bed, he gazed at the girl. Her presence so pure he thought she must be an angel. Surely he had died and ascended to heaven after his immense service to humanity. But his assumption was wrong. "What's your name?" Leon asked, still in disbelief. The girl smiled sweetly. "Muan." Though her response made him feel strangely happy, something about her was odd. Her hair, black and white, seemed unlike anything he'd ever seen. Muan mentioned that her mother told her the name meant the moon, which left Leon confused. Did angels even have mothers? Introducing himself, Leon was startled when the little girl excitedly responded that Leon meant lion. Surprised, he asked how she knew that. She smiled and said it was what her mother had told her. Feeling a sense of unease, Leon asked, "What's your mother's name?" "Rosweiss," Muan replied cheerfully. Leon froze. Hearing the name, he quickly pieced it together. He was her father. Muan confirmed it with a joyful grin. Panic surged through him. How could this be possible? How could he have a child with Rosweiss? Just then, Muan turned toward the door, where her mother stood, sending a chill down Leon's spine. "Mama! Daddy's awake!" Muan called out, running toward her. Rosweiss's lips curled into a smile, but it wasn't the one her daughter imagined. Muan assumed her mother was happy, since she visited him every day. But as Rosweiss stroked her daughter's head, she wore a wicked grin. "Go outside and play, dear," Rosweiss said sweetly. "Your father and I need to talk." Once Muan left the room, Leon stared at Rosweiss in disbelief. "Is Muan really our daughter?" "Yes," she confirmed, closing the door behind her with her tail. "She's our biological child." Leon's mind raced. "Why did you have the child?" he demanded. "Why did you save me?" Rosweiss revealed that Leon had been asleep for 2 years. She hadn't forgotten what he'd done to her, and she wasn't going to let it go. Leon's anger flared. He hadn't meant for any of that to happen. "We're different," he growled. "We can't coexist. I would have never touched you if things had been different." Seeing the torment in his eyes, Rosweiss's expression darkened. "Oh? It was torture for you, was it?" She wrapped her tail around his leg, yanking him onto the bed. Climbing on top of him, she tore his shirt open and, with a cold gleam in her eyes, activated a spell. She was going to carve her own dragon mark into him, binding him to her forever. Even though Leon begged her not to, Rosweiss touched his chest, and a glowing magic circle appeared. This mark was to become his eternal shame. From this moment on, he would be her prisoner, bound to her forever, unable to leave. When his companions saw the dragon tattoo on his body, they would believe he had betrayed them and surrendered to the Dragon Clan. Leon still couldn't understand why she was doing this. Revenge among the dragon race was a mystery that had baffled human scientists for years. Their vengeance was not just extreme, it was an inhuman, paranoid obsession beyond human comprehension. For the Dragon Queen, it wasn't enough to defeat him. She wanted him to live in shame and suffer humiliation for the rest of his life. As the spell took hold, Leon began to feel an overwhelming desire he couldn't control. For the Silver Dragon Queen, it was a great honor to break Leon, the greatest dragon slayer in human history, and make him her slave, her closest companion. Now that he was fully under the spell, she climbed on top of him, deciding it was time to make him hers in every way. At the Silver Dragon Castle, even the maids noticed the queen was in an unusually good mood. Word spread quickly. The Dragon Queen's husband had finally awakened. Leon, overhearing this from a hidden corner, was shocked. She had publicly declared him her husband. No one knew just how terrifying she truly was. She had spent the entire day and night with him, and poor Leon's body was nearly broken. His waist felt as if it had been shattered. Furious, Leon swore he would not stay here to be her plaything. Stealthily, he slipped out of his room and made his way to the side door of the castle, but 4 dragon guards stood watch. Escape seemed impossible. The castle was eerily quiet, with far fewer guards than there had been 2 years ago. Something was strange about all of this. While Leon was figuring out how to avoid the guards, he stumbled upon a hidden hole in the grass. Silently, he approached it and saw a faint light coming from the other side. Unsure if it was a trap, he decided not to dwell on it. He had to escape no matter what. Even if it was a trap, he would force his way through. Without hesitation, Leon began crawling through the narrow tunnel. He muttered a sarcastic farewell to the perverted Dragon Queen, and as for little Muan, though she was adorable, she would have to stay behind for now. Meanwhile, on the balcony, Muan ran to her mother, excitedly announcing, "Father is digging a hole for the dog." The Dragon Queen, lounging in a bikini and sipping wine, chuckled at Leon's audacity. Muan eagerly asked, "When are you going to fish him back?" Rossweiss scolded her gently, saying that fish was too rude. "Say catch him back instead," she corrected with a smirk. Muan, a bit confused, nodded and agreed. As night fell, Leon finally managed to escape the castle and darted into the nearby forest. He knew if he could climb the mountains ahead, he'd be able to see the border of human territory. After running for hours, Leon felt confident that the Dragon Queen wouldn't be able to catch up to him. But to his dismay, the sky suddenly darkened, and the Dragon Queen, now in her true dragon form, appeared above him, praising him for being such a fast runner. Seeing her, Leon cursed his luck and bolted, but Rossweiss quickly landed in front of him, blocking his path. To his surprise, she wasn't angry. In fact, she seemed quite pleased. "Impressive, Leon," she said with a wicked smile. "I was the one who distracted the guards for you, and I left that little hole for you to find." Although Leon knew it was a trap, he had no other choice. He hadn't expected her to catch up with him so quickly. Returning to human territory now, marked with the Dragon Queen's seal on his chest, no one would recognize him as a dragon slayer. But Leon didn't care anymore. He was determined to start over as an ordinary man, believing it was far better than being tortured by her. Seeing his defiance, the Dragon Queen spread her wings, furious that he didn't appreciate her kindness. She grabbed him with her claw, and together they soared toward human territory. After 3 hours of flight, night fell, and the Dragon Queen released Leon near the border city of the Empire, sending him tumbling through the trees before crashing headfirst onto the ground. Dazed, Leon's headache vanished when he realized he was close to a human village. The Dragon Queen, now in her human form, confirmed they were indeed within the human empire's borders. For most, the sight of a familiar city brought hope, just one step away from returning to the human world. But for Leon, that hope felt unreachable. Suddenly, the mark on his chest began to glow. The Dragon Queen had neglected to mention an important detail. When one of the 2 bearers of the dragon mark desired intimacy, the mark would compel the other. As she touched his chest, Leon felt an overwhelming heat and desire surging through him, impossible to resist. She had brought him here to demonstrate his shame, forcing him to confront it in front of his homeland. But Leon wasn't about to give up. Grabbing her arm, he decided to bide his time, patiently waiting for the right opportunity to strike back. He swore to repay her double for every humiliation she had inflicted on him. The Dragon Queen, surprised but amused, smiled and agreed to his challenge, saying she would wait for him, dead or alive. As the moon rose, the two of them moved to a tree near the border city of the Empire, their twisted fate bound by the mark and their rivalry. They had been clapping for several hours, leaving the Dragon Queen more than satisfied. Meanwhile, poor Leon was exhausted and quietly crying, drained of both energy and pride. As she touched his chest, she casually decided that from now on, she would bring him back every month to his hometown for more sessions. She was lost in her own thoughts, fantasizing about how to further wear down poor Leon. Satisfied for the moment, the Dragon Queen declared it was time to leave. After all, their daughter was waiting at home. But Leon, his spirit still somewhat intact, stopped her. He refused to be dragged back as her prey. As a dragon slayer, he would walk on his own, with what little dignity he had left. She raised an eyebrow, explaining that it would take 3 hours to fly back to the Silver Dragon Castle at her speed, while it would take a human like Leon 10 days, maybe even half a month to walk. Despite this, Leon stubbornly insisted on going on foot, asking her not to underestimate human endurance. Amused, the Dragon Queen smiled, intrigued to see how long he could hold out. After a while, Leon's steps became slower, his exhaustion clear. She silently followed him, waiting for him to admit he was too tired so she could scoop him up and fly. But Leon, though on the verge of collapsing, refused to admit defeat. Mocking him, she teased, "The only tough thing about you is your mouth." Just then, they spotted several knights from the Dragon Slayer army patrolling nearby. Leon's heart leaped with hope. These men could help him escape her grasp. But the Dragon Queen quickly sensed his thoughts, her aura turning deadly. She warned him with her eyes. If he called for help, she wouldn't hesitate to kill him. One of the knights approached, noticing their presence. "Are you lost?" he asked politely. Leon quickly lied, saying they were simply out for a walk. Deep down, he couldn't bear to involve innocents in his twisted situation. The knight, dismounting from his horse, introduced himself as the captain of the 47th Squadron of the Imperial Dragon Slayers. He pointed out that this jungle wasn't the safest place for a casual stroll due to the dangerous wildlife and species that roamed it. He kindly offered to escort them. Leon panicked, his hands shaking as he quickly thanked the captain for his kindness, insisting that they had learned some self-defense techniques and could handle themselves. In truth, he didn't want the captain to come any closer. The captain seemed to recognize Leon's face, which put the Dragon Queen on high alert. Her eyes narrowed and she subtly began to channel her power, preparing to eliminate the captain if necessary. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Leon acted fast. He grabbed the Dragon Queen's hand and pulled her close to his chest, telling the captain with a nervous smile that he had been mistaken for someone else. He joked that he had such a common face. Even his wife, the Dragon Queen herself, sometimes mistook him for someone else. Leaning in, Leon whispered desperately in her ear, begging her to play along. He promised that if she helped him get rid of the knights, he would obediently return with her. Amused, the Dragon Queen decided to humor him. Both began to put on a convincing display of affection, with Leon holding her close in a mock display of love. The captain, clearly uncomfortable with the sudden outpouring of affection, smiled awkwardly and excused himself, no longer interested in disturbing their romantic moment. As soon as the knights were out of sight, Leon released the Dragon Queen, who was visibly irritated. Realizing his mistake, he quickly stepped back. "You were smart not to ask for help," she remarked coldly, "but let's get one thing straight. Just because we have a child together, that doesn't make me your wife." Leon, still catching his breath, responded, "I never intended to be your husband." The Dragon Queen smirked, satisfied with his answer. She turned to leave, reminding him they had a long journey ahead. But before they could set off, Leon suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand, and moments later, he collapsed unconscious. Seeing this, the Dragon Queen sighed, amused by how fragile humans could be. Without hesitation, she transformed into her dragon form, gently picked Leon up in her mouth and tossed him onto her back. Taking his collapse as a silent plea for mercy, she spread her wings and flew toward the Silver Dragon Castle, pleased with how things had turned out. The next day at Silver Dragon Castle, Leon woke up to find little Muan sitting beside his bed. Confused, he wondered how he had ended up back at the castle. Muan cheerfully explained that her mom had brought him back. It didn't take long for Leon to realize that he had finally been captured like prey. Glancing at his hand, he noticed it was bandaged, with a neat little bow tied around it. Muan proudly took his hand, explaining that she had done the bandaging herself, clearly hoping for praise. Leon smiled and gently stroked her head, realizing how different she was from what the dragonologists had said about her kind. Dragons were supposed to be fierce, raised in violence and blood from childhood. Yet, despite her dragon traits, Muan showed no hostility. She treated him with the warmth of a daughter, leaving him to wonder if this was because she was a human-dragon hybrid. He patted her head affectionately, telling her how amazing she was. "Muan, you're very cute," he said with a smile, then added teasingly, "But when you grow up, don't be like your mother." From the doorway, the Dragon Queen's voice cut in. "And what's wrong with being like me?" Leon froze, startled, realizing she had overheard him. Nervously, he tried to change the subject. Muan, meanwhile, eagerly showed her mother the bandaged hand, explaining that she had followed her mom's instructions perfectly. The Dragon Queen remained cold, giving no praise. "That's what you should do," she replied coolly. Muan simply nodded in understanding, used to her mother's strictness. Trying to lighten the mood, Leon patted Muan's head again. "Why don't you go hide in the garden?" he suggested. "I'll count to 100, and then I'll come find you." Muan's eyes lit up with excitement at the thought of playing hide-and-seek. As she ran off to hide, Leon glanced at the Dragon Queen, muttering to himself, "I'm definitely not like her mother." Then, he began to count as Muan disappeared into the garden. Once Muan left the room, Leon turned to the Dragon Queen and asked why she was being so hard on her. Sitting on the bed, she explained that all dragons were strict with their children from a young age to cultivate strong warriors. Leon countered that Muan was not entirely a dragon, and besides, she was very cute. The Dragon Queen scoffed, stating that Muan was indeed a dragon, and that cute was a derogatory term for one of her kind. Leon thought the Dragon Queen was also quite cute, but his comment only fueled her fury. In a swift motion, she grabbed him by the shirt, reminding him that he was just a slave for her to vent her anger on, and was not allowed to outshine her. Leon understood her position, and her mood seemed to lift slightly. After all, she was the Dragon Queen of the Silver Dragon clan, burdened with many governmental matters. As a result, she entrusted him with the responsibility of taking care of Muan. Leaning in close, she whispered in his ear that Muan liked him. Feeling overwhelmed, Leon made his way to the fountain, wishing he could escape the responsibility of caring for children, especially as a dragon slayer. Suddenly, he spotted Muan hiding behind a pillar, clearly underestimating his ability to find her. Pointing at her, he declared, "I found you!" But she remained still, prompting him to question whether she was upset. Apologizing for making her wait, he was taken aback when she suddenly took off running. Leon chased after her, asking, "Why are you running?" Muan turned a corner, causing Leon to lose sight of her. For him, predicting the mood of a child was quite difficult. He no longer doubted why the Dragon Queen had entrusted him with the task of caring for the little one. Just as he was starting to worry, Muan appeared behind him and wrapped him in a hug, leaving him surprised. Confused, he recalled that she had just run past him, but Muan insisted otherwise, explaining that since her dad hadn't found her, she had gone out to look for him. Though still bewildered, Leon decided he must have seen things wrong. Muan took him by the hand, urging him to follow her as she had something special to show him. Just then, another girl, resembling Muan, emerged from behind her and watched them in silence. That day, once the fountains were turned on, little Muan began to shake her head excitedly. She was painting some drawings and having the time of her life. Leon, sitting behind her, couldn't help but smile at the sight, feeling a wave of tenderness. Having a daughter felt good. For the first time, it seemed his soul had begun to heal. While Muan enjoyed herself, Leon clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, deciding it was time to escape the Dragon Queen's grasp. Just then, Muan ran toward him, eager to show him a family drawing she had made. Leon extended his hand with a cheerful smile, ready to praise her. But as he examined the drawing, shock washed over him. Muan had depicted two girls. Initially thinking it was a mistake due to her age, he pointed to the other child in the drawing and asked, "Why are there two children?" With a tender smile, Muan replied, "The other child is my older sister." Upon hearing that Muan had an older sister, Leon panicked. It didn't take long for him to realize that the girl he had seen earlier was not an illusion. The child he had spotted in the garden must be Muan's older sister. He regretted not calling her by name, which had likely caused her to feel upset. However, Muan reassured him that her sister wasn't angry. She was simply a little shy at seeing their dad. Leon rested his hand under his chin, reflecting on the fact that he had never met her before. It made sense that they were unfamiliar with each other. Today was a splendid day, and Leon couldn't shake the feeling that it was all the Dragon Queen's fault for hiding this information from him. He resolved to find her and demand some clarity. Meanwhile, in the Silver Dragon Castle, the Dragon Queen had gone to the library. As she read through some letters, a little messenger dragon arrived with a new message. Just then, the sound of footsteps approaching the library caught her attention. She and the little dragon watched the door intently, and moments later, Leon burst in, clearly furious. He called for her attention as she tucked the letter back into its envelope. With a calm demeanor, she asked him what he wanted. Leon stepped up to the table and explained that he had been playing with Muan and discovered that she had an older sister. He pressed her about when she planned to inform him of this other daughter. The Dragon Queen smiled, somewhat puzzled by his confusion at the revelation. Leon slammed his hand on the table with determination, thanking the Dragon Queen for her hard work. He hadn't expected her to have two children, and it was clear she had put in a tremendous effort. He resolved that, when he returned to the Empire one day, he would add her name to his family tree. The Dragon Queen remained calm, a smile gracing her lips as she asked him if he understood why she hadn't mentioned her older daughter before. Leon speculated that she might be jealous of his closeness with Muan. Fearing that Noah would come to see him, the Dragon Queen was somewhat taken aback by his eagerness to meet Noah. Unlike her, a cold and stern mother, Leon wanted to nurture a good relationship with his daughter. With a soft smile, the Dragon Queen decided to grant Leon's wish, but warned him to consider his choice carefully. As the hours passed and darkness began to settle, Leon headed to the kitchen, a smile stretching across his face as he started cutting some carrots. Today, he was determined to show the Dragon Queen how things should be done. His first step in approaching his eldest daughter was to whet her appetite with a delicious meal. He set to work preparing a hearty meat stew with cream, a dish he often made during his time with the team. Everyone who had tried it claimed it was exceptional, and the sweet flavor was perfect for children. Using a spoon, Leon sampled the stew, savoring its rich taste. He hadn't forgotten how to cook, and as he clenched his fist in determination, he imagined Noah's smile as she declared that she loved the dishes her dad made. He believed that with this flavorful meal, he could win her over. As he stirred the pot, two maids watched him curiously through the window. One of them couldn't help but feel excited. Leon had just recovered from a serious illness, and for the sake of his family, he had taken it upon himself to cook. To the maids, Leon was the epitome of a good husband, one who genuinely cared for his home. Just then, the Dragon Queen and her two daughters entered the kitchen, with Muan eagerly greeting the maids. The Dragon Queen, wanting to create a more relaxed atmosphere for dinner, ordered the maids to take a break. They bowed their heads respectfully and replied, "Understood." As Leon prepared the food and set it on the table, he carried the steaming stew just as the Dragon Queen entered the dining area. Little Muan rushed toward him, drawn by the delicious aroma wafting through the air. With a smile, Leon said, "I heard you both enjoy meat, so I made a special stew and fillet just for you." He hoped that this meal would convey his affection to Noah. To his surprise, Noah seemed indifferent to the feast before her gaze wandering elsewhere. Leon was left in shock, confused by her lack of interest. The Dragon Queen smiled knowingly, and in that moment, Leon's frustration flared. He realized that the Dragon Queen had anticipated this reaction, which explained why she had been reluctant for him to meet Noah. It was their first meeting, and the Dragon Queen prompted Noah to introduce herself. Obediently, Noah replied, "I am Noah, the eldest daughter of the Silver Dragon Queen Rosways," proudly noting that she was 1 year and 2 months old. Dragons were a long-lived race, and young dragons matured much faster than human children. Leon approached her, extending his hand in greeting. "I'm your dad," he introduced himself, hoping to make a good impression. To his surprise, Noah seemed mesmerized by him. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that her indifference was unsettling. He wondered why she appeared so distant, and whether she harbored any resentment toward him. Noticing the awkward tension, Muan gently took Noah by the arm and whispered, urging her to engage in conversation so their dad wouldn't feel uncomfortable. But Noah's response stung Leon. "He seems very weak, and I'm not sure he's really our dad." Those words hit Leon like arrows, forcing him to confront the reality of his situation. It quickly became clear that he was facing the first crisis in his new role as Papa Leon. He wipes his face with a cloth, reflecting on the harshness of the situation, convinced that his daughter may actually be trying to challenge him. Despite the difficulties, he steels himself for what lies ahead. Noah firmly rejects something, her determined expression revealing her unwavering resolve. Whatever she is saying no to, it's clear she's standing her ground with conviction. The family sits around a table in an elegant dining room. The atmosphere is tense as they exchange subtle glances, with Muan quietly seeking help. The twins sit side by side, their similarities apparent, yet their contrasting personalities show even in this quiet moment. Noah eats attentively while Muan engages in conversation. Leon looks warmly at Noah, asking if she's enjoying the meal, his tone filled with care and curiosity. Suddenly, the peaceful atmosphere is shattered as Noah cries out, and Leon, sitting at the table, reels in shock from the unexpected outburst. Watching the scene unfold, Roswazek covers her mouth in amusement, clearly entertained by the chaos. Muan, noticing her mother's laughter and joy, curiously asks why she's so happy. Leon joins in, laughing along with the others, expressing how being surrounded by family fills him with joy. Muan excitedly asks if their father will join them for dinner every day, her face glowing with hope. But Noah, with a serious expression, quickly rejects the idea, making her stance clear. Puzzled, Muan asks why her sister doesn't want them to eat together daily, struggling to understand her reasoning. Their mother calmly questions the urgency of joining a prestigious academy designed for dragons, wondering why her daughter is in such a rush. With confidence, Noah declares her desire to defeat even more dragon subordinates, her determination shining through. Meanwhile, Leon, wiping his face in disbelief, begins to realize she might even be planning to surpass him someday. Gently, he warns her about the dangers of battling fierce dragons, worried for her safety given her young age. Annoyed, Noah crosses her arms and insists she's not a child, much to her father's exasperation. Rosways agrees with her daughter's eagerness to start learning early, believing it will better prepare her to face dragon subordinates in the future. Turning to Leon, she asks if he has a specific reason for wanting to prevent their daughter's education, subtly challenging his concerns. Leon contemplates in frustration, realizing that if he continues to oppose her ambitions, his daughter will only grow more determined to challenge him. Finally, with a resigned sigh, he dismisses his concerns and decides to remain silent for now. Reluctantly, Leon acknowledges that he understands the situation, though he's visibly frustrated. In his mind, he envisions Rosways using the dinner setting as a psychological game, aiming to mentally overwhelm him. With a smirk, Rosways warns Leon to be cautious, as decisions about their daughter's future are made swiftly, leaving him visibly stressed. Noah is informed that the Academy's entrance exam is in a month, and her father will help her prepare during this time, to which she enthusiastically agrees. As the family dinner concludes, they playfully talk about how full they are, teasing each other lightheartedly. Rosways turns, calling out in a serious tone, catching the attention of someone nearby. Leon gestures to the table, pointing out that the dishes haven't been cleared, expecting some action. Rosways calmly replies that such tasks are best left to others, subtly dismissing his concern. Leon suggests that a proper family dinner should end with both husband and wife cleaning up together. He hints at whether Rosways truly wants to uphold a harmonious family image for the children, or if it's merely for show. The child eagerly awaits the elder's approval, her excitement unmistakable, as Rosways reluctantly agrees with a calm expression. The child, brimming with enthusiasm, declares her desire to help, her energy contagious as she eagerly reaches out, determined to be part of the action. Suddenly, Noah finds herself being pulled along in confusion, struggling to keep up with her sister's quick pace as the scene shifts to a quiet kitchen with dishes left in the sink. Rosways confronts Leon, asking pointedly when he plans to lend a hand. Leon crosses his arms and sternly reminds her of something he told her 2 years ago. Rosways, however, firmly asserts her refusal to deal with someone who has undergone rigorous training, her body radiating with power. Leon stands confidently, demanding to know Rosways' intentions, with a sharp tone, reflecting on how he used to be easily manipulated. But things have changed. Rosways launches a powerful attack, warning him not to think he can escape so easily. Leon catches her strike with a firm grip, standing his ground and asking with a smirk, "Who said I was trying to escape?" Rosways groans in pain, struggling to maintain her strength, while Leon taunts her for being unable to fight back, mockingly calling her a fallen queen. He smugly explains how the effects of the dragon's mark have weakened her, comparing her to a helpless kitten, as he reveals newfound knowledge from her tribe's ancient texts. Sensing her shock, he taunts her thirst for control. Rosways, stunned, questions whether he has ever truly been conquered. Breathing heavily, her face flushed with emotion, she demands her tail be released, indicating that she's being restrained. Leon, holding her tail, speaks in a calm yet menacing tone, accusing her of disrespecting his dignity since the day he awoke. His smug expression contrasts sharply with her shocked, vulnerable state, as she glares at him angrily. Rosways responds fiercely, refusing to submit and calling him a bastard, her emotions boiling over as she challenges his dominance. She stares at him, clearly taken aback by his bold actions. Meanwhile, 2 maids gossip in the hallway, wondering if the queen and her family have finished their private time, their curiosity hinting at something unusual happening inside. Peeking into the kitchen, they're shocked to find it sparkling clean, as if someone had meticulously scrubbed every corner. The maids speculate whether the prince is responsible for the surprising tidiness. One of them, delighted by the spotless state of the kitchen, happily holds up a polished plate. Meanwhile, Leon stands silently, observing the situation with a calm yet focused expression. Holding Rosways tightly, he warns her to stay quiet to avoid discovery by the maids, mocking her fall from grace as she finds herself in a vulnerable position. The door to the room shuts firmly, and Rosways' eyes blaze with anger and determination, betraying her inner struggle against the humiliating circumstances. Leon smirks, tightening his grip on Rosways as he mockingly calls her his wife, and suggests they get started. His expression shifts to a cold, determined gaze, showing his complete control over the moment. Rosways' eyes fill with helplessness and exhaustion, but she barely responds, seeming resigned to her fate. 3 days later, the scene shifts to a bright, majestic castle, standing tall under a clear blue sky. 2 sisters stand by their father's bedside, worried as he hasn't woken up in 3 days. They wonder if he might be dead, but one of them calmly reassures the other to wait and see. Suddenly, Leon reacts as he's kicked in the face, groaning in pain from the unexpected hit. Noah, her foot still on his face, remarks that their father isn't dead yet. Startled and somewhat hurt, Leon questions if any child would treat their parent this way. As Leon regains awareness, he finds himself in bed with Muan by his side, who eagerly reacts to his movement as if she's been waiting for this moment. With joy, Muan announces that he's regained consciousness, while Noah sits nearby observing. Confused, Leon wonders when he even fainted. As he slowly sits up in bed, Rosways calmly offers to help Leon recall the events that led to his unconsciousness. A flashback reveals him being struck hard by Rosways. He remembers how the dragon mark on him became powerless after that night, triggering the painful moment when he was struck. Leon reflects on Rosways' ruthlessness, realizing her power is overwhelming and could have easily ended him if he had been any weaker. Still recovering, Leon sits quietly on the bed, watching Rosways, who has turned her back to him. He notes her beauty, despite her intimidating strength, and realizes she is a dragon over 200 years old. Muan, noticing her father's stillness, wonders why he isn't moving, speculating that he is simply stunned by their mother's appearance, hinting at the awe she inspires. Rosways is caught off guard as someone abruptly strikes a nearby surface, drawing her attention. Her expression shifts in surprise. Leon reaches down to pick up a flower accessory from the floor and gently places it on Rosways, stating that it suits her. Rosways reacts with surprise at Leon's thoughtful gesture, questioning if he's ever done something like this for other women. Leon chuckles and explains that as a child, he used to comb his master's donkey, claiming he has some skill in it. Muan looks up at Leon and innocently asks what a donkey is, catching him off guard. Smiling, Leon explains that donkeys are similar to dragons, but much smaller, stubborn, and make humming sounds when unhappy. He then imitates a donkey's behavior, amusing Muan with his antics. Rosways watches intently, noting the similarity between a donkey's stubbornness and her own personality. Leon suddenly recoils in fear as Rosways strikes him, sending him reeling. He clutches his stomach, wincing in pain, but reassures Muan that he's fine when she asks if he's okay. Rosways assigns the task of teaching the girls to write, declaring that Leon will handle it. Leon, taken aback, realizes he's been volunteered without any say. Muan excitedly cheers that their father will teach them, while Noah confidently claims she already knows how. The two girls race off to the study room, eagerly discussing which colorful pens they want to use. Meanwhile, Rosways informs Leon that her sister's coming to visit, and that she doesn't want him appearing in front of her. Leon looks surprised, puzzled as to why he's being told to avoid the meeting, and voices his frustration about not being allowed to meet her family. Rosways reminds him that he is now part of the Silver Dragon clan and was in a coma for 2 years due to a mysterious illness. She explains that he has only recently woken up, emphasizing the complexity of his new situation. Rosways warns him that if he is ever forced to meet her sister, he must stick to the false identity she has crafted for him. Rosways emphasizes the importance of keeping up the story, and Leon listens intently, still processing the situation. With a serious expression, he acknowledges her instructions, respectfully addressing her as Your Majesty. After Rosways leaves, Leon questions whether he'll truly follow her orders, standing alone as he begins to plot ways to embarrass her in front of her sister. The scene shifts to the children's study room in Silver Dragon Castle, where Leon sits at a table, teaching Noah and Muan to write their names. He demonstrates patiently, guiding them step by step as they watch attentively. After writing their names as examples, he asks them to practice by copying his writing. Muan looks excited, while Noah's expression remains more serious. Studying Leon's writing, Noah comments that it isn't as good as her mother's, hinting at her high expectations. Leon feels a twinge of frustration at the comparison, sensing the pressure to meet her standards. When Leon stands to leave, Muan curiously asks what he's planning. He replies that he forgot to deliver something to their mother, and assures them he'll check on their progress later, though his carefree attitude leaves Noah doubting his seriousness. Muan teases her sister for seeming happy, which Noah sternly denies, insisting they focus and practice as instructed. She looks down with a soft blush, momentarily thoughtful. The scene transitions to the grand gates of Silver Dragon Castle, where soldiers and prominent figures gather for a formal event. There, Isha Melkvi, the Red Dragon Queen, stands confidently, her striking red hair and royal attire making a powerful impression. Rosways rushes to embrace her sister, their close bond evident in the warm reunion. The reunion is filled with warmth as Aisha and Rosways joyfully greet each other after a long time apart. Isha Melkvi compliments her sister, noting how vibrant she looks since their last meeting. Rosway seems a bit taken aback by the compliment, modestly disagreeing. Curious, Isha inquires about Rosway's husband, having heard that he has finally woken up. She wonders aloud why she hasn't been allowed to see him yet. Rosways explains that her husband is unwell and cannot meet with Isha at the moment. Disappointed, Isha admits she was eager to see what the Dragon King who kidnapped her sister looks like. With a teasing tone, she hints at the dynamics of Rosway's relationship, suggesting that their quick marriage and child imply a strong bond. Rosways becomes defensive, firmly rejecting the notion that marriage and children necessarily signify a good relationship. She firmly denies any attraction to her husband, both in the past and for the future. Aisha smirks, commenting on her sister's toughness, recognizing that her strong personality remains unchanged. Rosways cheerfully suggests they take a walk in the garden to chat, showcasing their strong bond. Aisha agrees, allowing her sister to lead the way. The sisters stroll together, smiling and enjoying each other's company. Meanwhile, Leon observes the two sisters from a distance using a telescope, recognizing Rosway's sister. He watches intently, gathering information as he studies them from afar. Determined to test the range of the dragon pattern, he seeks to discover how far its power can extend. As Aisha and Rosways wander through a beautiful garden filled with blooming roses, they discuss the recent instability within the Dragon Clan. They note that the Red Flame Dragon King has been particularly active lately, raising concerns among them. Rosways is taken aback when she hears the name Constantine mentioned in connection with the recent turmoil. She questions her sister, recalling that Constantine has been missing for years. Isha speculates that he may be attempting to expand his territory, using the current chaos to his advantage. Suddenly, Rosways reacts in shock, her body glowing with energy as something unexpected occurs. Her eyes widen as she senses something unusual happening around her. Noticing the change in her sister's demeanor, Aisha asks, "What is wrong?" Rosways quickly brushes it off with a smile, assuring her sister that nothing is amiss, and encouraging her to continue speaking. However, Rosways can't help but think about the Dragon Slayer, reminiscing about past incidents. In her thoughts, she mutters a frustrated remark about Leon, referring to him as a damn Dragon Slayer. Clearly irritated by his actions, Isha grows serious and advises that they strengthen the border defenses. She mentions sending someone named Shin Long to keep in touch in case there are any new developments. Rosways senses something and becomes alert as she thinks to herself. At that moment, Aisha notices her change in demeanor and asks, "What's wrong?" Rosways tries to dismiss her concern, replying, "Nothing, sister. Please continue." However, in her mind, she curses someone, muttering, "Damn Dragon Slayer." Isha continues talking, stating that they need to strengthen the border defenses and that she will send someone to contact her if there are any developments. Amused by the idea of the dragon pattern, Isha mentions how young people are casually playing around with it. Meanwhile, Leon reclines comfortably in a chair, contemplating how long Rosways can endure the effects of the dragon pattern. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and Rosways storms into the room, clearly upset. She grabs Leon by his collar, accusing him of deliberately activating the dragon pattern to embarrass her in front of her sister. Seeing Rosways' anger, Leon quickly decides to play innocent and fool her. He looks affectionately at her, making a pitiful face as he gazes into her eyes. "Is it wrong for me to want you?" he asks. Rosways is taken aback and lets go of his collar, her face turning red as a tomato at his unexpected words. To hide her reaction, she covers her face with her hand. Leon smiles to himself, thinking with surprise that his act seems to be working. He wonders if, at the very least, she's disgusted with him now. Blushing, Rosways turns away and calls him shameless, reminding him that he's just a defeated prisoner who shouldn't be speaking such nonsense. She tells him to put away his dirty thoughts. Leon remains silent, smiling calmly, while Rossweiss glances at him with a flushed face, thinking, I came here to confront him, so why did his words throw me off? She leaves with an angry blush, warning him that he got lucky this time. But if he tries something like this again, she won't let it slide. Leon, with a teasing look, thinks to himself how terrified he is, amused that a single word could leave her so flustered. He reflects that the dragon pattern really is powerful. As he ponders, his face warms, and he realizes his heart beats faster whenever he thinks of her. Composing himself, he mutters, Cosmode, wake up. Stop thinking about nonsense. He reminds himself that the kids are still waiting for him to return. But it's clear that he and Rossweiss are beginning to feel something for each other, marking a new turn in the story. In the study room, Noah practices writing diligently, while Muan, slacking off, wonders aloud why Dad hasn't come back yet. The romance between Leon and Rossweiss begins to reach a new stage, adding twists and surprises to the plot. Later that night at Silver Dragon Castle, Aisha waves goodbye to Rossweiss, saying she'll head out tonight. Rossweiss, waving back, reminds her sister to be careful on the road. Aisha transforms into her red dragon form, playfully asking Rossweiss to let her meet her husband next time. Rossweiss agrees, promising they'll have more time to talk. As Aisha, accompanied by her knights, flies back to her own castle, Rossweiss watches her sister's departure with a pensive look. I thought there'd be some trouble in this chapter, she thinks. But it seems Aisha's departure wasn't quite what I expected. Who knows what the future holds for this family's mischief? With a serious expression, Rossweiss grits her teeth, staring ahead with determination. Damn Dragon Slayer, she thinks. He still hasn't learned his lesson. She decides tonight will be different. Meanwhile, Leon, on the other side of the castle, sneezes repeatedly, wondering if someone's talking about him. He settles down to read the story of the young dragon as a bedtime story for Noah and Muan. As he reads, the girls drift off to sleep, looking absolutely adorable. Smiling, he quietly closes the book, gently tucking them in and whispering, Don't catch a cold. Leon slowly exits the room, taking care not to disturb his sleeping daughters. Just as he shuts the door, Rossweiss suddenly slams her hand against it with a loud thud, startling him. Her serious expression catches him off guard as she asks, Where are you planning to go? With an awkward look, Leon glances at her. Is your sister gone? He asks. With a sly smile, Rossweiss replies, We still have things to settle tonight. She grabs his collar, dragging him forward with determination. Leon protests, but she pulls him along, ignoring his resistance. In the Silver Dragon Queen's bedroom, Leon places a tub of hot water down with a loud clatter in front of her. The hot water's ready, he says, looking at her with a hint of exasperation. What do you need it for? Rossweiss stretches her legs out in front of Leon, looking at him with an air of superiority. I'm exhausted from walking all day, she says. Wash my feet. Leon stares at her, stunned. His expression shifts to serious disbelief as he takes in her request. Rossweiss, with a commanding look, adds, Enough with the nonsense, just do it. This is your punishment for today. Sighing in frustration, Leon removes her heels, thinking to himself, I'm a dragon slayer, and now I'm reduced to being a foot-washing servant for a dragon. As he looks down at her feet, he can't help but wonder just how many dragon slayers have fallen under them. Rossweiss notices him staring and frowns. What is he thinking, she wonders. A blush creeps onto her face as she begins to suspect he might have a strange fascination. Before she can say anything, Leon grins mischievously and plunges her feet into the hot water. Get down here, he says half playfully. The water is scalding, and Rossweiss immediately recoils, her expression shocked. She kicks him under the chin, shouting, It's too hot, you fool! Her kick sends him flying back, and Leon hits the ground, coughing up blood. With a cold, piercing look, Rossweiss steps onto his chest, pinning him down. You did this on purpose, didn't you? She asks icily. Trying to get back at me? Leon, his defiance undiminished, gives her an arrogant smile. Well, you're the one who demanded I wash your feet. Rossweiss's cheeks flush as she looks down at him. Seems you still haven't learned your lesson, she says, slowly dragging her foot down his chest. Her tone drops to a mocking whisper. I bet you never thought you'd end up beneath a dragon. As Rosweiss presses her foot down on his lower body, Leon feels a wave of conflicting emotions. His face flushes from her touch, and in a strained voice, he tells her to stop. He's torn between the humiliation of the situation and an odd sense of comfort. Rosweiss, smirking with a touch of arrogance, leans in. I'm curious, she says coolly. Just how long can you endure this? Leon, still flushed, glances up at her defiantly. I won't give in to this dragon's games, he thinks, steadying himself. With a sudden move, he catches her leg, and as he stands, he grins confidently. I've had pigs' trotters, cows' trotters, goats' trotters, but dragons' trotters. Now that's something new. Rosweiss's eyes widen, her face turning red as she asks, What are you doing? Without missing a beat, Leon playfully bites her leg, exclaiming, Tonight's snack, raw dragon claws. As Leon bites her leg, Rosweiss screams angrily, threatening to kill him. The next morning, Moon and Noah wake up. Noah is fully alert, while Moon is still half asleep. When Rosweiss enters the room, her leg wrapped in bandages, Moon notices and asks, Mom, why are you limping? Rosweiss brushes it off, replying, It's nothing. Meanwhile, Leon sports a bandage on his cheek. Noticing it, Moon turns to him, asking, Dad, why do you have bruises on your face? Mirroring Rosweiss's posture, Leon folds his arms and says, It's nothing. Moon, puzzled and curious, places her hands on her hips, staring at both Leon and Rosweiss with a questioning expression. Suddenly, an idea pops into her head, and her face lights up with excitement. You must have been playing some fun game without me, she exclaims, raising her hand. I want to play too. Noah, arms folded, watches her sister with a blank expression, silently observing the scene. Later, Leon and Rosweiss walk in the garden outside the Silver Dragon Castle. Both look away from each other, each lost in their own thoughts. One maid nudges another, pointing and saying, Look, the queen and the prince are on a date. The blue-haired maid giggles, adding, What a lovely couple they are. However, she then remarks that they seem a bit distant. The other maid watches them contentedly. Rosweiss and Leon continue walking in silence, the quiet between them stretching. Leon, watching Rosweiss from behind, wonders how things ended up this way. He thinks back, recalling how she had earlier suggested they take a walk together. Shocked, he'd asked why he should walk with her. Rosweiss had replied that it was his duty to keep up the appearance of family harmony for the sake of outsiders. In the garden, Leon glances at Rosweiss, sensing something unusual about her today. She's not typically this proactive, and he wonders what she might be planning. Meanwhile, Moon and Noah, hiding behind a nearby tree, observe their mom and dad. Moon mutters to herself that Dad is so clueless. He can't even hold hands. Suddenly, an idea pops into her mind. With determination and bright eyes, she clenches her tiny fists and declares that she's going to help them. Noah, taken aback, tries to stop her. Wait, Moon, she says, but Moon doesn't listen. She jumps up and runs toward them. Noah calls out again, telling her to leave them alone, but Moon, already in motion, ignores her words. As she nears, Moon calls out to her parents. Hearing her voice, Leon and Rosweiss turn, surprised to see her racing toward them. Leon asks why Moon followed him, but before he can finish, Moon grabs both his and Rosweiss's hands, quickly linking them together. Both Leon and Rosweiss are startled by her sudden action. With a cheerful smile, Moon says, When you take a walk, you're supposed to hold hands. Then, with a quick spin, she runs back, saying she's going to play with her sister. Leon watches her leave, wondering where this child learned such things. Back at the tree, Noah pinches Moon's cheeks, scolding her for not listening. Moon, tearing up cutely, admits she was wrong, promises not to do it again, and asks her sister to let go. Leon and Rosweiss stand in silence, still holding hands, wearing blank, confused expressions. Blushing, Leon looks away and says that this is a bit unexpected, asking what he should do. Rosweiss, also blushing, replies softly that it's okay. They can just hold hands for now. As Leon and Rosweiss continue walking, Leon remarks that she seems unusually calm today, which makes him feel a bit uneasy. Rossweiss responds with a smirk, saying it seems like she's finally tamed him, and now that they're getting along, he's the one who feels unsettled. While they chat and stroll, Moon and Noah watch them from behind a tree, curious and observant. Leon glances at Rossweiss and reflects on how she has always presented herself as a dignified queen before others. Yet, he didn't expect her to be so flustered by something as simple as holding hands. He wonders if her strictness as a mother might stem from not knowing how to connect with her children. Leon then brings up the way Moon and Noah address her, noting that they always call her mother in front of others. He gently suggests that the usual way of addressing parents is mom and dad. He points out that while Moon calls him dad, she calls Rossweiss mother and wonders if it makes her seem more distant to them. Rossweiss looks away and after a pause, asks if there's really that much of a difference between mother and mom. Leon, looking at Rossweiss with a bright smile, suggests that there is a difference and encourages her to have the kids call her mom instead. He bets they'll feel closer to her that way. Rossweiss's face flushes red, caught off guard by Leon's cheerfulness. After composing herself, she nods and says she'll try it next time. Leon, surprised by her sudden enthusiasm, asks why she's speeding up. As they continue walking in the garden, Rossweiss suddenly asks if Leon feels homesick. He raises an eyebrow and questions why she's bringing it up, since she won't let him go back anyway. Rossweiss admits that she can't send him home, but mentions there's something that might help ease his homesickness a bit. Leon, curious but silent, follows her until they arrive at the castle's large warehouse doors. As they stand before it, he wonders aloud what it might be. Rossweiss explains that it doesn't have an official name. He can call it a warehouse, utility room, or whatever he likes. She unlocks the door with a key and leads him inside. As Leon looks around, he exclaims, "The dragon's treasure trove!" Picking up a bracelet, he comments that if it were in the Empire, it could easily be worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Rossweiss tells him that the bracelet was a gift from her grandmother when she was a child, and that, besides the spoils of war, the room holds items with personal significance for her. Leon glances at her thoughtfully, remarking that he hasn't heard her speak much about her family, aside from her sister. Rossweiss explains that she never met her parents and was raised, along with her sister, by their grandmother. Leon, surprised, shares that his own story is similar. He grew up in an orphanage, not knowing his parents, until he was later adopted by his master and his wife. Leon looks at Rossweiss and asks why she brought him here. Opening a treasure chest, she replies that she has something that might temporarily help him forget his troubles. Leon, still confused, remains silent. When Rossweiss opens the chest, Leon's eyes widen with surprise, and he exclaims, "It's the black gold armor!" Rossweiss smirks and asks if he hasn't always wanted to reclaim this armor. Leon, in disbelief, asks if he's dreaming, and if she's truly going to give it back to him. With a cunning smile and a dark glint in her eyes, Rossweiss confirms it. As Leon reaches out and touches the chest plate of the black armor, a blue light begins to glow. Shocked, he realizes it's enchanted with a dragon mark. Internally, he thinks, "Black gold armor, my faithful friend, how did you fall into her hands?" Rossweiss, still smirking, tells Leon he has finally fallen into her trap. Now furious, Leon clenches his teeth and glares at her. It seems we're about to witness yet another heated encounter between Leon and Rossweiss. Now, Leon seems shocked and confused as he asks Rossweiss what she's planning to do. We can see an activating spell beneath his feet, a dragon pattern sign, indicating that if he touches it, the armor will be automatically activated. Rossweiss, with a confident tone, tells him that she has attached a dragon pattern to the surface of his armor to enhance its properties. After hearing this, Leon feels uneasy and collapses, clutching his chest as if in pain, while cursing Rossweiss in his mind, calling her a despicable dragon woman. He blames himself, thinking he was careless for letting his guard down. While Leon trembles, Rossweiss laughs wickedly, telling him that the enhanced dragon pattern has doubled its effect. She touches his chain, addressing him as her "dear dragon slayer," and tauntingly asks if he can endure it, clearly mocking him. Leon, rendered helpless by the effect, softly calls her name Rosweiss before suddenly collapsing. As he lies there, unable to move, he realizes with growing frustration that he's been completely tricked by Rosweiss. Desperately, he thinks, "Damn it, my body won't move," while an undeniable urge surges through him, stronger than ever. Seeing him in this vulnerable state, Rosweiss takes advantage of the situation, approaching him with both kindness and devilish intent. With a sly smile, she tells him, "Did you really think I wouldn't hold a grudge after what you did?" She goes on to say that she has been waiting for her chance to take revenge, and the past few days have only fueled her determination. Now, with his guard down, she has seized the perfect opportunity to fool him. She adds that she didn't expect it would be so easy to trick him, and Leon, still unable to resist, silently curses her. Rosweiss, unable to hold back any longer, seduces him while teasingly asking if her performance has been convincing. Leon, angry and conflicted, shouts, demanding to know if everything she said and did up until now was a lie. Rosweiss simply smiles, correcting him. His doubts are unfounded. She admits that she hasn't lied, that her feelings were real, and she too has begun to fall for him. Smiling warmly, she finally confesses her affection, removing her clothes and all that covers her body. Laughing, she declares that she actually likes being conquered by him, and with a sense of finality, she officially addresses Leon as her husband. Leon lay there, helpless, almost like a bedridden patient, feeling as though this might be the end. But this intensified moment soon transformed into a joyful one, as the two began to admit their true feelings, finally acknowledging that they truly loved each other. After a while, Leon, our lucky protagonist, happily sighed, relieved that it was over. Dramatically, he looked up, while Rosweiss watched him with a content expression. Seeing her look, Leon grew annoyed and demanded, in his usual blunt manner, to know why she was staring at him like that. In response, Rosweiss leaned in, grabbed his mouth, and whispered in his ear, "Compared to 2 years ago, the scars on your face have faded a little, but you look more worn by the vicissitudes of life, a little more like a mature man." Unmoved by her words, Leon snapped back, saying she was just trying to trick him again and that he wouldn't fall for it this time. Rosweiss simply smiled at him and remarked, "You've gotten smarter, Leon." Leon, instantly suspicious, looked at her with a questioning expression as she hesitated, stopping mid-sentence with a "but." Rosweiss, blushing, then laughed and said that his health wasn't as good as it used to be. Hearing this, Leon's eyes widened in shock, feeling as though his whole world had shattered with just that one sentence. His face went pale, imagining that she was implying he was no longer as fit as he once was. His mind raced, and as his thoughts spiraled, his jaw dropped wider and wider at the implication that he wasn't as good as before. Finally, he let out a loud scream, overwhelmed by his own fears and wild imagination. The next day at Silver Dragon Castle, Leon appeared with dark circles and bags under his eyes. As he opened the door, he announced his arrival, saying, "I'm here." Entering the room, he found Rosweiss and Noah waiting inside. Rosweiss folded her arms and greeted him with a "Good morning," smirking and mockingly remarking, "It seems you didn't sleep well last night." Gritting his teeth in frustration, Leon replied that it was all because of what she had said. Laughing, Rosweiss teasingly claimed, "I don't remember saying anything at all." From the sidelines, Noah watches the exchange between Leon and Rosweiss, thinking, "It's starting again." Rosweiss shifts the conversation, mentioning that the entrance exam for St. Heath Academy is very strict, and tells Leon he should begin tutoring Noah on dragon knowledge today. As she moves closer, leaning in and whispering in his ear, she taunts him, saying that for now, he can only demonstrate his value in other areas. Hearing this, Leon, fueled by anger, snaps back that he just wasn't in the best shape yesterday. With a determined expression, he points a finger at Rosweiss and loudly declares that he'll make sure Noah passes the test. However, he adds that, in return, he wants something of equal value from her. Rosweiss smirks, saying she's willing to agree to his request, but warns that his demand can't be too excessive. Leon firmly replies that a promise is a promise. Laughing, Rosweiss walks away, telling him he should study hard. With a mocking tone, she calls him dear and warns him not to get too tired. Fueled by anger, Leon shouts after her, "That female dragon. She's done!" Rosweiss waves dismissively as she walks away. Noah, observing the interaction, asks Leon why he quarrels with her mom. Folding his arms, Leon denies it, saying it's just their daily communication. Then, surprised, he asks Noah what she just called her mother. Noah replies, "Mom." Taken aback, Leon steps closer and asks if she was told to change to that name. He then inquires whether she prefers the old name or the current one. Noah, looking away with a slight blush, replies that she prefers the current one. Leon smiles brightly at her, saying he knew they'd love it. Surprised by her father's cheerful demeanor, Noah remains silent, simply looking at him. As she turns to leave, she asks when they can start studying. Leon, caught off guard, calls out to her, telling her to wait for him. Now, in the heart of Silver Dragon Castle, the night stretched out in eerie silence, but in the children's study room, a lone light flickered. Leon sat hunched over his desk, eyes locked on a stack of ancient Dragon Clan tomes, his mind deep in thought. The rest of the castle had long succumbed to sleep, including his children. Yet in the midst of this quiet, Rosweiss swept into the room. She raised an eyebrow as she spotted Leon, still engrossed in his books. "Oh, you're still awake this late?" she asked, her voice carrying that familiar blend of surprise and pride. Leon didn't even look up, instead tapping his temple with his pen, as if working through some complex puzzle. "Noah's quick to grasp concepts," he muttered, half to himself and half to Ross. "Typical teaching methods won't cut it for her. I need to design an entire curriculum. Key concepts, test questions. Looks like I'll be pulling an all-nighter." Ross's lips curled with pride as she stole a glance at their daughter, sleeping peacefully nearby. "Of course," she said, lifting her head and naturally her chest in an almost regal motion. "After all, Noah is like me." Leon smirked, finally looking up from his books to meet her gaze. "Is she, though?" he challenged, a glint of mischief in his eye. He stood up, stretching his tall frame with a flourish, folding his arms with dramatic flair. "I was the top dragon-slaying genius every year, you know," he declared, sounding almost as proud as Ross. "Top of my class in exams, undefeated in field training, awarded every scholarship they had. The school pretty much ran out of ways to praise me," Leon boasted, tossing her a smirk over his shoulder, as if daring her to top that. He leaned forward, eyes gleaming with a playful taunt. "So, Your Majesty, what were your accomplishments?" For once, Rosweiss looked stumped. Her dragon-slaying record spoke for itself, and there was no question about her military prowess. But academics? She faltered, her brow creasing in frustration. Had she underestimated him? This was Leon, after all, the same man she'd always assumed was all brawn and no brain. Her pride took a hit as she realized he might be sharper than she'd given him credit for. With a disdainful smirk, she countered, "So powerful, yet still my captive, aren't you?" Leon's face darkened. "Damn it, I only lost once," he spat back, his pride visibly wounded. A dragon slayer of his caliber, felled by none other than the Silver Dragon Queen herself, now reduced to a near constant cycle of defeat and exhaustion under her relentless watch. He slumped back in his chair, muttering bitterly, "One mistake, and now I'm stuck. Tiger in the plains, bullied by a dragon." Ross, smiling smugly at his brooding, leaned in closer, her voice laced with sarcasm. "Afraid of being ridden by a dragon, aren't you?" Suddenly her gaze fell on the bright yellow peppers, her eyebrows arching in suspicion. "What are you doing with these?" she asked. Leon blinked, as if just noticing them for the first time. "Oh, those?" he said with a casual shrug. "Brought them from the kitchen to help keep me awake." Ross's expression shifted from confusion to genuine concern. "Those are Dragon Clan yellow peppers. You're a human. There's no way you can—" But it was too late. Leon had already popped one into his mouth, chewing confidently, for all of 2 seconds. His face instantly turned as red as the fire in a dragon's belly. "So spicy," he gasped, his eyes bulging as his mouth became a molten furnace. He began pacing, patting his face and darting around the room, frantically searching for water. "Water! Water!" Ross, torn between sympathy and amusement, shook her head. Watching Leon scramble about, she couldn't help herself. She stepped forward and caught his face in her cool hands. Their eyes met and both froze. Leon's cheeks were blazing, though this time, perhaps not just from the pepper. Ross quickly looked away, clearing her throat in a half-hearted attempt at nonchalance. "My hands are cool," she said, her voice casual, but not quite. "It might help." As her fingers rested against his flushed cheeks, Leon's panic gradually melted into a strange, unexpected calm. Her touch was gentle, easing the pepper's searing heat in a way that didn't sting or shock but soothed. He closed his eyes, letting the coolness of her fingertips wash over him, the burn slowly fading. Despite himself, Leon felt an unexpected sense of comfort from the simple gesture. "Thank you," he murmured, reluctantly pulling back, though the warmth on his face lingered, now mixed with an undeniable blush. Ross dropped her hands and stepped back, her expression unreadable as she turned to leave. "Get some rest, and try not to eat the peppers again," she said, sarcasm slipping in as she moved toward the door. Leon nodded, muttering a half-hearted, Yeah, got it." But his gaze lingered on her as she left. When she was gone, he groaned, fanning his cheeks, as if the memory of her touch might be hotter than the pepper itself. Yet reality soon crashed in as he recalled her usual treatment. His arms crossed defensively. Squeezes you dry, then blames your lack of endurance when you can barely stand. He scowled. "You can't go soft on her, or you'll end up bedridden." Determined, he grabbed a book and began flipping through the pages, searching for a solution to his problem. After a few minutes of browsing, his eyes lit up. Black Dragon Pill. A highly effective body-strengthening elixir, nourishing and stabilizing the core. Jackpot. "Perfect," he muttered, his eyes alight with excitement as he stared at the entry, as though he'd found treasure. A broad grin spread across his face, and with renewed hope, Leon began preparing himself to work on his resilience. The next morning was unusually bright and sunny. Outside the window, a pair of birds, one small and yellow, the other large and white, sat on a branch, chirping back and forth like they were deep in conversation. Inside, however, the atmosphere between Leon and his daughter Noah was far less harmonious. He sat across from her, grading her test with a carefully suppressed grin. "Noah," he began, trying to keep a straight face, "I just finished grading the test you took. Out of a possible 100 points, care to guess what you got?" Noah fixed him with her usual deadpan stare, her expression as unmoving as stone. 50. Leon snorted, pulling out the test paper with exaggerated drama. "A whole 62, actually. You underestimated yourself." Noah's eyes narrowed as she stared down at her test, scanning the answers with a quiet intensity. Her small hands tightened around the paper and her brows furrowed ever so slightly. It was clear she wasn't thrilled with her score. Leon softened as he watched her, noticing how serious she was, mature even for someone her age. While her younger sister Muan was probably outside chasing butterflies or counting clouds, Noah had approached her studies with a tenacity that had surprised him. She could be so painfully hard on herself, almost like her mother. Reaching out, Leon placed a hand on her head, mussing her hair gently. "For a first try, 62 is pretty impressive, kid." Noah glanced up at him, her cheeks barely coloring at the rare compliment. "Thanks," she mumbled, a touch of pride slipping into her usually stoic tone. But just as Leon leaned in to offer more encouragement, he was struck by an unexpected coughing fit. He quickly turned away, wincing as he rubbed his throat. "Sorry about that," he managed to croak, his voice rasping. His eyes watered slightly as the irritation settled in, and he immediately remembered the pile of yellow Dragon Clan peppers he had munched on the night before. Why, he wondered, did I think wake-up peppers were a smart idea? Just then, Noah's expression shifted, as though something had dawned on her. She reached into her pocket, rummaged around, and produced a small, round tin with dragon throat lozenges, elegantly scrawled across it. She held it out to him, her usual reserve still intact. Leon blinked, surprised. "Is this for me?" Noah's face didn't change, but there was a barely perceptible flicker of embarrassment in her eyes. "Mom said to give it to you," she said, her voice just a little colder than usual, as if distancing herself from the kindness. A grin spread across Leon's face as he popped one of the lozenges into his mouth. The soothing mint cut through the scratchiness in his throat almost immediately. "Well, tell your mom thanks from me," he said, giving Noah a meaningful look. Like mother, like daughter, he thought, amused. Cold on the outside, but with small gestures of warmth that slip through when they think no one is watching. The lozenge melted away in his mouth, bringing welcome relief to his pepper-ravaged throat. Leon turned back to Noah, feeling his energy restored. "Now, where were we?" Noah's gaze grew sharp again, her serious side kicking back in. "You said we'd go over the questions I got wrong." Leon laughed, feeling a surge of pride as he watched her. "Right you are, Noah." In the Silver Dragon Castle kitchen, Leon is up to something intriguing. Let's find out what it is. The maids dutifully bring the items he requested, their movements precise and efficient. One of them, addressing him as Lord Prince, politely informs him that all the herbs he asked for have been delivered. Acknowledging her words with a nod, Leon gestures toward a specific spot on the table. "Place everything there," he instructs. The maids comply and, after arranging the ingredients as directed, quietly exit the room. With a subtle, knowing smile, Leon muses to himself that he intentionally requested extra herbs to keep the maids from guessing his true intentions. Turning his attention to the herbs, Leon examines them closely. He notes that the medicinal materials needed to prepare Dragon Great Force are fairly common, and at first glance, the refining process seems straightforward. Yet, as he recalls the text from the ancient manual, he frowns. The manual emphasizes that even the most skilled pharmacists of the Dragon Clan struggle with a low success rate when concocting Dragon Great Force. Undeterred, Leon sets to work. He meticulously recites the steps from memory. First, grind and mix the required herbs, then add them to the pot in a precise sequence and bring the mixture to a boil. His movements are methodical, his focus unwavering as he works tirelessly for several hours. But as time passes, frustration begins to mount. Finally, Leon throws his head back and lets out a loud, anguished scream. "It failed again!" he exclaims, his voice echoing through the kitchen. Staring at the ruined concoction before him, his shoulders sag. "I followed the instructions from the book perfectly," he mutters under his breath, his gaze fixed on the charred remnants of his latest attempt. "Every time, I get to the final step, drug purification and separation, and it all falls apart." Leon presses on, refusing to let frustration take hold. He mutters to himself that the high-temperature separation method described in the book is a delicate balancing act. Too high a temperature destroys the drug, while too low a temperature fails to purify it. Shaking the drug jar in his hand, he grumbles that achieving the precise separation effect manually is nearly impossible without professional instruments. As he continues, Leon remembers his master's words. If one way doesn't work, look for another. Inspired, he begins to consider alternative methods for separating the medicinal residue. Suddenly, the sky outside roars with thunder, a reminder of the storm brewing overhead. Glancing up, Leon notices the dark, turbulent clouds and comments, "Looks like it's gonna rain soon." Rising to close the windows, he pauses, captivated by the echo of thunder rumbling through the air. The sound stirs something in his memory. As Leon ponders the concepts of lightning and thunder, his thoughts take a sharp turn. His eyes widen as a memory surfaces. His teacher once mentioned, during an alchemy lesson, that electrolysis of impurities could sometimes yield better results than fire-based methods. Energized by this revelation, Leon feels a spark of inspiration ignite within him. He wonders if the thunder element could be harnessed for separation, a method that isn't mentioned in the manual. With his mind racing, he resolves to test this unconventional theory. Determined, Leon reminds himself that lightning magic has always been his forte. Though his magical powers are still recovering after the forbidden technique he used on Rosweiss, he believes the small portion he has regained will suffice for the precision required. Setting aside the traditional method, he decides to use his lightning magic to refine the dragon great force. Carefully, Leon channels the faint but steady flow of lightning energy within him, guiding it to interact with the concoction. Sparks crackle faintly in the air as he meticulously manipulates the separation process. His concentration is absolute, his movements calculated and precise. Half an hour later, Leon steps back, his breath catching as he gazes at the result. A triumphant smile breaks across his face. It worked. He succeeded. The storm outside rages on, but within the castle kitchen, Leon has found a breakthrough. Holding the finished dragon force in his hand, Leon finally feels a wave of accomplishment wash over him. Smiling to himself, he places the medicine in a small box and remarks quietly, "The dragon clan's medicine is surprisingly simple to make." Just then, Muan, his adorable daughter, bursts into the kitchen. Her wide eyes immediately spot the small, chocolate-like rounded object in Leon's hand. Curious, she tilts her head and asks, "Dad, what are you making?" Leon glances at her, momentarily distracted. Casually, he replies, "It's something good." But as her sweet voice registers more clearly, Leon pauses, staring at Muan in silence as his thoughts race. Muan, undeterred, looks up at him with bright enthusiasm, clearly expecting more of an explanation. Realizing her presence fully, Leon snaps out of his reverie. "Muan!" he exclaims, surprised. Quickly closing the box, he pats her on the head, flashing her a reassuring smile. "It's nothing, really." Muan's curiosity isn't so easily brushed aside. "Is it candy?" she asks, her eyes flicking to the box in his hand. Leon chuckles and shakes his head. Showing her the closed box, he says, "It's not candy, it's medicine. Something I made for your mom." Muan's cheerful expression shifts into concern. "Medicine? Why does Mom need medicine? Is she sick?" she asks, her voice tinged with worry. Placing the box into his pocket, Leon kneels to her level and pats her head again. "No, no," he reassures her gently. "Your mom's just been very busy lately. I thought I'd make something to help nourish her. Don't worry, okay?" Internally, however, Leon smirks at his own deception, thinking, "Actually, this is for me. I'll need it to recover properly." Muan seems satisfied for the moment, but still looks at him earnestly. "Dad, you have to take good care of Mom, okay?" Leon smiles warmly at her. "Of course," he replies. "That's what a dad should do." But inwardly, his thoughts take a mischievous turn, his dark expression concealed behind his calm demeanor. "Once I've fully recovered, I'll definitely take very good care of her," he muses, a quiet chuckle escaping him. Stormy night with heavy rain and loud thunderstorms, Leon sits in his bedroom, absently tossing the medicine box in his hand. Though he successfully cultivated the dragon great force, he can't help but question whether the dragon clan's nutritional supplements might have adverse effects on humans. Catching the box midair, Leon frowns and mutters to himself that he'll have to set it aside for now. Rossweiss is surprised, almost incredulous, that Leon managed to create medicine in such a simple environment. Looking at him with her usual air of superiority, she extends her hand and, in an arrogant tone, demands, "What did you refine? Let me see it." Leon hesitates, his grip tightening on the medicine box. Meeting her gaze, he sighs and reluctantly hands it over. "Even if I refused, you'd just resort to violence and take it anyway," he mutters, a trace of exasperation in his voice. Rossweiss takes the box, examining its contents. A faint smile graces her lips as she looks at the dragon great force. "Impressive," she says. "You've managed to refine such a perfect dragon great force under these conditions. Truly remarkable, Leon." What's that saying? The man of letters and the man of arms? Leon blinks, surprised. Internally, he marvels. She didn't mock me this time? Closing the box with a click, Rossweiss hands it back to him. "You can keep this," she says firmly, "but you can't take it." Leon catches the box, confusion etched across his face. "Why not?" he asks. Rossweiss locks eyes with him, her gaze steady. "As a tonic for the dragon race, the medicine is far too potent for a human body," she explains. Leon frowns, his expression darkening. "Is it really that powerful?" he asks, skepticism creeping into his voice. Her serious tone doesn't waver. Yes, it is. As a human, you cannot withstand its effects, she reminds him, her voice softening slightly. But Leon's pride flares. Pulling the dragon great force from the box, he smirks arrogantly. I've defeated countless dragon kings without the power of a dragon, he boasts. Why would I fear a single pill? Rossweiss's eyes widen in alarm as Leon forcefully swallows the pill. With a defiant grin, he declares, Courage is the hymn of mankind. Leon, Rossweiss shouts, her voice laced with concern. But the effects of the pill are immediate and devastating. A surge of power floods Leon's body, his senses heightening to dangerous levels. He clenches his chest, agony twisting his features as he collapses to his knees. You reckless idiot, Rossweiss yells, anger and worry blending in her voice. Do you know how rarely I use healing magic? She rushes to him, casting a spell to stabilize him. Let me try to break down the pill's effects, she says urgently. Leon, however, shakes his head, his darkened expression filled with determination. Gritting his teeth, he grabs her hand, stopping her mid-spell. Leon, don't move! Rossweiss pleads, her voice rising in alarm. But it's too late. Thunder and lightning erupt from Leon's body, engulfing him completely. Bearing the searing pain, Leon grits his teeth and manages to speak through the storm of energy. Rossweiss, he growls, his voice steady despite the agony. Look carefully. He meets her gaze, his eyes burning with resolve. This is the courage and determination of mankind. Despite her protests, Leon endures the excruciating effects of the dragon great force alone, his body crackling with raw power. The storm intensifies around him, and Rossweiss can only watch, stunned and helpless, as Leon endures the excruciating power alone. Thunder roars, and lightning dances wildly in the small space, illuminating Leon's figure in bursts of light. His screams echo through the room as the pain reaches its peak. Having pushed Rossweiss away earlier, she is unable to help him now. Shocked, she watches in awe and horror, her mind racing. Then, it dawns on her. Leon is using lightning magic on his own body. Rossweiss stares in disbelief, trying to comprehend what Leon is doing. After what feels like an eternity, Leon finally stops channeling his lightning magic. The raging storm around him begins to subside, and the room grows eerily quiet. His eyes lose focus, and unable to bear the strain any longer, Leon collapses. Leon! Rossweiss cries, rushing to his side. Her voice is filled with genuine worry as she catches him just before he hits the ground. Gently, she lowers him into a sleeping position, brushing stray strands of hair from his face. Looking at his unconscious form, Rossweiss mutters under her breath, You really are a madman. Despite her exasperation, there's a softness in her voice that betrays her concern. Standing, she glances at him once more and says firmly, Wait here. I'll get the court physician. She turns to leave but freezes mid-step as she hears a faint sound behind her. Rossweiss, Leon's hoarse voice calls out weakly. She spins around in shock. Leon's eyes flutter open, his face flushed a deep red, and a strange, dazed expression settles on his features. Just as she's about to ask him how he's feeling, he raises his hand toward her, startling her. Before Rossweiss can react, Leon's hand darts out and grabs her tail. What? She gasps, caught completely off guard. Still holding her tail, Leon smiles. A goofy, childlike grin. Rossweiss stares at him, utterly baffled. How on earth are you even awake? She demands, her voice filled with both confusion and embarrassment. Leon sits up suddenly, his movements clumsy but determined. Blushing furiously, he rubs his cheek against her tail, a soft giggle escaping his lips. My wife. Where are you going? He murmurs, his voice hazy and affectionate. Rossweiss's face turns scarlet. Wife? Who do you think you're calling your wife? She stammers, trying to maintain her composure. She attempts to pull away, but Leon's grip on her tail tightens. Let go of my tail, you idiot, she demands, her voice cracking under the mix of frustration and embarrassment. Leon, however, refuses to comply. His smile widens and he rubs his cheek against her tail again, sighing contentedly. I don't want to, he says softly, I won't let go. I won't let my wife go. Leon happily presses his cheek to Rosweiss's tail, his grip firm and unyielding. Despite her earlier struggles, it becomes clear she can't overpower him in his current state. Rosweiss exhales in frustration and stops resisting, her patience wearing thin. Meanwhile, Leon continues gleefully, singing an improvised wife, wife song as he rubs his cheek against her tail like a delighted child. Rosweiss's face twists into an expression of pure exasperation. She makes a long face, silently admitting her defeat. Turning her gaze away, Rosweiss begins to piece together the situation. The dragon's great force is meant to enhance physical strength and endurance, she thinks. It shouldn't cause unconsciousness, or whatever this ridiculous behavior is. Her mind drifts to Leon's earlier use of lightning magic. She wonders if his manipulation of the lightning element might have interfered with or intensified the effects of the medicine. When she glances back at him, her cheeks flush as she takes in the sight of Leon, humming happily with his face buried in her tail. Idiot, she mutters under her breath, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Still, she reassures herself that despite his bizarre behavior, he doesn't seem to be in any immediate danger. Leon continues his antics, unabated, cheerfully singing his wife, wife song. Rosweiss sighs deeply, realizing there's no reasoning with him in this state. Resigning herself to the situation, she looks down at him and says, "All right, I'm here. What's wrong? Just tell me already." Leon stops singing and looks up at her with a bright, flushed expression. His eyes shine with childlike excitement, and he boldly calls her wife again. Then, without hesitation, Leon smiles mischievously and declares, "I want a second child." Rosweiss's face flushes a deep red, and she stumbles over her thoughts, the shock of Leon's sudden declaration sending a chill down her spine. Struggling to keep her composure, she glares at him, her blush intensifying. "You haven't even properly taken care of the 2 children from my first pregnancy," she snaps, crossing her arms. "And now you're already asking for another one? Forget it." But Leon is undeterred. Still gripping her tail like a stubborn child, he rolls around on the bed, his voice filled with exaggerated whines. "I want a second child," he insists, his tone almost pleading. "Come on, Rosweiss, is it really such a bad idea?" Rosweiss groans, pinching the bridge of her nose in frustration. What did I do to deserve this, she wonders, weighing her options. Reluctantly, she realizes that trying to reason with him might only make the situation worse. Finally, she exhales a long sigh and mutters, "Fine. Not just a second child. We'll have a third and a fourth, too, if it'll shut you up." Leon's eyes light up like a child being promised candy. With a triumphant grin, he exclaims, "Really? Then you have to come back to my hometown with me." Yeah, Rosweiss replies, waving him off with a tired look. "We'll go back once everything is settled here." Finally, releasing her tail, Leon jumps to his feet and cheers, shouting, "That's amazing! You're the best, Rosweiss!" Watching him, Rosweiss shakes her head in disbelief, a mix of exasperation and amusement playing on her face. He's even more irritating than usual today, she thinks, though she can't help but smile faintly. Leon suddenly leans in close, his grin widening as he declares, "My wife is the best!" Before Rosweiss can react, he leans forward, clearly intending to plant a kiss on her cheek. Startled, Rosweiss's eyes widen. With lightning reflexes, she presses a hand to his face and firmly pushes him away. No taking advantage of the situation. Internally, Rosweiss wrestles with her thoughts, trying to figure out how to handle the absurd situation. She wonders anxiously when the effects of the dragon force will finally wear off. As Leon stubbornly continues his antics, Rosweiss's patience snaps, and she punches him squarely in the face, calling him an idiot. Leon lets out a small yelp, stumbling slightly from the blow. Rosweiss crosses her arms, glaring at him, but internally admits she couldn't hold back any longer. Leon clutches his chest dramatically after taking the hit, and Rosweiss's frustration quickly turns to panic. Rushing to his side, she kneels down and asks in a concerned tone, "Are you okay, you fool?" Leon's breath grows heavier as he grits his teeth, clutching his chest tightly. "Wife," he groans, his voice trembling, "I feel really uncomfortable." Suddenly, a bright glow emanates from the dragon mark on Rosweiss's chest. Her eyes widen in shock. This isn't good, she mutters, her heart racing. Without hesitation, she unbuttons Leon's shirt to examine him. As the fabric parts, the dragon mark on his chest begins to shine with an intense light. Rossweiss furrows her brow, her mind racing. Why is the dragon pattern activating now of all times? She wonders, anxiety creeping into her thoughts. Before she can think further, Leon suddenly grabs her shoulders, startling her. With unexpected strength, he pushes her onto the bed, climbing over her and pinning her hands down. Leon! Rossweiss shouts, her voice a mix of anger and alarm. You bastard, what are you doing? Leon's breath is labored, his face flushed as if burning with fever. He looks into her eyes, his expression desperate. Wife, he whispers hoarsely, I feel so hot all over. My chest, it itches. Rossweiss's face flushes crimson at their proximity, her heart pounding as she glares at him. Gritting her teeth, she thinks furiously, the dragon pattern, combined with the lightning element, has heightened his instincts. It's fueling his desire to reproduce. Before she can say or do anything, Leon's gaze shifts. His eyes lock onto her tail, and with a sudden movement, he grabs it. Rossweiss freezes in shock as Leon brings the tail closer, sniffing it with a dazed expression. Leon! She snaps, her voice trembling between anger and embarrassment. Let go of my tail right now! But Leon only holds on tighter, his face dreamy as he mutters, It smells so nice, wife. So soft. Rossweiss's eyes widen, her internal composure fraying. If this keeps up, I might actually lose control, she thinks nervously. Determined to put an end to his antics, she pushes against his face, attempting to stop him from sniffing her tail any further. Leon, stop it, she commands firmly, her tone sharper now. My tail drags on the ground all day long. Aren't you disgusted by that? But Leon's stubborn nature proves relentless. He resists her efforts, his hands clinging tightly to her. As Rossweiss continues to scold him, Leon suddenly places a finger gently on her lips, silencing her mid-sentence. Caught off guard, Rossweiss freezes, her breath hitching. She stares at him in surprise, unsure of what to say or do next. Leon gazes deeply into her eyes, his expression uncharacteristically intense. Malif, he says softly, using her first name, something he rarely does. You're so beautiful tonight. The unexpected compliment catches Rossweiss completely off guard. A wave of heat rushes to her face, her cheeks turning crimson. Looking away to avoid his piercing gaze, she stammers, Even if you say that, I'm still mad at you. What's going on? Rossweiss wonders, her heart pounding erratically. This man. His attitude is completely different. There's something wild and intense about him tonight. Something I can't seem to reject. Despite her resistance, Rossweiss feels her resolve wavering. She steals a glance at him, only to find him still staring at her with a burning intensity. Against her better judgment, a small part of her begins to feel anticipation. Leon, sensing her hesitation, leans closer, his voice low and persuasive. Wife, he whispers, can you help me? Please? Rossweiss bites her lip, her mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Finally, with her face still flushed, she mutters, Fine, but tonight only. Leon's eyes light up with triumph as he pulls her into his arms, and the night stretches on, filled with the echoes of their fiery connection. At the Silver Dragon Castle the next morning, Leon slowly opens his eyes, the lingering effects of the dragon force finally subsiding. As his vision clears, he notices Rossweiss lying beside him in bed, her smirking expression aimed directly at him. Awake, are we? She asks with a teasing tone, her piercing gaze locked onto his. Hearing her voice so close, Leon bolts upright, his eyes wide with panic. What? Rossweiss? He shouts, staring at her in shock. Why are you in my bed? As the sudden movement sends a wave of pain through his body, Leon winces, clutching his aching muscles. Ugh, everything hurts, he groans, then mutters, My memory is fragmented. What the hell happened last night? Rossweiss stretches casually before sliding out of bed. With a smirk, she turns to face him. You don't remember anything? She asks innocently, though the glint in her eyes says otherwise. Pointing to the visible bruises and marks on her arms and neck, she tilts her head and adds, "Dragon Slayer, surely you didn't forget, right?" Leon's eyes widen further as he spots the marks on her skin. Hickeys? So many. His mind races as a cold sweat breaks out on his forehead. Did I really do that? Suddenly, fragments of his memory from the previous night begin to surface. One by one, the missing pieces click into place, each recollection more vivid than the last. He grips his head as the memories come flooding back, and when the full picture finally forms, Leon lets out a horrified scream. No! Rossweiss, still smirking, leans against the bed frame and folds her arms. So, you do remember, she says, her tone dripping with amusement. You begged me last night, Leon. Said things like, "Honey, just one more time, okay? Wife, I feel so bad. Please help me. Just this once, and the last time." Leon's face burns with embarrassment as she mimics his pleading voice. "Stop it," he shouts, covering his ears in a desperate attempt to block her teasing. "I remember everything. There's no need to repeat it." Rossweiss's smirk widens as she watches Leon squirm, clearly enjoying his discomfort. Meanwhile, Leon pulls on his shirt, sneaking a sideways glance at her. Internally, he laments, "All I wanted was to refine the dragon force for my health, and maybe teach her a small lesson. How did it turn into this?" As Rossweiss finishes dressing, Leon lets out a resigned sigh. Looking at her briefly, he admits under his breath, "Maybe I went a little too far last night." Leon hesitantly asks Rossweiss, "Did I hurt you?" Rossweiss shakes her head with a calm demeanor. "It's fine," she replies, brushing off his concern. Folding his arms and adopting a smug expression, Leon looks at her and comments, "Well, now you should know whether I'm in good health or not. Next time, don't go doubting my abilities." Rossweiss's eyes narrow as she fixes an intense gaze on Leon. Her serious expression makes him shift uncomfortably. What's with that look?" Leon stammers, stepping back slightly. Without a word, Rossweiss closes the distance between them, her gaze unrelenting. Before Leon can react, she grabs his chin, leans in close, and, in a commanding tone, declares, "Dragon Slayer, I must say, I'm very satisfied with your performance last night. I hope you can keep it up in the future." Leon freezes, his face burning red as her words sink in. Internally, he screams, "What is happening? Have I somehow become her personal servant now?" Rossweiss steps back, her usual smirk returning, and changes the subject. "Now, about that bet," she says casually. The mention of the bet snaps Leon back to reality. His eyes narrow with suspicion as he studies her. "The bet?" he echoes, trying to mask his nervousness. A faint blush creeps onto Rossweiss's cheeks as she glances away. "Yes, the one where you insisted that the children should call me Mom. You said it would improve their affection for me. And, well, you won." Leon raises an eyebrow, a hint of pride flickering across his face. Rossweiss continues, her tone softer now. "So, have you thought about the request you'd like to make?" Scratching the back of his head, Leon hesitates before responding. With a rare, genuine expression, he says, "Actually, I have. I'd like you to send someone to the Empire to check on my master and his wife. I need to know if they're doing okay." Rossweiss's playful demeanor shifts as she considers his words, her expression growing thoughtful. Silver dragons aren't exactly known for stealth, but visiting someone isn't an issue," she replies. Hearing her response, Leon is overjoyed. His face lights up as he enthusiastically asks, "You're really okay with it?" In his excitement, he almost blurts out a casual, "Thank you," but catches himself, quickly straightening his posture. Clearing his throat, he coughs awkwardly to compose himself before speaking in a formal tone. "Thank you for your help," he says sincerely. Later, in the garden of the Silver Dragon Castle, Leon sits on a bench, his face pale and weary. Little Muan, noticing his restless expression, approaches him with a curious look. "Dad, are you sick?" she asks innocently. Startled by her sudden question, Leon jumps up nervously. Waving his hands in denial, he says, "What? No, of course not. Why would you say that?" Muan giggles, her laughter light and sweet. "Mom told me," she replies confidently. "She said you took medicine yesterday." and she said men can never admit when they're sick. Hearing her words, Leon's expression darkens. Gritting his teeth, he fumes internally. That meddling female dragon. How could she say that to a child? Do I even have any dignity left? Muan tilts her head, looking at him with genuine concern. But you still don't look well, Dad. Is it because the medicine didn't work? Or maybe you didn't take enough of it? Leon sighs, crouching to her level and placing his hands on her small shoulders. Muan, he says gently but firmly, it's rude to ask too many questions. As Leon tries to steer the conversation away, Muan suddenly gasps. Dad, your mouth is bleeding. Clinging to him with wide, teary eyes, she pleads, Dad, I can't live without you. Please don't die. Leon, his heart melting at her words, gives her a warm smile. Patting her head gently, he reassures her. Daddy's really fine, Muan. I promise he's doing just fine. At least that's what he tells himself. As Leon gazes at Muan's bright, innocent face, he can't help but think to himself, as expected, she really is Rossweiss's daughter. There's something about her expressions, her sharp wit, and her cheeky persistence that always remind him of her mother. But in this situation, Leon decides he has to stay one step ahead. No mercy. He kneels down and asks, How about Daddy makes you a new toy today? The word toy immediately lights up Muan's eyes. She jumps up and down with excitement, clapping her hands. Yes, I love toys the most, Daddy. Seeing her joy, Leon can't help but smile. All right then, he says. I'll make you something special. After some thought, he decides to create a Rubik's Cube, a toy he remembers from his own childhood. Sitting down with determination, Leon gets to work. Using his alchemical skills and a bit of mechanical ingenuity, he carefully crafts the cube. Once it's assembled, he takes his time painting each face with bright, vibrant colors. When the paint finally dries, Leon holds up the finished cube, his face glowing with pride. Here you go, Muan, he says, showing it to her. This little toy is called a Rubik's Cube. You can twist it however you like. Want to give it a try? Muan's eyes widen with amazement as she eagerly takes the cube into her hands. Turning it over, she examines it curiously before starting to twist the sides. Her face lights up with delight as she figures out how it works. Leon watches her with a soft smile, feeling a warm sense of satisfaction. Who would have thought those alchemy mechanics lessons would come in handy for babysitting? He muses. Maybe I was born to be a babysitter after all. As this thought amuses him, a sudden flash of unease passes through him. Leon's smile fades, and his expression grows serious. He quickly turns, scanning his surroundings with sharp eyes. Noticing his sudden shift, Muan tilts her head curiously. Daddy, what's wrong? She asks, still holding the Rubik's Cube. Leon hesitates for a moment, his eyes lingering on the distance. Then, shaking off the tension, he replies with a calm smile, It's nothing, sweetheart. Just thought I saw something. Leon returns to his thoughts, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Just moments ago, he felt something, a faint but unmistakable sensation of the dragon's gaze. His instincts tell him it's coming from the direction where Noah does her physical training. He wonders if Noah, as stubborn as she is, will ever choose to join them. Deciding to extend a gesture of connection, Leon resolves to make a Rubik's Cube for Noah as well. That night, as Muan sleeps peacefully in her room, the Silver Dragon Castle is enveloped in silence. Meanwhile, Noah quietly opens the door to her own room, stepping inside with her usual composure. Her sharp eyes immediately catch sight of the Rubik's Cube and the note resting on top of it, left behind by Leon. Curious, Noah picks up the note and reads it. In Leon's familiar handwriting, it says, This is a toy for you, Noah. Your task is to figure out how to solve it. Think of it as a little challenge. Scoffing, Noah takes the Rubik's Cube into her hands and mutters, What an idiot. I don't have time for children's toys. Yet, despite her words, she can't resist the urge to twist the sides of the cube experimentally, her fingers moving deftly. As she continues to toy with it, a faint blush creeps onto her cheeks. Holding the cube tightly, she whispers softly, Thank you, Dad. To Noah, the Rubik's Cube isn't just a toy. It's a rare token of her father's affection, something she instinctively treasures. Quietly, she slides it into a small wooden box she keeps hidden beneath her bed, a personal collection she refers to as her treasure box. Unbeknownst to Noah, her younger sister Muan has been watching her secretly from the doorway. With her usual curiosity, Muan thinks to herself, "Sister's been acting a little strange lately, always hiding things in that box under her bed. What could it be?" When Noah steps out of the room later, Muan seizes her chance. "Detective Muan is on the case," she whispers with a mischievous giggle. Crawling under Noah's bed, she carefully retrieves the hidden wooden box. Excitedly, Muan opens the box and examines its contents. Fragments of their father's black and gold armor, the Rubik's Cube, and a nameplate with the engraving Noah K. Melkfe written in Leon's hand. Muan's eyes widen in surprise. "They're all connected to Dad," she says aloud, her face lighting up with understanding. "So, that's why Noah's been so secretive." Just as she pieces it together, a shadow falls over her. Slowly, Muan turns to see Noah standing in the doorway, her expression dark and her eyes burning with fury. "Oh no," Muan whispers, her smile faltering. Noah strides into the room with an ominous calm, her voice low and cold. "What do you think you're doing, Detective Muan?" Completely unfazed by her sister's glare, Muan proudly grins and says, "I understand, sister. You really love Dad, don't you?" Noah's face flushes red, her embarrassment quickly turning into cold resolve. Without a word, she ties Muan up, silences her with a piece of cloth over her mouth, and retrieves her precious treasure box. Leaning down to Muan, who struggles fruitlessly, Noah smirks and says, "No peeking, got it?" Meanwhile, at St. Heath Academy, an elite institution among the Dragon Clan, the standards for student admission are famously rigorous. The Academy evaluates not only individual potential, but also the family's harmony and adherence to dragon ideals. It firmly believes that whether a young dragon hatches from an egg or is born live, only a loving and harmonious family can nurture a dragon to embody the proper virtues. As such, St. Heath Academy only accepts students from such families. To uphold the image of a perfect dragon family, the Silver Dragon Queen Rosweiss devises a plan, a family outing to Sky City, complete with a wholesome family photo. Sky City, a bustling hub in the dragon realm, is alive with parent dragons frolicking with their children. Amid the lively atmosphere, Rosweiss arrives in her magnificent dragon form, her scales gleaming like polished silver as she soars gracefully through the skies. The family follows, awestruck by her commanding presence. Finally, Muan, ever the playful one, slides gleefully down her mother's back. Leon, standing below with his arms extended, calls out, "Slow down, Muan! I'll catch you!" With perfect timing, he grabs her mid-slide, holding her securely in his arms. "Gotcha," he says with a warm smile, lifting Muan effortlessly. As the scene unfolds, Noah watches silently with her signature cool demeanor, arms crossed, observing the family interaction without a word. Rosweiss, having landed gracefully, shifts back into her human form. Muan, full of curiosity, looks up at her father and asks, "Daddy, why didn't you turn into a dragon just now? I really want to see you as a dragon." Leon freezes at the unexpected question. His smile stiffens as he awkwardly laughs, scratching the back of his head. Internally, he's panicking. "Dear daughter, Daddy is great at slaying dragons, but turning into one? You'd better forget about it." Before he can come up with a plausible excuse, Noah fixes her sharp gaze on him and coldly asks, "So, is it that you can't transform? Or you won't?" Leon feels the weight of her words and falters, completely caught off guard. He looks back and forth between Noah and Rosweiss, hoping for a lifeline. The pressure mounts as both daughters await his answer. Sensing his discomfort, Rosweiss steps in with a composed smile and says, "Your father's body hasn't fully recovered yet, so he can't transform into a dragon for the time being. Rosweiss promises the children that Leon will show them when he recovers." Muan, her face full of concern, looks up at her father and says earnestly, "Daddy, you have to get better soon." Leon smiles at her reassuringly, patting her head. "I'll do my best, Muan," he says. But inwardly, he thinks to himself, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Rosweiss quickly changes the subject, clapping her hands to gather their attention. All right, everyone, let's head into town. We have things to do today. Muan bursts with excitement, dashing ahead down the bustling street. Noah, look! There are so many dragons here, she exclaims, her voice filled with wonder. Noah, ever composed, follows at a steady pace and warns her younger sister, Slow down, Muan. Don't run off too fast. As the two girls move ahead, they catch the attention of the dragon citizens. Many pause to admire the siblings, their gazes filled with curiosity and adoration. Meanwhile, Rosweiss and Leon walk behind them. Leon's expression darkens, and his body begins to tremble ever so slightly. He doesn't say a word, but Rosweiss notices immediately. Is he shaking? Rosweiss wonders, glancing at him from the corner of her eye. She quickly puts two and two together. It must be the first time he's seen so many dragons since waking up from his coma. Leaning closer to him with a sly smirk, she whispers, Are you scared, Leon? Leon, his face still dark, says nothing at first. Then, with a sudden arrogant glint in his eye, he snaps, Who's scared? Me? You must be joking. Rosweiss raises an eyebrow as Leon points dramatically at the dragon citizens around them. I'm excited, Rosweiss. Can't you tell? He declares, puffing out his chest. Do you know what I see? First-class merits, second-class merits, third-class merits. Merits everywhere. The streets are practically paved with gold. I'm going to get rich. The dragon citizens stop in their tracks, staring at Leon in confusion and disbelief as he points at them with his finger, his eyes practically glowing with greedy excitement. Then, as if oblivious to the bewildered stares, Leon whistles nonchalantly and strolls off with a self-satisfied grin. Rosweiss pinches the bridge of her nose, exhaling sharply. I worried about him for no reason. Again, she thinks, watching Leon as he laughs to himself, dreaming of the fortune he imagines awaiting him. Walking a few steps ahead, Leon chuckles under his breath, his thoughts racing. If I bring them all back, how much money could I make? Later, they arrive at a specific shop in town. As the door creaks open, the dragon shopkeepers immediately bow low, their voices filled with reverence. Your Majesty, the Silver Dragon Queen, and her family, it is our great honor to serve you. Rosweiss enters the shop with Leon and the children following behind. Inside, Muan runs excitedly from one corner of the room to another. Grabbing Noah's hand, she tugs her sister along, pointing at the walls. Noah, look! So many dragon pictures, Muan exclaims, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Noah remains silent, her stoic demeanor unchanged. Meanwhile, Leon leans closer to Rosweiss, his curiosity getting the better of him. Aren't you the Silver Dragon Queen? He asks in a low voice. Why did you come to the store to take photos yourself? Shouldn't someone else handle this? Rosweiss gives him a side glance, clearly unimpressed. The Dragon King of a tribe can only command members of their own tribe, she explains. The dragons of Sky City, however, do not belong to any specific tribe. They're independent. Leon smirks, clearly enjoying himself. So, basically, your queenly status doesn't hold much weight here, huh? Before he can blink, Rosweiss stomps on his foot with her sharp high heels. Leon yelps in pain, hopping on one leg as he clutches his throbbing foot. Rosweiss, with a sweet yet dangerous smile, replies, Well, in any case, I'm taller than you now. The head shopkeeper chuckles nervously at the exchange before stepping forward and bowing. It's truly an honor to have the Silver Dragon Queen and her family here. To take a family photo for Her Majesty is a privilege beyond compare. Rosweiss straightens up, flipping her hair with a confident smile. Everyone says my photography skills are top-notch among the dragon tribe, she boasts. It's your great fortune that we successfully scheduled this appointment. As they speak, the head shopkeeper glances toward Leon and asks hesitantly, What about Her Majesty's husband's tail? Should it be included in the photo? Rosweiss waves the question away. He's not fond of showing his tail, she says with a casual shrug. Let's pick a tailless suit for him instead. Her words trigger a memory and she smirks as she recalls the incident earlier at the Silver Dragon Castle. Before they left for Sky City, She had presented Leon with a custom-made silver dragon tail decoration, asking him to wear it. Leon's reaction, however, had been immediate and dramatic. "Absolutely not," he had exclaimed, taking several steps back as if the tail were cursed. "I'll never wear that thing. Even if I die, it's about my dignity." Back in the shop, Rossweiss shakes her head at the memory, amused by Leon's stubbornness. The head shopkeeper, unaware of the backstory, simply nods and gestures for Rossweiss to move to another area to try on her outfits. Meanwhile, on the other side of the shop, Muan skips around with infectious excitement. "I want to wear a pretty dress," she chirps cheerfully, her enthusiasm lighting up the room. After a while, Muan and Noah emerge from the changing room in their new dresses, both looking stunning for the family photo. Shortly after, Leon steps out wearing a crisp white suit. His polished appearance is a stark contrast to his usual casual demeanor. Muan, catching sight of her father in the new outfit, gasps in delight. "Dad, you look so handsome!" she exclaims, her voice filled with surprise and admiration. The head shopkeeper nods approvingly, her smile warm. "The suit fits the prince perfectly," she says. "I imagine he must have been quite popular in his youth." Leon raises an eyebrow, clearly pleased by the compliment. "You really think so?" he replies with a smirk. "Honestly, the last time I wore something this formal was at my school graduation ceremony." He then turns his attention to Noah, catching her off guard. "What do you think, Noah?" he asks. Noah, momentarily surprised by the question, glances at him before quickly looking away. A faint blush dusts her cheeks as she mutters, "You look quite handsome." Grinning brightly at her response, Leon pats both Muan and Noah on their heads affectionately. "And your dresses are adorable too," he adds with a genuine warmth that makes both girls smile. Just then, Rossweiss steps out from the dressing room, dressed in a breathtaking gown that perfectly complements her elegance. For a moment, everyone is left speechless. Leon, his jaw dropping slightly, stares at her in awe. It's undeniable. Rossweiss looks absolutely stunning. Rossweiss, noticing his dumbfounded gaze, smirks and tilts her head. "What's wrong, Leon?" she asks with playful curiosity. Leon quickly snaps out of his trance, looking away and scratching the back of his head awkwardly. "Nothing, it's just... that dress suits you," he mumbles, his voice barely audible. Hearing his unexpected compliment, Rossweiss blushes faintly and averts her eyes. "Well," she says, trying to sound nonchalant, "I think it would look even better if you had a tail." Leon's expression darkens at the comment. Internally, he screams, "I will never wear a tail, not in this lifetime." The head shopkeeper steps in, her cheerful voice cutting through the tension. "All right, everyone, let's get ready for the family photo," she says, positioning the camera. Muan, waving her little hands, calls out, "Mom! Dad! Come here!" She tugs at Noah's hand, pulling her sister into position. As Rossweiss and Leon take their places, the shopkeeper encourages them. "Your Majesty, Prince Leon, step a little closer, please. Let's capture the love and harmony of this beautiful family." Rossweiss and Leon glance at each other, both stubbornly looking away, neither wanting to admit their hesitation. Leon thinks to himself, "No way am I getting closer to her," while Rossweiss likely has a similar thought. "All right, everyone, smile," the shopkeeper announces, starting the countdown. Muan beams with uncontainable enthusiasm, her cheerful energy lighting up the scene. Meanwhile, Noah maintains her cool, aloof demeanor, and Leon and Rossweiss look as though they're barely tolerating the moment. With a click, the family photo is taken. Predictably, Muan's bright smile steals the show, while everyone else looks composed, if not slightly cold. Afterward, another photo is arranged with just Muan and Noah, the sisters hugging each other in a rare moment of affection. For the final shot, the shopkeeper suggests something unique. Rossweiss and Leon creating a love-shaped symbol. Rossweiss coils her tail into half a heart, and Leon reluctantly completes the other half with his hand. The resulting photo is equal parts adorable and awkward, with Rossweiss's playful smirk contrasting Leon's begrudging expression. In the end, even Leon has to admit the photos turned out well, though he silently vows never to speak of the heart symbol again. In another photo, Rossweiss and Leon face each other, their gazes locked in a fiery stare. Though their flushed faces betray a hint of embarrassment, The rivalry in their eyes is unmistakable. The head shopkeeper, observing this dynamic, chuckles and comments. You two really look like a couple. This photo is definitely one for the books, a special edition, if you will. Speaking of special editions, let's revisit Leon's graduation ceremony. On the day of Leon's graduation, a crowd of his female juniors surrounds him, each vying for his attention. One girl shyly asks, "Senior Leon, can we take a photo together?" Another pipes up, "Will you have dinner with us later?" A third girl, handing him a carefully wrapped gift, pleads, "Please accept this, Senior Leon." Leon, caught in the middle of the overwhelming attention, looks flustered and unsure of how to extricate himself. His face twists into a mix of hesitation and mild panic as he struggles to reject their advances without seeming rude. Finally, composing himself, Leon adopts a stern expression and declares, "I'm sorry, but I can't. I have to head back and nail hooves for my master's donkey. Maybe next time." His abrupt excuse leaves the girls stunned, their hopeful expressions quickly turning to disappointment. One by one, they retreat, their hearts visibly breaking as they walk away. Leon sighs in relief, waving them off with a quick, "Goodbye!" His tone is cheerful, but the girls' crushed spirits linger in the air. From a distance, Leon's master watches the entire scene unfold. With a long, exasperated sigh, he mutters to himself, "Did this guy get kicked in the head by a donkey? What is wrong with him?" Now in the Sky City, after taking their photos at the shop, the head shopkeeper informs them it will take about 6 hours for the photos to be developed. During this time, she suggests Her Majesty take a leisurely stroll around the city. As they leave, Muan waves her hand cheerfully to the shopkeeper, while Noah and Leon exchange a glance, silent but telling, as if suspecting something unusual. Without warning, Muan grabs Noah's hand and dashes through the bustling streets, her excitement bubbling over as she urges him to look over there. Leon and Rossweiss follow at a steadier pace, their children's energy impossible to match. As they walk, Leon glances at Rossweiss, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I never thought I'd get the chance to go shopping with you. This feels different," he remarks. Rossweiss responds with her usual calm demeanor, reminding him, "This is just to maintain our family image." Then, softening a little, she adds, "Besides, Noah has been preparing for her entrance exam so seriously. She's worked hard for nearly a month. It's good for her to relax once in a while." As the parents continue their conversation, Muan and Noah stop abruptly at a lively stall featuring a balloon shooting game. Their attention is immediately captured by a cute teddy bear among the prizes. Muan's eyes sparkle like stars, and Noah looks equally enchanted by the fluffy bear. When Leon and Rossweiss catch up, they pause, surprised to find the kids utterly absorbed in the game. Noah steps forward first, picking up the toy gun with an air of determination. She takes aim carefully at a balloon, but the result is less than ideal. She either misses entirely or hits a balloon that stubbornly refuses to pop. Her failure leads to a tense silence, and Noah's face twists into the most adorable pout of frustration. Muan's excitement dims as well, her expression mirroring Noah's disappointment. The shopkeeper, noticing their dejected faces, offers an encouraging smile. "If you try a few more times, I'm sure you'll hit it." At that moment, Leon steps forward, shaking his head with a chuckle. "So, they've got this kind of game here too, huh?" Muan beams at him, calling out enthusiastically, "Dad!" While Noah, still pouting, mutters that she just can't seem to win. Leon laughs awkwardly, his instincts telling him these games are rigged to make winning difficult. Seeing her father as the last hope, Noah shoves the toy gun into his hands with an almost commanding pout. Leon takes it, examining the toy intently, as memories surface of similar games he'd seen in human markets. Rossweiss observes Leon closely and comments, "The bullets of this toy gun are made of magical energy. It requires precise control to handle the magic properly. No wonder it's a bit difficult for Noah." The shopkeeper, sensing an opportunity, turns to Leon and Rossweiss with a sly smile. "Would you two like to give it a try? If you manage to hit all the balloons within 10 shots, you can win the pair of teddy bears your daughters seem to have their eyes on." Internally, the shopkeeper chuckles, proud of his ploy. He had intentionally let the kids try first to lure their parents into spending more money. Leon glances down at Noah and Muan, his voice gentle as he asks, "Do you two want the teddy bears?" Noah crosses her arms and turns away, huffing indignantly. "I'm not interested," she declares, though her tone betrays her. Beside her, Muan's shoulders droop, her voice soft and wistful. Muan doesn't want them either. The girls' attempts to hide their true feelings don't fool Leon. He sighs inwardly, knowing full well they both want the bears, but are too stubborn to admit it. Turning to Rosweiss with a mischievous grin, Leon points a finger at her and confidently announces to the shopkeeper, "Give me 10 shots!" "She'll pay for it." Rosweiss, caught off guard, gasps in surprise. "What? Me?" The shopkeeper, laughing at the unexpected dynamic, rubs his hands together. "That's the spirit." Leon picks up the gun, his expression shifting to one of focus as he aims at the balloons. Memories of his training days at the Dragon Slayer Academy flash through his mind. "It's been a while since I've held a gun," he thinks to himself, the weight of nostalgia settling briefly on him. Meanwhile, Rosweiss begrudgingly hands over the gold to the shopkeeper, who accepts it with a quick and cheerful, "Thanks." Leon lines up his first shot and fires. Miss He fires again. Another miss. Shot after shot. The results are the same. He fails to hit a single balloon. The shopkeeper smirks, satisfaction blooming in his chest. He had tampered with the gun's settings, making it nearly impossible for anyone, regardless of their skill, to succeed. Leon, however, isn't ready to give up. He taps the gun lightly, his brow furrowed in thought. "What's going on?" he murmurs, scanning the weapon for flaws. Sliding his left hand casually into his pocket, he takes a deep breath and aims again. This time, his movements are smooth and calculated. One by one, the balloons burst with each shot. The shopkeeper's smirk vanishes, his jaw drops, and his eyes widen in disbelief as Leon flawlessly hits all 10 targets. Spinning the gun nonchalantly in his hand, Leon shrugs and remarks with a smirk, "Guess I just needed to test the sights first." Didn't expect to hit them all after that. The shopkeeper stands frozen, his mind racing as he silently wonders how anyone could pull off such a feat. Rosweiss, with a soft smile, compliments Leon, saying, "Not bad." Muan, her cheeks slightly flushed with admiration, clutches her teddy bear and exclaims cheerfully, "Dad is amazing." Noah, also blushing faintly in surprise, chimes in, "Dad is so sharp." Pretending to be impressed, the shopkeeper reluctantly hands over the pair of teddy bears, his smile forced as he exclaims, "That's awesome!" While handing over the prizes, he mutters internally, "Just take them and leave already." Leon accepts the teddy bears with a warm smile and thanks the shopkeeper graciously. Then, turning to his daughters, he kneels and hands one bear to Muan and the other to Noah, saying with a gentle tone, "These are for you." Muan, overjoyed, hugs her teddy bear tightly and beams up at him. "Thank you, Dad," she says, her voice brimming with happiness. Noah, holding her bear carefully and inspecting it as though it's a treasure, quietly murmurs, "Thanks, Dad." Rosweiss watches the scene unfold from the side, a hint of surprise in her expression. The rare harmony and affection in the moment catch her off guard. As she observes Leon, a thought crosses her mind. Although this guy is usually a little off-key, every time he gets serious, he has a special charm. Leon, noticing Rosweiss lost in thought, keeps his gaze on her. Something in her expression stirs a decision in his mind. Rosweiss, sensing his eyes on her, glances at him and wonders why he's staring. As his gaze lingers, Leon's lips curl into a faint smile. Without warning, he says, "Oh, I have some thoughts about Rosweiss, too. Let's see where they lead." Later, after some time, Rosweiss and the family continue strolling through the bustling streets. As they walk, a little dragon girl points her finger toward Rosweiss and tugs at her mother's sleeve, saying, "I want that too." The little dragon girl's mother, startled by the comment, looks at Rosweiss with a hint of surprise, but says nothing, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, Leon recalls a plan he had been mulling over. He had decided earlier to get his big baby girl a teddy bear as well. True to his thoughts, Leon manages to procure a large teddy bear and hands it to Rosweiss, Rossweiss, now holding the oversized teddy bear, walks alongside the family in silence, her expression calm and unreadable. She doesn't react to the little dragon girl's remark. After all, the girl was speaking to her mother, not Rossweiss. Leon, walking with his hands folded behind his head, chuckles and breaks the silence. "Did you notice the miserable expression on that unscrupulous businessman's face at the end?" he asks. "It felt like he was finally rid of us, and his anger all at once." He recalls the moment vividly, how, after showing the shopkeeper the money and demanding another shot, the man's face turned pale, his jaw dropping in disbelief as he began to fear Leon's inevitable victory. Rossweiss, her voice cool and detached, responds, "If it had been me, I'd have simply advised you not to waste your time on such a childish game." Leon glances at her, grinning. "Come on," he says. "We're out here together, and it's good that we're having some fun." Turning his gaze toward her, he tilts his head slightly and asks, "Unless you didn't enjoy it?" Rossweiss, with a straight face, replies curtly, "I didn't say that." Leon, pointing a finger at her, declares confidently, "Now that you're here, I can't let you go back empty-handed." Rossweiss, holding onto the large teddy bear, blushes faintly as a thought crosses her mind. Bears are just unpalatable food, not even good enough to fill one's stomach. But when they're made into toys, they're surprisingly cute. Without waiting for Leon's response, she quickly strides past him, her cheeks still flushed. With a playful pout, she tosses over her shoulder, "Come find me after dinner tonight." Leon freezes mid-step, her words catching him off guard. He stares after her, wide-eyed, as a wave of surprise washes over him. A moment later, he's left standing in the middle of the street, utterly stunned, a metaphorical question mark hovering over his head. Later that evening, in the Silver Dragon Castle, Leon recalls Rossweiss's cryptic invitation as he walks down a dimly lit corridor after dinner. Her words replay in his mind, "Come find me after dinner." "It's late at night, and I'm heading to her room alone," Leon mutters to himself, a mix of anticipation and apprehension tightening his chest. "If I go, I'll feel awkward the entire night. If I don't go, I'll be restless for a week." Clenching his fists in frustration, Leon makes up his mind. "Fine, I'll go see her. Whatever happens, happens." He storms down the hall, his footsteps echoing in determination. When Leon reaches Rossweiss's door, he stops and takes a deep breath, readying himself to knock. But before his knuckles meet the wood, he notices the door is slightly ajar. Curious, he pushes it open and steps inside, his gaze sweeping across the room in search of her. The sound of running water reaches his ears, and realization dawns on him. She's still in the shower. Leon's eyes wander toward the bathroom, where the faint outline of Rossweiss is visible through the glass shower door. He frowns, noting the transparency. What kind of poor quality glass is this? He thinks, averting his gaze in embarrassment. As the moments tick by, Leon's mind races. Shocked and uneasy, he begins to wonder, do I really have to deal with this tonight? Snapping back to reality, Leon shakes his head, trying to steady his thoughts. Slowly, he peeks toward the shower, his eyes widening momentarily. Whether he actually peeked or not remains uncertain. The image is fleeting and unclear, making it hard to say for sure. Rossweiss, now in her pajamas and still under the lingering mist of hot water, looks stunning. Her long silver hair clings to her damp skin and droplets of water glisten faintly on her face and body. As she notices Leon, her calm voice cuts through the steam. "You're here. Let's get started." Leon's heart skips a beat at the sight. It's only natural. Anyone would be captivated by such beauty. With a flicker of nervousness on his face, he thinks to himself, am I about to be squeezed dry again? For now, the story leaves the romance lingering tantalizingly on the edge. There's a special extra edition. 6 hours later, the photos are finally ready. Muan and Noah eagerly look through the pictures of their parents, Leon and Rossweiss. Muan, her eyes sparkling with excitement, exclaims, "Mom and Dad look like such a perfect match." Noah, however, remains quiet as she gazes at the photos, her expression unreadable. Leon, flipping through the pictures, suddenly notices something unusual. "Hey, there's a card attached to this photo," he says, holding it up. Hearing this, Rosweiss, her curiosity piqued, steps closer. "Show it to me," she insists. Leon turns the photo around, revealing a handwritten note from the head shopkeeper. Together, he and Rosweiss read the words aloud. "May the silver light always shine in the eyes of the one they love." Their faces flush instantly, bright red with embarrassment. Both speak at once in protest. "Who's in love with whom?" Leon sputters, "Who's in love with her?" Rosweiss snaps back, "Who's in love with him?" Still flustered, Rosweiss hides her face for a moment, before adding in a small, indignant voice, "There must be some mistake. Fix this photo for me." Leon, nodding quickly, agrees, "Yeah, it must have been written wrong." Seeing Rosweiss like this, Leon's heart skips a beat. It's impossible to blame him. Anyone would be awestruck by such beauty. He swallows hard, his mind racing. With a flicker of nervousness, he thinks to himself, "Am I about to be squeezed dry again?" Rosweiss steps out of the shower room and, without missing a beat, asks, "Where would you like to do it? The living room or the balcony?" Leon freezes, her words catching him completely off guard. His face turns bright red as panic sets in. Stammering slightly, he nervously replies, "The balcony? That's not good, right? I mean, people might see us. That would be embarrassing." Rosweiss, casually glancing into the mirror and adjusting her damp hair, responds with an air of indifference. "The living room is fine then, it makes no difference to me." Leon exhales deeply, feeling trapped by the situation. Finally, with a dramatic sigh, he clenches his fists and yells, "Fine! Come on, do it." He lies back on the sofa, his teeth gritted and eyes tightly shut, bracing himself for whatever's about to happen. Rosweiss, noticing his odd behavior, raises an eyebrow. "What are you doing?" she asks, her voice laced with amusement. Leon cracks one eye open, his face flushed. "Aren't you going to, do it?" he blurts out. Rosweiss, now sitting on the opposite sofa with her legs elegantly crossed, lets a sly smile creep onto her face. "Mr. Casanova seems quite eager," she teases. Then, with a calm but playful tone, she adds, "But tonight isn't suitable. Let's do it another day." Her words hit Leon like a bolt of lightning. He sits up abruptly, his face a vivid shade of crimson. "What?" he exclaims, utterly mortified. Rosweiss smirks, clearly enjoying his reaction, as Leon buries his face in his hands, silently vowing to get even for her teasing one day. Rosweiss places a paper on the table that she had been holding earlier. Leon, quickly sitting up on the sofa and coughing awkwardly, asks, "What's this?" Rosweiss adjusts her posture and explains, "These are test questions from St. Heath Academy, used to evaluate viviparous families in the past. The questions focus on the partner's living habits, personalities, and shared experiences." She sets down more papers and continues, "We need to get these answers right in advance. If we can't respond properly later, it could affect Noah's admission evaluation." Leon picks up the paper, skimming through the questions. With a skeptical look, he comments, "These are like questions from one of those cheesy couples' tacit understanding games." Rosweiss raises an eyebrow. "Cheesy or not, they're important." Leon shrugs and continues, "They're asking about stuff like your partner's favorite color, a phrase they often say, where you went on your first date, or which book they like to read." "Really?" Looking up from the paper, he calls out, "All right then, Rosweiss. What's your favorite color?" "Black," she replies with a calm expression, then asks, "What about you?" "Silver," Leon answers without hesitation. Their eyes lock for a moment, an unspoken realization hanging between them. The intensity of their gaze grows, and suddenly both of them become self-conscious. Their faces flush red as they quickly turn away, awkwardly brushing off the moment. "It's just a coincidence," Rosweiss mutters, glancing to the side. "Yeah, just a coincidence," Leon agrees, scratching the back of his head and looking in the opposite direction. Snapping back to the task at hand, Rosweiss clears her throat. "In any case, we need to test how well we know each other." "Fine by me," Leon replies, grabbing a pen. The two begin filling in the answers, their focus shifting entirely to the task. A short while later, Leon leans back and declares, "I'm done." Rosweiss finishes moments after and nods. "Let's check the scores." They swap papers to review each other's answers. When the tally's complete, Rossweiss scores 45 points, while Leon scores 58. Leon smirks, leaning back smugly. Looks like I scored higher than you. Seems like I know the queen better than she knows me. Rossweiss narrows her eyes at him, hiding her slight embarrassment. Don't get too full of yourself. Next time, I'll do better. Leon chuckles, savoring his small victory, as Rossweiss silently vows to outscore him in their next test. Hearing Leon's words, Rossweiss becomes visibly irritated, her cheeks puffing out as she makes a cute pouting face. Glancing at her score, she feels a mix of frustration and surprise. I didn't expect him to notice even my small habits, she thinks. The way I sit or how I position my tail to feel most comfortable. He must be more observant than I thought. One question catches her attention. Has your partner ever been particularly disappointed with you about something? Leon had marked yes. However, Rossweiss herself answered no. Looking at his response, she sighs inwardly. The truth is, the only mistakes he's ever made are in guessing my thoughts. Folding her arms and closing her eyes briefly, Rossweiss reflects, I've always kept things to myself, never sharing openly with others. It's no wonder he guessed wrong. Her gaze shifts back to Leon, who is completely engrossed in reviewing the question paper, his brows furrowed in concentration. Watching him, a soft thought crosses her mind. Maybe, if it's him, I could rely on him. I could open up to him someday. Leon suddenly notices her staring. Her eyes haven't left him, their gaze steady, intense, and somehow adorable. For a moment, he wonders, is she mad about the score? The thought makes him chuckle inwardly. Still holding a grudge over the score, huh? He teases lightly, placing a hand on her shoulder. Rossweiss blinks, startled, as if snapped out of a trance. Her eyes dart to his hand, then back to his face. Smiling warmly, Leon says, Hey, it's no big deal. We haven't spent that much time together yet. It's only natural that you wouldn't score high this time. Give it a little more time, and you'll know me better than I know myself. His words are lighthearted, but the sincerity in his voice catches her off guard. Rossweiss feels her heart skip a beat, then begin pounding so hard she's certain it's audible. She clutches the question paper, trying to steady herself as an unfamiliar warmth spreads through her chest. What's wrong with me, she wonders, her face flushing as she struggles to meet his eyes. Embarrassed, she quickly slams the question paper into Leon's face and, blushing fiercely, demands that he stop talking nonsense and write down his correct answers. Leon, still staring at her, asks with a teasing smile if she really got this question wrong. He points out that she had previously said she'd never been disappointed in him. Rossweiss, flustered, denies it, but then adds, If I must point out something, it would be the lack of dragon great forces last time. Leon smirks and teases, From now on, I'll make dragon great force pills my meals. Don't regret it later. With a sly smile, Rossweiss replies, I'm looking forward to it. The scene shifts to the night before the entrance exam. Leon reviews the question paper and nods in satisfaction. After a week of hard work, our average score on the test questions is over 80. If we perform normally, there shouldn't be any problem with the family assessment. Rossweiss, utterly exhausted, collapses onto the bed without responding. Leon, getting up to leave, says, If there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Still, Rossweiss remains silent. As Leon reaches the door, she suddenly grabs his shirt sleeve, stopping him. Wait, she says softly, her tone catching his attention. Leon turns with a questioning look, and Rossweiss points toward the shower room. There's a bathtub in my bathroom. Go take a bath and then come back. Leon, stunned, blinks in surprise. What do you mean by telling me to take a shower in your room? Rossweiss, without hesitation, starts pushing him toward the shower room. Just go and wash when I tell you to. Hurry up. Rossweiss, Leon protests, calling her name as she continues to push him. But she doesn't listen. After pushing Leon into the shower room, Rossweiss quickly closes the door. Leon, looking toward the door and taking off his shirt, wonders why she wants him to take a shower in her bathroom for no reason. He questions if she's planning something bad. Leon, sighing, reasons that she's probably just been very nervous these days because of the entrance exam. So, it should be fine. Deciding to stop worrying, Leon steps into the bathtub and resolves to enjoy it regardless of the reason. Immersed in the hot water, Leon relaxes and says to himself that it feels so good. As Leon is enjoying the bath, Rossweiss slowly opens the bathroom door, wrapped in a towel. Noticing her, Leon is taken aback and loudly calls out Rossweiss's name. Rossweiss, with a smirking smile, looks at him, flicking her hair behind her ear, and the dragon mark on her chest activating starts to glow. Looking at Leon, Rossweiss says that she has been feeling a lot of pressure these days and that she wants to do it now. Leon, shocked by her words, with a pale face, internally thinks that what he had been fearing has finally come true. The dragon mark on Rossweiss's chest now resonates with the dragon mark on his chest. Leon, alarmed, stands up and loudly asks why. If she's under pressure, she's putting pressure on him. Rossweiss, smiling and winking at him, says that by transferring the pressure to him, she can feel relieved and asks if she isn't right. Rossweiss removes the towel wrapped around her and, standing in front of him naked, asks if he didn't come here with this mentality a few days ago. Leon, unable to deny the truth, looks away and thinks in silence, realizing he can't refuse her. Rossweiss then steps into the bathtub nakedly with Leon, leaning on his chest and looking into his eyes. She tells Leon that he can't run away and urges him to just surrender. Leon doesn't resist and complies with her. The dragon marks on their chests begin glowing brightly, the intensity increasing. We all know what's about to unfold. On the day of the admission test at St. Heath Academy, Leon and Rossweiss arrive with Noah. Leon looks around in awe, remarking that this is St. Heath Academy. He turns to Rossweiss, who remains silent, her face serious. Concerned, Leon leans closer and asks her what's wrong, mentioning that he'd just done the decompression last night, but the effect wore off quickly. Rossweiss's face flushes with embarrassment, and she hits his back, muttering for him to go to hell under her breath. Leon laughs and tells her to let's go. Together, they enter the academy. During registration, they submit Noah's details. The receptionist reads aloud, Noah K. Melkve, Silver Dragon Clan. Age, 1 year and 3 months. Seeing the receptionist's skeptical expression, Leon asks if there's a problem. The receptionist replies there's no issue, just a little surprise. She explains that while the academy's minimum age for young dragons to enroll is 1 year, most of the young dragons are around 4 to 6 years old. Then, with a slight smirk, she asks if Noah is the princess, suggesting she might be a bit too young. Rossweiss, her face serious, responds that Noah is very smart and that her age is no issue. They respect her decision. The receptionist nods and tells them to proceed. She informs them that a special staff member will escort Noah to the written test, while the accompanying parents will need to go to the 4th floor for a home assessment. On the 4th floor in the meeting room, Leon and Rossweiss sit with the academy staff. Rossweiss, holding Leon's hand and leaning close with a smile, whispers and asks, based on his experience, if he thinks the 3 people there are easy to deal with. Leon, looking at them with a straight, uninterested face, whispers back that they look easy to kill. He reflects that the person he was before being captured by her would have easily taken their heads in 50 rounds. Leon, his face twisted in anger and radiating killing intent, grits his teeth and tightens his fist, whispering to Rossweiss that if they dare prevent Noah from attending the academy, he will meet them with a sword. The 3 academy staff, sensing the intensity of his killing intent, think to themselves that he must be an imposing parent. One of them, an older man, introduces himself as Walter Wilson, the vice principal of St. Heath Academy, and explains that he will be responsible for their assessment today. With a calm demeanor, the vice principal reassures them not to be nervous, urging them to simply relax and answer their questions. Rossweiss, forcing a polite smile, nods in agreement. Leon, also wearing a strained smile, silently notes that this old man doesn't seem as simple as he appears, wondering if something strange might be about to unfold. The vice principal then asks if they remember when their wedding anniversary is. Rosweiss and Leon exchange a glance, realizing that this question was anticipated. Back in the Silver Dragon Castle bedroom, Rosweiss had once told Leon that if anyone ever asked about their wedding anniversary, they needed to have a prepared response. After all, they hadn't officially married yet, and she had become pregnant before they could tie the knot. Leon, recalling her suggestion, thinks for a moment and says that if he had to choose a day that left a deep impression on him, it would be that day. Rosweiss, understanding his train of thought, completes his statement by saying it was the year 1733 of the creation calendar. Back in the interview, both Rosweiss and Leon confidently state that it was May 25th. Leon, however, silently reflects that this was the day he and Rosweiss had bonded in the dungeon. The vice principal, glancing at the submitted papers with a hint of suspicion, remarks that their child is already over 1 year old, despite being married for less than 2 years. He notes that this progress seems much faster than that of ordinary families. Leon, laughing awkwardly, explains that they fell in love at first sight, had a wonderful relationship, and quickly got married and pregnant. Shifting his focus, the vice principal asks if, in the 2 years of marriage, they've discovered any shortcomings or bad habits in their partner. Leon answers yes, while Rosweiss responds no. Internally, both of them think that their answers should be a mix of truth and fiction, just enough to seem believable. When asked to elaborate, Leon begins to act, putting on a sad face. With an Oscar-worthy performance, he claims that sometimes he feels like he doesn't exist. Then, blushing and dramatically placing his hand on his chest, he says his wife is so capable, managing family affairs and housework with exceptional order, making him feel insignificant. As Leon delivers his glowing monologue, Rosweiss stares at him with a long, unimpressed expression, clearly not entertained by his performance. Blushing now, Leon looks at Rosweiss and gently takes her hands. Rosweiss, playing along with his act and blushing as well, looks into his eyes. With a soft voice, Leon tells her that she easily accumulates stress, so he wants to take this opportunity to tell her something important. He says he wants to do more for their family and asks her to rely on him. Internally, however, he thinks to himself that she shouldn't exploit him when he's under a lot of pressure in the future. An older woman suddenly interjects, commenting on how considerate and good a husband he is. She then turns to Rosweiss and asks what she thinks is the most attractive thing about her husband. Surprised, Rosweiss looks at the older woman for a moment before responding. With a flushed face, Rosweiss says that her husband is handsome, has a great figure, is focused, serious, smart, responsible, likes children, and never loses his temper. She adds that he's not greasy, which makes him even more attractive. Rosweiss further explains that although her health hasn't been as good as it was before marriage, it's not a major issue because her husband is skilled at making medicine. She mentions that he uses all sorts of remedies to treat her. Leon, hearing her words, forces a smile but laughs awkwardly. Internally, he wonders if she's praising him or subtly insulting him. Suddenly, Rosweiss, still holding Leon's hands, looks into his eyes with a concerned expression. Leon, caught off guard, awkwardly glances back at her, unsure of how to respond. Rosweiss then says that she would also like to take this opportunity to tell her husband not to push himself too much. As she speaks, she tightens her grip on Leon's hand, applying enough pressure that he screams internally in pain. The three old geezers, completely fooled by their act, internally think what a loving couple they make. Later, the three assessors ask Rosweiss and Leon a series of questions, and the couple answers each one with poise and grace, leaving a strong impression. As the interview nears its conclusion, the old man asks if they have any questions for the other party. He explains that this is an additional question, and the person being asked must answer truthfully. Rosweiss, shaking her head with a light smile, says she has no questions for her husband, because she already knows everything about him. The old man then turns to Leon and asks if he has a question for Rosweiss. Leon, appearing deep in thought, pauses for a moment. Rosweiss, looking at him with a smirking smile, thinks to herself that the more one speaks, the more mistakes they make. It's better to wrap up the assessment quickly. Leon, suddenly looking at Rosweiss, asks if she likes the teddy bear he gave her. Rosweiss, hearing his words, is taken aback, her face flushing red. Internally, she thinks it's surprising that he would ask such a question, one completely unrelated to identity, position, or grudges. She finds that his thoughts always manage to surprise her. Flicking her hair behind her ear, still blushing slightly, she says that she likes it very much. Leon, hearing her response, smiles with satisfaction, saying that he understands and is fine with her answer. The vice principal, shaking hands with Leon, announces that the interview is now over. He informs them that the results of the assessment will be sent to Silver Dragon Castle via dragon letter in a few days, and thanks them once again for their cooperation. With the interview and Noah's test completed, they return to Silver Dragon Castle. A few days later, a little red dragon arrives with news from the academy. Muan, seeing the dragon enthusiastically calling out to Noah, exclaims that the dragon letter has arrived. Leon picks up the letter from the dragon and opens it, saying, "Let's have a look." As he opens the letter, it reads, "Dear Noah K. Melkfei, congratulations on passing the Academy's assessment. Please come to the Academy in 3 days to register and attend the entrance ceremony." The four of them, reading the letter, express their surprise and joy at Noah's acceptance. Muan, hugging Noah and rubbing her cheek against hers, says, "You're amazing, sis, and your parents are amazing too." Noah, looking at the admission letter, smiles for the first time in the entire manner. Rosweiss, glancing at Leon, thanks him. Leon, feeling proud, asks, "Why is she thanking me?" It's mainly up to Noah herself. She's truly worthy of being my daughter. Rosweiss, winking as she leaves, says she'll make a big meal to celebrate today, and Leon can come help so people won't say he doesn't exist in this family. Leon, smirking, agrees, saying, "I find you very petty, always holding a grudge." Now, St. Heath Academy's entrance ceremony was in full swing. The vice principal stood on the stage, congratulating everyone for passing the assessments and welcoming them to this prestigious event. He spoke at length about the significance of the ceremony, emphasizing the importance of the families who had qualified to enroll their children in the academy. He highlighted that many new students had shown exceptional academic performance and stated that such excellence could only be cultivated by harmonious families. Taking this opportunity, he invited some of these families to share their experiences with everyone. The vice principal then welcomed one of the top-ranked students in this freshman class, Noah K. Melkfei, and her family to the stage. Upon hearing this, Muan realized that her parents and sister were being called to the stage. The silver dragon maid Anna affirmed this observation with a quiet nod. Leon, Rosweiss, and Noah ascended the stage together, accompanied by applause from the audience and welcoming gestures from the staff. Leon, wearing an awkward smile, couldn't help but think, how did it come to this? The answer lay an hour earlier, just before the ceremony. The principal had informed them that Noah had achieved the highest score in the entrance exam, and their family had secured first place in the family assessment. The vice principal had then requested them to represent the freshmen and deliver a speech during the ceremony. Now, standing on the stage with a forced smile, Leon felt there was no way out. The speech had come as a surprise, leaving him no choice but to face the situation head-on. Noah stepped forward to the microphone. The vice principal praised her as the youngest candidate to achieve the highest score and asked her to share her experiences with the audience. All eyes turned toward her in anticipation. Noah stood confidently on the stage, addressing the audience with a composed demeanor. She began by expressing her admiration for her mother, describing her as a powerful dragon who had always been her role model. When Noah proposed the idea of attending school, her mother not only gave her affirmation but also provided unwavering support. As she spoke, Rosweiss glanced at her with a light smile playing on her lips, clearly proud of her words. Noah continued, shifting her attention to her sister, Muan. She shared how her sister had always been there for her, a constant source of encouragement and love. Muan, listening from the audience, looked at Noah with enthusiastic and hopeful eyes, deeply touched by her sister's gratitude. After a brief pause, Noah let out a small sigh. On stage, Leon's thoughts wandered as he wondered whether she would mention him. Then, Noah continued, her voice softening as she approached the topic closest to her heart. She declared that the person she wanted to thank the most was her father. She explained how he had reviewed material with her every day, and often stayed up late into the night preparing resources for her studies. It was his dedication and effort that enabled her to stand where she was today. Hearing these heartfelt words, Leon was overwhelmed with emotion. Tears of joy welled up in his eyes as he softly called out Noah's name. Touched beyond words, Noah concluded her speech with a polite thanks to the audience before stepping back from the microphone. The vice principal, visibly moved by her words, remarked that Leon must truly be an exceptional father for his daughter to hold him in such high regard. Seizing the moment, he suggested that Leon give Noah a kiss to show his fatherly love. The suggestion left Leon momentarily stunned. His thoughts raced as he looked at the vice principal, wondering what could possibly have prompted such an idea. A sense of dread crept in as he considered the potential chaos that could unfold if he followed through. His gaze shifted to Noah, recalling how just a month ago she hadn't even allowed him to touch her without complaint. The idea of her permitting a public kiss seemed far-fetched. Leaning slightly toward her, he whispered that they could settle for a simple hug instead. Noah, however, looked away, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Her voice was barely audible but firm as she told him to hurry up, finish the kiss, and put an end to the socially excruciating ordeal. Leon stared at her, stunned by her sudden change of tone. Her unexpected compliance left him at a loss for words, and he found himself softly uttering her name in disbelief as the moment unfolded. Hearing Noah's words, Leon decided to act with heartfelt resolve. Gently, he leaned forward and planted a fatherly kiss on her forehead. The gesture was simple yet profound, reflecting his deep affection and pride for his daughter. Muan, watching from the audience, couldn't contain her excitement. She jumped eagerly, declaring her desire to kiss her sister as well. However, Anna, ever vigilant, intervened, reminding Muan that, as a royal, she couldn't disrupt the ceremony by rushing onto the stage. Muan reluctantly settled back, casting a longing glance at Noah. Meanwhile, Ross Weiss exhaled in relief, thankful that the spotlight hadn't turned to her. Noah's face turned a deep shade of red at the unexpected display of affection. Leon noticed her reaction and offered her a soft smile, his expression radiating warmth. The vice principal, visibly moved by the scene, remarked on the strength of their family bond. He noted that truly excellent dragons never forget to show gratitude to their loved ones. The Melkvi family, he added, exemplified what a real family should be like. However, what came next left everyone stunned. The vice principal, with an air of cheerful oblivion, dropped an unexpected remark, revealing that he had kissed his own daughter in similar moments of pride. Then, as though inspired by his own example, he turned to Leon and suggested that, as a model of a loving couple, Leon should not forget his wife. Leon and Rossweiss were both taken aback, their expressions frozen in shock. Leon's teeth clenched, and his fists tightened as he stared at the vice principal, his anger barely contained. Rossweiss, on the other hand, seemed overwhelmed. Her face paled momentarily before she instinctively withdrew, unable to find the words to respond. Leon's thoughts surged with frustration. This old dragon is getting far too ahead of himself. I should have dealt with him during the assessment. Yet, as his gaze shifted to Noah, his resolve softened. This is her moment, her most important entrance ceremony. No matter how infuriating the situation, I won't let it overshadow her achievement. Steeling himself, Leon addressed Rossweiss with an air of mock enthusiasm. My dear wife, he said, his voice deliberately loud enough for all to hear, come now. Aren't we the happiest and most harmonious family? Surely we must show everyone that we are. Rossweiss, caught off guard by his sudden declaration, flushed deeply. Her usual composure faltered as she glanced at him, her embarrassment unmistakable. The audience watched with amusement, the tension on stage blending into an unexpected display of familial affection. Rossweiss, her face flushed crimson, whispered softly, asking if Leon truly intended to kiss her in front of hundreds of dragons. Leon, maintaining his calm demeanor, assured her that there was no way he would go that far, not with Noah and Muan watching. He urged her to cooperate with him in this delicate moment. With a deep blush coloring her face, Rossweiss muttered that the whole situation was unbearably embarrassing. Leon, determined to move forward, closed the distance between them, gently wrapping his arms around her. His movements were slow and deliberate as he leaned in, his thoughts wandering. Though they had shared a bed and held hands many times before, they had never kissed, except for that one brief moment 2 years ago. Rossweiss, her heart racing, could only wonder why Leon appeared so calm, as though the weight of the moment didn't affect him at all. She told herself not to mind it and, accepting her fate, closed her eyes, bracing for the kiss she expected on her lips. But as she waited, Leon's lips never found hers. Instead, he kissed her gently on the cheek. Rossweiss's eyes opened in confusion, her expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. She touched her cheek, still warm from the kiss, unable to hide the blush spreading across her face. Leon, with a respectful bow to the audience, declared that this was all he could do for them. A voice from the crowd asked why he hadn't kissed her on the lips, and others quickly chimed in, chanting for one more kiss. As the whispers filled the air, Leon leaned toward Rossweiss, his smirk evident as he whispered to her. His voice was low but teasing, stating that the kiss had been a good way to relieve some stress. Rossweiss, her anger rising, gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. She glared at him, her mind seething with frustration. How dare he use me to relieve his stress? She almost wished they weren't in front of so many people, where she could have pinned him to the ground and exacted her revenge in private. But for now, she had to swallow her pride. The audience was watching, and the day wasn't over yet. There would be other opportunities and perhaps some form of payback when they returned to the Silver Dragon Castle. She just had to wait and see if she could hold her composure long enough. The vice principal, grateful for the laughter and joy the Melkvi family had brought to the ceremony, thanked them warmly. He then invited Leon's family to step down from the stage to take a rest. Rossweiss, Leon, and Noah descended the steps together, their presence still lingering in the air as the vice principal continued with the remaining parts of the ceremony. The entrance ceremony proceeded, and eventually it came to an end. As they exited the academy grounds, Rossweiss turned to Noah, her voice soft but firm. She told her that they were ready to leave and would pick her up the following weekend. She reminded her daughter to take care of herself. Noah nodded in response, assuring her mother that she would. Muan, hugging Noah tightly, whispered that she wanted to be with her sister. Noah, smiling gently, told her that she would miss her too. Leon, ever the practical one, added his own reminders. He told Noah to eat on time, not to be picky with her food, to study hard, and if anything confused her, she could always ask him when she came home during the holidays. Most importantly, he emphasized, if she felt unwell, she should go to the academy doctor and not be stubborn about it. Noah, half annoyed, half amused, assured him that she already knew all of that and wasn't a child anymore. Leon grinned and pointed his thumb toward Rossweiss, teasing, "Those are actually your mother's words when she was drunk. She was too embarrassed to say them herself, so I'm just doing it for her." Rossweiss, folding her arms and wearing a straight face, denied it, calling Leon's statement nonsense. Leon, not missing a beat, turned serious. He warned Noah that if she met classmates with bad personalities, she should stay away from them. But if anyone dared to bully her, she had his full support to fight back. Noah raised an eyebrow and asked if he had ever done that when he was in school. With a playful wink, Leon nodded. He shared that every time he got into a fight at school, his teacher, who, by the way, was her grandfather, would bring him home and give him a good beating. Leon reassured Noah that there was no need to worry. He would never punish her for something so small. Muan, clinging to her father's legs, listened intently to the exchange between them. Noah smiled, agreeing with Leon's words. "I'll remember, Dad." Now, within the study room of the Silver Dragon Castle, Rossweiss sat in quiet contemplation, her attention focused on an ancient tome. The book detailed a forbidden magic known as the Blood Curse, a spell that could only be cast once in a lifetime. It demanded blood as its medium and exacted the caster's life as payment for its devastating power. As Rosweiss read, a smirk played on her lips. The concept intrigued her, and she mused that, with refinement, it might become a fascinating tool for her own purposes. The silence of the room was disrupted by the subtle movement of a shadow slipping inside. Without looking up, Rosweiss acknowledged the presence and inquired about the person's return. The figure was Shirley, her trusted maid, and a member of the Silver Dragon clan. Shirley confirmed her arrival and approached with a report. Rosweiss inquired about the progress of the investigation, and Shirley regretfully admitted that there had been no success. Tiger Lawrence and his wife had vanished without a trace within the Empire. Their disappearance was marked by a meticulous erasure of information, leaving her subordinates unable to uncover any leads. This revelation drew Rosweiss's attention. She questioned what Shirley meant by missing, and Shirley elaborated that all traces of the couple had been wiped clean, suggesting the work of someone highly skilled. Reflecting on Leon's earlier description of his master as a simple old farmer, Rosweiss recognized the inconsistency. She concluded that there was far more to this man than met the eye. Before dismissing her maid, she instructed Shirley to prioritize her safety while continuing the investigation and to notify her immediately of any developments. Shirley acknowledged the command with unwavering loyalty. The scene shifts to the Silver Dragon Castle garden, where Leon is seen swinging a branch with all his strength, channeling his full power into each motion. After demonstrating, he turns his attention to Muan and instructs her to come over and swing the stick down hard, just as he had done. Muan, filled with enthusiasm, eagerly agrees to her father's request. She grabs the stick and begins swinging it aimlessly, her movements lacking coordination or focus. Leon watches her for a moment, uncertain how to respond to her wild efforts. Deciding to intervene, he steps forward and begins teaching Muan the proper way to hold the stick. He carefully adjusts her grip, demonstrates how to swing correctly, and even guides her into the right posture. As Leon continues his lesson, Rosweiss appears in the garden. Upon seeing her, Muan's expression brightens, and she cheerfully acknowledges her mother's presence. Leon, noticing Rosweiss as well, remarks on her return from her rounds. Rosweiss does not respond with words, instead offering only a smirking smile as her gaze meets Leon's. Muan runs to Rosweiss and clings to her, wrapping her arms around her mother in a tight hug. Rosweiss gently pats her daughter's head and asks if she had listened to her father today. Muan eagerly confirms that she has been obedient, proudly stating that her father even taught her how to hold a sword. Rosweiss responds with a warm, affectionate smile and acknowledges that it isn't bad. She then informs Muan that dinner will be ready soon, mentioning that she had requested the chef to prepare steak. She instructs Muan to go and change her clothes before dinner. The mention of steak causes Muan's eyes to sparkle with excitement. She exclaims her love for steak and skips away joyfully, singing a song about steak as she leaves. Anna, who had been nearby, follows her little highness and guides her toward the castle. Leon and Rosweiss stand together, watching Muan until she disappears from view. As the moment passes, Rosweiss turns to Leon, about to speak, but before she can say anything, Leon swings the wooden stick at her with sudden speed. The motion takes Rosweiss completely by surprise. She's caught off guard, freezing as the stick comes to an abrupt halt just near her throat. Rosweiss, with a cold expression and a smirking smile, questions Leon's intentions, asking if he has finally decided to attack her. She states that, in the Silver Dragon Castle, pointing a weapon at her is an act of treason, punishable by death. Leon, hearing her words, calmly responds, pointing out that it is merely a branch, and questioning if the queen truly considers a branch a weapon. Rosweiss, unfazed, reminds him of his past as the strongest dragon slayer, emphasizing that even a branch in his hands could be used as a lethal weapon. She ends her statement by asking if she is wrong in her assumption. To her pointed remarks, Leon doesn't respond directly. Instead, he sighs and withdraws the branch. Leaning closer to Rosweiss, he remarks that if she wanted to praise someone, she should do so properly, and questions why she chooses to be so sarcastic. Rosweiss, folding her arms, retorts that she hasn't praised him at all. Leon walks toward a nearby bench, placing his hands behind his head as he moves. He mentions that he wanted to scare her, but admits it would be pointless if she wasn't afraid. Rosweiss, watching him, calmly counters, stating that she doesn't believe he could harm her with a twig in his current state. Shifting the conversation, Rosweiss mentions that Noah had written to her the previous day, saying she was doing fine and asking them not to worry. As Rosweiss and Leon sit on the bench, Leon looks at her in surprise and asks if that was all Noah had written. Rosweiss denies this, explaining that it was rare for Noah to take the initiative to write back, but she had done so to reassure them of her safety. Leon agrees, commenting that in this regard, Noah is very similar to Rosweiss. Looking at the sky, Leon reflects on Noah's nature. He mentions that she always maintains a stern demeanor, making it difficult to discern her thoughts. However, he adds that if one finds the right approach, it is still very pleasant to get along with her. Rosweiss, also gazing at the sky, remarks that Noah actually admires Leon. She explains that Noah has a typical dragon mentality. She admires strength and is drawn to the powerful. Turning her gaze to Leon with a faint smile, Rosweiss continues, saying that in Noah's eyes, he has become a top student, someone to look up to. She even mentioned that she plans to win many first places at the academy because she never wants to lose to him. Leon, slightly embarrassed, responds with an awkward smile, commenting that he thought Noah considered him just a weak nerd. Rosweiss, removing her heels, shifts the conversation and brings up the time when Leon first woke up. She recalls how Noah avoided him and asks if she was right about that. Without waiting for an answer, she reveals that despite her behavior, Noah would often visit him while he was in a coma. Occasionally, when caught, she would make an excuse to come and see Muan. Leon, smiling faintly, remarks that Noah's tough side is very much like Rosweiss. Rosweiss, now looking upward, recalls their childhood. She shares how, as little ones, Noah and Muan would cry inconsolably, but the moment they were placed next to Leon, they would instantly calm down. She reflects that perhaps, even before anyone realized it, the bond of blood had already tied them together. Leon lowers his gaze, looking at his hands with a tinge of sadness in his expression. Quietly, he murmurs about the strangeness of blood relationships. His thoughts drift to his past. He remembers his childhood as an orphan, a time when he never experienced the love of parents. Family affection was an unknown concept to him. It wasn't until he was 5 years old that his master and his wife adopted him. Though they weren't connected by blood, they treated him as their own son, introducing him to the concept of home for the first time. Yet, even amidst this warmth, he occasionally felt a sense of loss, a quiet void lingering in his heart. Leon, sitting in silence, reflects on his past with a sad expression, longing for a time when his master and his wife had been his real parents. His mother, sensing his sorrow, gently patted his head and reassured him, telling him that one day he would become a father to someone else. Leon, uncertain and with a hint of doubt, asked if he would truly become a father. His mother smiled warmly and confirmed, saying that his future children would be his blood, the family he would love, protect, and give everything for. Pulled back to the present, Leon clenched his fist, the words his mother had spoken echoing in his mind. He affirmed to himself that they were indeed his most cherished family members now. As Leon pondered, Rosweiss watched him closely and asked what he was daydreaming about. She then suggested they should head back. Leon snapped out of his thoughts, quickly stood and nervously reassured her that it was nothing. Thanking her for her words, he invited her to return together. Instead of slipping her heels back on, Rosweiss subtly slid toward Leon. Noticing her movement, Leon asked in confusion what she was doing now. With a smirking smile, Rosweiss replied that since Leon wanted to thank her, he should help her put on her shoes. Leon, staring at her with a long, resigned expression, hesitated, clearly unsure but also a little exasperated. Their bond seemed to grow stronger and stronger with each interaction. Rosweiss, still smirking, repeated that if Leon truly wanted to thank her, He should help her put on her shoes. Leon, shocked and taken aback, repeated her request in disbelief, asking if she seriously expected him to help her put on her shoes. He declared there was no way he would do such a thing. Pointing his finger at her angrily, he reminded her that washing her feet last time had been humiliating enough, and now she wanted him to do even more. He questioned whether he had any dignity left. In response, Rossweiss kicked him in the face with her foot, silencing his complaints. She coldly reminded him that she still hadn't settled the score with him for kissing her at the entrance ceremony, and now he couldn't even help her put on her shoes. She stared at him with an arrogant expression, commanding him to stop talking nonsense and finish the task so they could leave. Leon, grumbling under his breath, finally agreed. He crouched down and placed her shoes on her feet. As he did so, Rossweiss smirked, commenting that despite his earlier reluctance, his movements were surprisingly quick. Leon retorted that it was true. Putting shoes on her was far easier than putting shoes on a donkey. The moment the words left his mouth, Rossweiss's expression darkened. She gritted her teeth in anger and glared at him. Without hesitation, she attempted to kick his head again. This time, however, Leon anticipated her move. Smiling, he bent backward, swiftly dodging her kick as her leg flew past his face. He immediately stood up and darted off, mocking her as he ran. He shouted back that as long as he ran fast enough, she wouldn't be able to catch him. Rossweiss stood there, clenching her fists and glaring at his retreating figure. Her thoughts simmered with fury as she resolved that no matter how fast he ran, it wouldn't save him from what awaited him that night. We don't exactly know how things unfolded that night, but we can imagine what might have happened. A few days later, Leon, Rossweiss, and Muan waited outside. Rossweiss and Leon noticed something and turned their gaze to the sky. Muan, filled with excitement, pointed upward and signaled for them to come closer. A massive dragon flew over them with great speed. Its immense size caught Leon's attention, and he observed it in surprise, noting that it was several times larger than Rossweiss's transformed form. The dragon approaching them was the Leviathan, a giant dragon renowned for its size and endurance. Rossweiss, watching the Leviathan, remarked that despite its massive size, it was not particularly powerful. Its exceptional endurance and stable emotions made it an ideal transporter for the Dragon Clan. Leon then asked what she meant by emotionally stable. Rossweiss explained that a Leviathan, due to its calm temperament, would never lose its temper, even once, throughout its thousands of years of life. For this reason, the Academy often employed them to transport baby dragons. As they continued observing, the Leviathan released Noah onto the ground. She landed gracefully and turned to Rossweiss to announce her return. Rossweiss welcomed Noah warmly, her gaze softening at the sight of her daughter. Muan quickly rushed to Noah and hugged her tightly, expressing how much she had missed her. Noah, with a slight blush on her face, looked at Leon and tried to speak to him, but her words faltered, breaking mid-sentence. Leon noticed her hesitation and thought to himself that she still wasn't accustomed to calling him Dad. Leon and Rossweiss, holding their daughter's hands, walked inside together. On the way, Leon expressed his happiness at Noah's return, mentioning that he and her mother had prepared many of her favorite dishes to celebrate her homecoming. After heading inside the Silver Dragon Castle, Noah presented her test papers to Leon and Rossweiss. She began listing her achievements one by one. For basics of alchemy machinery, she had secured first place with full marks. For Introduction to Magic, Young Dragon Edition, she achieved first place with full marks. Again, for Introduction to Magic, Young Dragon Edition, she achieved first place with full marks. For History of the Dragon Clan, Young Dragon Volume, she maintained her streak, earning first place with full marks. As she detailed her results, Rossweiss smiled proudly while looking over the papers, her admiration evident. Beside her, Muan observed with bright, curious eyes, captivated by her sister's accomplishments. However, when Noah hesitated slightly, her voice grew softer as she mentioned the last subject. For all-round physical fitness, she had only scored 95 points and didn't get first place. She apologized for the shortcoming looking slightly dejected. Rosweiss, still feeling immensely proud, reassured her daughter in a soft and gentle tone, saying there was no need to apologize because her performance was already incredibly impressive. Muan, agreeing with her mother, wholeheartedly held Noah's hand and expressed her support. In her heart, her sister was the best, no matter what. Meanwhile, Leon took the test papers and examined them carefully. As he looked at his two daughters, a smile of mixed emotions crossed his face. He thought about how Noah wasn't very good at expressing her feelings, while Muan expressed hers perhaps too openly. As their father, he felt it was his role to balance things out. After reviewing the all-round physical fitness test paper, Leon commented on the results. He noted that activities like running, bench pressing, and pull-ups were all basic physical training. Considering that Noah was competing with young dragons, who were only 4 or 5 years old, it was natural for her physical fitness to fall slightly behind theirs. Then, showing the paper to Noah, Leon pointed out that she had won 9 out of 10 actual combat matches, giving her the highest winning rate in the class. This, he explained, demonstrated her superior strategy and fighting skills, despite not being as physically strong. He encouraged her not to worry about being third, reassuring her that she would have plenty of opportunities to surpass them in the future. Hearing her father's words, Noah nodded in understanding. She then mentioned that her mother had told her that father had been the top student in every subject when he was in school. Leon then explained that when he first entered school, he wasn't at the top of the class. However, he gradually rose to first place through sheer hard work and perseverance. With a reassuring smile, Leon told Noah that she still had plenty of time and shouldn't let one mistake get her down. He believed she could do better. Determined, Noah clenched her tiny fists and nodded, understanding his words. Muan, full of enthusiasm and curiosity, asked her parents who would win if Dad fought Mom, given how powerful Dad is. In response, Leon and Rosweiss placed their hands on their chests, each confident in their own answer. Leon, with certainty, said it would be him, while Rosweiss declared it would be her. The two of them exchanged glares, the tension between them rising as their rivalry sparked. Leon, chuckling, recalled his combat training, boasting that no one could match him in hand-to-hand, weapon, or magic combat. He insisted, of course, that he was the better fighter. Rosweiss, folding her arms and narrowing her eyes, responded with a smirk. While she hadn't won as many honors in the academy as Leon, she focused on winning the key games. We might suspect this could be a little white lie given Rosweiss's expression, but they would see about it. The rivalry between Leon and Rosweiss ignited further as they stared at each other, their competitive spirits fully engaged. As Rosweiss teased Leon, asking if it was because he had never managed to beat her that he married her, she implied that he had been captured by her. Their conversation is filled with hidden meanings, especially since the children are present and listening. They have to hide the past. Leon, with a smirk, responds that it was actually because she failed to beat him, referencing their time in the dungeon. Leon says that because of that, they have 2 lovely daughters, Muan and Noah. Suddenly, Leon and Rosweiss dash out of the room. Rosweiss, not missing a beat, suggests they go outside and have a fight. Leon, eager to demonstrate his strength, agrees, saying he's been wanting to show it for a long time. Muan and Noah awkwardly watch them before running after their parents. Noah grabs Muan's hand and runs to catch up with them. Muan, unsure, asks if they're really going to fight. Noah responds, saying they should follow and see. Outside the Silver Dragon Castle, Leon and Rosweiss begin warming up, preparing for their match. Meanwhile, Muan and Noah sit on a bench to observe. Muan says that she's also very curious about who is stronger, Dad or Mom, asking if her guess is right. Noah, recalling what their teacher had said, answers that watching masters compete more often can help improve their own fighting skills. With a mocking tone, Rosweiss looks at Leon and suggests that his body probably hasn't fully recovered enough to fight her yet. She asks if she's right. Leon, still warming up with a smirk, responds confidently, asking what would happen if he wasn't fully recovered. He adds that there aren't many chances to fight the Silver Dragon Queen, so he must seize this opportunity. Rossweiss, with a light smile, suggests making the fight more interesting by placing a bet. Leon, curious, asks what the bet would be. Rossweiss, smirking, explains that if he wins, she won't touch him for a month. However, if she wins, he'll have to fulfill one of her requests. Leon, hearing her proposal, becomes serious and wonders what kind of demands she might make. But as long as he wins, it's worth the risk. With teary eyes, Leon happily thinks that taking a month off sounds easy. He never would have dared to think about this under normal circumstances. With determination, Leon agrees to the bet, pointing his finger at Rossweiss. Rossweiss, still smiling confidently, says, "Let's get started." Leon, too, smiles confidently, a light grin forming as he looks at Rossweiss. The fight between them begins with intensity, but both Leon and Rossweiss use their strengths, fighting evenly against each other. At the most thrilling stage of the duel, Leon discovered a flaw Rossweiss' defense. He seized the opportunity and prepared to use his final move against her. Could he defeat her in this fight? After the warm-up, Leon and Rossweiss locked eyes, their gazes firm and resolute. They studied each other carefully, unwilling to miss even the slightest movement. Both awaited the signal to begin the duel. A gentle breeze swept across the training ground, lifting the sand into the air as if transforming it into a battlefield. Meanwhile, Noah and Muan sat on a bench nearby, eating popcorn as they eagerly watched their parents' impending duel. Muan happily swung her legs, savoring the sweet taste of the popcorn. Inwardly, she praised how delicious it was. Just as she was enjoying her treat, her swinging leg accidentally knocked over a bottle of pineapple juice sitting next to her. She let out a surprised exclamation, reaching out in an attempt to catch it. But it was already too late. The pineapple juice toppled and spilled onto the ground. Leon and Rossweiss, already on edge, turned their wary gazes toward the fallen bottle, mistaking it for the signal to start the fight. The instant the paper cup of juice hit the ground, Leon and Rossweiss rushed toward each other like lightning. Muan stared at the spilled drink with deep regret. "Ah, my pineapple juice," she murmured. Noah, however, kept his eyes on the duel, calmly remarking, "The fight has started." Leon was the first to launch an attack. His expression was serious, showing how much he respected the duel. With a powerful stomp, he propelled himself into the air. Clenching his right fist, he gathered energy before swinging a charged punch toward Rossweiss. Rossweiss quickly noticed Leon's move. She crossed her arms in front of her chest to defend herself, planting her feet firmly to stabilize her stance. Leon's punch, charged with immense energy, slammed into her crossed arms. Though Rossweiss successfully blocked the blow, the impact cracked the ground beneath her feet, revealing the sheer power of Leon's attack. Rossweiss seized the moment when Leon left an opening. With precision, she extended her tail from below, aiming to sweep it toward his chin. Leon, sensing the danger from below, braced himself, gritted his teeth, and leaned back with all his strength, narrowly dodging Rossweiss's attack. When she saw that her strike had missed, she immediately swung her tail again, launching another attack at him. Leon leaned back further, supporting himself on the ground with both hands. With a swift motion, he performed a backflip, once again evading her attack. As Rossweiss's assault ended and before she could react, Leon shifted his position. He transitioned from supporting himself with both hands to balancing on one hand and quickly changed his direction. In one fluid motion, he extended his left foot, channeling magic into it, and kicked Rossweiss with all his might. Rossweiss reacted quickly, raising her arms to block his attack. However, this strike was much more forceful than Leon's initial assault. Although she managed to block it, the sheer force of the kick sent her flying backward. Her feet left deep marks in the sand as she skidded across the ground. She extended one leg behind her and gently placed a hand on the ground, barely managing to stabilize her balance. Rossweiss furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed cautiously on Leon. As she replayed the strength and precision of his recent attack in her mind, She realized she was at a disadvantage in terms of physical combat. I don't have an edge over him in physical skills, she thought. I need to create some distance. Rossweiss decided to shift her approach. She resolved to use her dragon flame to gain the space she needed to turn the fight in her favor. Rossweiss brought her left hand closer to her right, channeling powerful purple magic. The energy swirled around her hands, lifting the surrounding sand and radiating immense power. Leon chuckled softly as he observed her preparation. It seems the queen doesn't want to fight me up close anymore, he remarked. Rossweiss ignored his comment, her focus unwavering. As long as I can beat you, nothing else matters. She divided the gathered dragon flame into several smaller portions, then waved her hands outward, sending all the flames hurtling toward Leon. Leon noticed the approaching flames and quickly sprinted to his right, doing his best to avoid it. But when Rossweiss's dragon flame struck the ground, it erupted with a deafening roar, creating several deep craters in the training field. The force of the impact lifted sand into the air, scattering it violently. Rossweiss kept a sharp eye on the direction Leon was moving, quickly waving several dragon flames toward him to block his path. Meanwhile, Noah and Muan sat nearby, watching intently. They could tell that the current situation seemed unfavorable for their father. Muan stopped eating her popcorn, worry evident on her face as she stared at Leon. Is Dad going to lose? He's been running away this whole time, she asked, her voice filled with concern. Noah picked up a piece of popcorn, her expression calm. Using what she had learned in school, she began to analyze the combat methods their parents were using. Not necessarily, she replied. Dad is using simple physical techniques to attack and evade Mom's attacks, while Mom is relying on dragon flames to keep her distance and create sudden opportunities. This shows that, in close combat, Mom doesn't seem confident in defeating him. She popped the popcorn into her mouth, finishing her analysis while chewing. Hearing Noah's explanation, Muan's worry shifted to admiration. A bright smile spread across her face as she leaned closer to Noah, looking at her with sparkling eyes. Noah, you know so much! Noah's cheeks turned slightly red at the praise, and she looked away shyly. These are just things the teacher taught us in class, she mumbled. Back in the training ground, Rossweiss continued to pursue Leon. She extended her right hand, sending more dragon flames flying toward him with practiced precision. It seemed she had already realized that Leon couldn't fully unleash his strength while dodging her magical attacks. A sly smile played on her lips. Leon, aren't you supposed to be so fast? Show me, Rossweiss taunted, her tone light yet challenging. She continued launching the dragon flames, each one flying toward Leon with incredible speed. The flames exploded behind him as he narrowly dodged them. A few even came dangerously close, grazing him as they passed. The explosion sent sand and debris flying, some of which hit Leon's back. Leon continued dodging the dragon flames, occasionally glancing back. Not only am I fast, but I'm also tough, he said with confidence. Rossweiss responded with a disdainful smile, clearly unimpressed. She knew his words were nothing more than empty bravado. Let's see how tough you really are, she muttered under her breath. A new strategy quickly formed in her mind as she prepared to strike again. Gathering the dragon flames in her hands, she pressed them together, focusing her energy as if condensing the flames into something more powerful. The dragon flames chasing Leon from behind suddenly merged into two massive, blazing forms. The two large flames moved with purpose, wrapping around Leon from both sides, cutting off any escape route. Leon's eyes widened as he noticed the enormous flames closing in on him. He scanned his surroundings desperately, but no clear path of escape presented itself. Both Leon and Rossweiss used their strengths, fighting evenly against each other. At the most thrilling stage of the duel, Leon discovered a flaw Rossweiss' defense. He seized the opportunity and prepared to use his final move against her. Could he defeat her in this fight? After the warm-up, Leon and Rossweiss locked eyes, their gazes firm and resolute. They studied each other carefully, unwilling to miss even the slightest movement. Both awaited the signal to begin the duel. A gentle breeze swept across the training ground, lifting the sand into the air as if transforming it into a battlefield. Meanwhile, Noah and Muan sat on a bench nearby, eating popcorn as they eagerly watched their parents' impending duel. Muan happily swung her legs, savoring the sweet taste of the popcorn. Inwardly, she praised how delicious it was. Just as she was enjoying her treat, her swinging leg accidentally knocked over a bottle of pineapple juice sitting next to her. She let out a surprised exclamation, reaching out in an attempt to catch it. But it was already too late. The pineapple juice toppled and spilled onto the ground. Leon and Rossweiss, already on edge, turned their wary gazes toward the fallen bottle, mistaking it for the signal to start the fight. The instant the paper cup of juice hit the ground, Leon and Rossweiss rushed toward each other like lightning. Muan stared at the spilled drink with deep regret. "Ah, my pineapple juice," she murmured. Noah, however, kept his eyes on the duel, calmly remarking, "The fight has started." Leon was the first to launch an attack. His expression was serious, showing how much he respected the duel. With a powerful stomp, he propelled himself into the air. Clenching his right fist, he gathered energy before swinging a charged punch toward Rossweiss. Rossweiss quickly noticed Leon's move. She crossed her arms in front of her chest to defend herself, planting her feet firmly to stabilize her stance. Leon's punch, charged with immense energy, slammed into her crossed arms. Though Rossweiss successfully blocked the blow, the impact cracked the ground beneath her feet, revealing the sheer power of Leon's attack. Rossweiss seized the moment when Leon left an opening. With precision, she extended her tail from below, aiming to sweep it toward his chin. Leon, sensing the danger from below, braced himself, gritted his teeth, and leaned back with all his strength, narrowly dodging Rossweiss's attack. When she saw that her strike had missed, she immediately swung her tail again, launching another attack at him. Leon leaned back further, supporting himself on the ground with both hands. With a swift motion, he performed a backflip, once again evading her attack. As Rossweiss's assault ended and before she could react, Leon shifted his position. He transitioned from supporting himself with both hands to balancing on one hand and quickly changed his direction. In one fluid motion, he extended his left foot, channeling magic into it, and kicked Rossweiss with all his might. Rossweiss reacted quickly, raising her arms to block his attack. However, this strike was much more forceful than Leon's initial assault. Although she managed to block it, the sheer force of the kick sent her flying backward. Her feet left deep marks in the sand as she skidded across the ground. She extended one leg behind her and gently placed a hand on the ground, barely managing to stabilize her balance. Rossweiss furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed cautiously on Leon. As she replayed the strength and precision of his recent attack in her mind, she realized she was at a disadvantage in terms of physical combat. "I don't have an edge over him in physical skills," she thought. "I need to create some distance." Rossweiss decided to shift her approach. She resolved to use her dragon flame to gain the space she needed to turn the fight in her favor. Rossweiss brought her left hand closer to her right, channeling powerful purple magic. The energy swirled around her hands, lifting the surrounding sand and radiating immense power. Leon chuckled softly as he observed her preparation. "It seems the queen doesn't want to fight me up close anymore," he remarked. Rossweiss ignored his comment, her focus unwavering. "As long as I can beat you, nothing else matters." She divided the gathered dragon flame into several smaller portions, then waved her hands outward, sending all the flames hurtling toward Leon. Leon noticed the approaching flames and quickly sprinted to his right, doing his best to avoid it. But when Rossweiss's dragon flame struck the ground, it erupted with a deafening roar, creating several deep craters in the training field. The force of the impact lifted sand into the air, scattering it violently. Rossweiss kept a sharp eye on the direction Leon was moving, quickly waving several dragon flames toward him to block his path. Meanwhile, Noah and Muan sat nearby, watching intently. They could tell that the current situation seemed unfavorable for their father. Muan stopped eating her popcorn, worry evident on her face as she stared at Leon. "Is Dad going to lose?" "He's been running away this whole time," she asked, her voice filled with concern. Noah picked up a piece of popcorn, her expression calm. Using what she had learned in school, she began to analyze the combat methods their parents were using. "Not necessarily," she replied. Dad is using simple physical techniques to attack and evade Mom's attacks, while Mom is relying on dragon flames to keep her distance and create sudden opportunities. This shows that, in close combat, Mom doesn't seem confident in defeating him. She popped the popcorn into her mouth, finishing her analysis while chewing. Hearing Noah's explanation, Muan's worry shifted to admiration. A bright smile spread across her face as she leaned closer to Noah, looking at her with sparkling eyes. "Noah, you know so much!" Noah's cheeks turned slightly red at the praise, and she looked away shyly. "These are just things the teacher taught us in class," she mumbled. Back in the training ground, Rossweiss continued to pursue Leon. She extended her right hand, sending more dragon flames flying toward him with practiced precision. It seemed she had already realized that Leon couldn't fully unleash his strength while dodging her magical attacks. A sly smile played on her lips. "Leon, aren't you supposed to be so fast?" "Show me," Rossweiss taunted, her tone light yet challenging. She continued launching the dragon flames, each one flying toward Leon with incredible speed. The flames exploded behind him as he narrowly dodged them. A few even came dangerously close, grazing him as they passed. The explosion sent sand and debris flying, some of which hit Leon's back. Leon continued dodging the dragon flames, occasionally glancing back. Not only am I fast, but I'm also tough," he said with confidence. Rossweiss responded with a disdainful smile, clearly unimpressed. She knew his words were nothing more than empty bravado. "Let's see how tough you really are," she muttered under her breath. A new strategy quickly formed in her mind as she prepared to strike again. Gathering the dragon flames in her hands, she pressed them together, focusing her energy as if condensing the flames into something more powerful. The dragon flames chasing Leon from behind suddenly merged into two massive, blazing forms. The two large flames moved with purpose, wrapping around Leon from both sides, cutting off any escape route. Leon's eyes widened as he noticed the enormous flames closing in on him. He scanned his surroundings desperately, but no clear path of escape presented itself. Soon, there was a huge explosion from the place where Leon was just now. Emitting a particularly bright purple light, the immense power of dragon flame also blew up a huge deep pit on the ground. The flying dust combined with sand to form thick smoke. This made it difficult to see what happened to Leon. Suddenly, a blue lightning bolt appeared in the thick smoke. Immediately afterwards, Leon rushed out from the thick smoke. He leaped high and left the smoke behind. He was wrapped in many blue lightning bolts. He gave a confident smile to Rossweiss. "Isn't it too slow?" Rossweiss. The strong wind brought by Leon when he rushed out scattered Rossweiss's hair. She noticed the electric current on Leon's body and couldn't help but be surprised by him. She knew Leon was using magic to force himself to get stronger again. This guy strengthened his body with thunder magic. Leon stomped heavily on the ground with his right foot, adjusted his direction, and prepared to attack in the direction of her. "No one can. Take away my 1-month holiday." His right foot stomped hard on the ground, and he flew in the direction of Rossweiss with a serious expression. There was even more lightning on his body than just a moment ago. It was obvious that Leon had strengthened his body with thunder magic again. For the sake of this hard 1-month's holiday, Leon decided that he was going to go out on a limb. Leon threw a few quick punches at Rossweiss. His punches were so fast, almost like lightning, and it's almost impossible to see his fist and the direction of his fist. Rossweiss gritted her teeth, carefully observing while quickly blocking Leon's fist with both hands. However, due to Leon's speed being too fast, she was now slightly feeling the strain. She frowned tightly, stopping Leon's attack, while feeling a little worried about Leon's current use of magic to strengthen his body. After all, Leon's body hadn't fully recovered yet, even though his current body cannot withstand the strengthening of thunder magic. He still behaves so recklessly. "I need to end the fight quickly." She began to think about ways to quickly end this duel. "She's exposed," Leon thought with a soft smile. He saw the strained expression on Rossweiss's face and knew that she was now somewhat unable to carry his attack. He noticed that her mind was somewhat elsewhere. He had a chance to give her the final blow. He stopped his attack and extended his left foot, sweeping towards Rossweiss's feet. At this moment, Rossweiss realized that Leon had attacked her in a different way. She didn't expect him to attack from under her feet. She wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. She tripped over Leon's foot and lost her balance a bit. Rossweiss struggled to lean back, trying to dodge Leon's next attack. She wanted to find an opportunity to attack, but the current situation made it impossible for her to fight back. Leon gathered all the thunder magic onto his right fist and extended it towards Rossweiss. He looked at her firmly with a confident smile on his face, as if expressing to her that the victory was determined. I won. Rossweiss was originally going to lean back and then find a chance to stand firm, blocking Leon's punch towards her. However, due to Leon's sudden attack on her, she was unable to maintain balance. Her hand reached into the air, and she was about to fall to the ground. As Leon was about to deliver the final blow, he noticed that she was unable to defend herself and risked getting hurt, so he immediately stopped attacking. Leon restrained his thunder magic and reached out to grab her. He pulled hard and pulled her back in his direction. As she was about to fall, after pulling Rossweiss up, they changed their standing direction. Leon placed his hand on her waist and supported her to prevent her from losing balance again. He held her firmly in his arms. Rossweiss's twin peaks touched Leon's chest. She felt the warmth coming from him, which made her feel a little tempted. This scene seems like a plot from a romance novel. Leon and Rossweiss's faces were both flushed. They all looked at each other affectionately. Leon slowly approached Rossweiss. Rossweiss said softly, "Leon." Just as Leon was immersed in what seemed like a romantic atmosphere, Rossweiss quietly extended the dragon. Flame gathered in her hand to Leon's chest. It was then that Leon sensed something was wrong. He lowered his head and saw that his chest had been burned by dragon flame. "Ah, it's burning." Leon looked nervously at the burning dragon flame in his chest and shouted loudly. He immediately let go of Rossweiss and tried to extinguish it with his hands. But the dragon flame seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Leon was somewhat at a loss about this. Suddenly, Leon discovered a problem. Although it was burned, he didn't seem to feel his chest hot. Huh? This fire doesn't feel that hot? He lowered his head and saw that Rossweiss's dragon flame had slowly begun to disappear. The fabric on the chest was only partially burned, leaving some burnt marks. Rossweiss looked at him seriously. She was dissatisfied with his attitude. "Just now. The fight is not over yet. How can you distract yourself?" Hearing the loud explosion of dragon flame landing on the ground, Noah and Muan put down their snacks and walked over. Due to the smoke just now surrounding Leon and Rossweiss, Mom, who won in the end? Although Leon doesn't want to admit it, the fact is right in front of him. He had no reason to defend himself, so he had to admit defeat. He pouted and said finally, "I am careless. I lost this time." Rossweiss closed her eyes and softly praised him. "I have to admit that you are indeed very strong. You don't have enchanted armor or handy weapons. You can fight me like this just by relying on your physical skills. Before you, no one had ever been able to. Do it." Leon clenched his fists and said to her with some reluctance, "Isn't that right? If I fight with all my might, I can definitely beat you." Since Rossweiss has won against Leon, must meet her demands. Rossweiss gave him a sly smile. "Now that you've admitted defeat, don't forget our bet." Rossweiss's words were like a sharp arrow, piercing straight into Leon's body. He seemed to have been attacked by tens of thousands of points. Just now, all he was thinking about was pulling up the tsune to fall Rossweiss, completely ignoring the bet. I forgot about the bet. As soon as Leon thought of being manipulated by Rossweiss, he felt that his body was about to be at risk again. He lay on the ground, feeling like his soul was about to leave him. Noah and Muan crouched beside them, curiously looking at their father on the ground. Muan raised a question to Rossweiss. "Mom, did Dad die?" Rossweiss stood beside them, smiling at them, and replied, "Don't worry. He just used his strength too much and fainted due to exhaustion. He will recover soon. Since Leon lost to her in the duel, he had to agree to her demands. So, that night in the children's room of the Silver Dragon Temple, Leon sat with his daughters, his voice soft but firm. He told Noah that after he left, she would need to take good care of Muan. Since Muan was still young and far less aware than her older sister, it was up to Noah to watch over her. Then, turning to Muan, he gently reminded her to listen to her sister and not make things difficult for her. Both girls listened quietly to their father's instructions, their expressions calm and attentive. Leon sighed deeply, his heart heavy, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. What troubled him most about this departure wasn't the journey ahead. It was leaving behind his daughters, both barely over a year old. He couldn't fathom how their mother could bear to pull him away from them. Noah pouted, crossing her arms. "You're just going to Mom's house for one night. Why are you acting like it's the end of the world?" Leon gave a slight shudder, his voice dropping as he replied, "In a way, being at your mother's mercy for an entire night is far more terrifying than anything else." At that, Muan piped up, her eyes wide with excitement. "I know what Mommy wants to do," she exclaimed. "She wants to eat Daddy." She beamed, proud of her knowledge. "I read in a book that when a lady mantis marries a boy mantis, she eats him after." Leon chuckled, though his smile was tight. "Well, that's not exactly what's happening," he said, ruffling her hair. "But Daddy might still be getting consumed in some way." He squinted at Muan, pretending to be suspicious. "Why do you look so happy about that?" At that moment, Rosweiss, who had been standing just outside the door, swept into the room with a sharp glare aimed at Leon. "Stop filling their heads with nonsense," she snapped, "as if I'm some kind of monster." She pulled the blanket up over the girls, her tone softening. "You two should go to bed early and not worry about anything. I just need to talk to your father about some important matters." Leon flinched slightly at her words. "Important matters?" he muttered under his breath. What kind of important matters could she mean? Rosweiss, catching his tone, raised an eyebrow. "Probably the mysteries of the universe," she said dryly. Leon grumbled, "The origins of life?" Rosweiss rolled her eyes. "No, the deeper secrets of the world." Grinding his teeth, Leon muttered under his breath, "You mean the intricacies of the human body?" With an exasperated sigh, Rosweiss grabbed his arm and tugged him toward the door. "I've had enough of your rambling. Hurry up and follow me." Leon hesitated in the doorway, glancing back at his daughters. "I still have some final words for them." He turned to Noah and Muan, his eyes softening. "Remember, I will always love you, no matter what." As the door clicked shut behind their parents, Muan frowned and whispered to her sister, "What do you think Mom and Dad are going to do?" Noah shrugged, pulling the blanket tighter around them. "I don't know," she mumbled. "Let them figure it out themselves. Silly adults." Meanwhile, in the Queen's bedroom of the Silver Dragon Temple, Rosweiss sipped from a glass of wine, her eyes glinting with amusement as she watched Leon's growing unease. She smirks and asks, "Aren't you going to join me?" Leon abruptly shakes his head, firmly refusing. Rosweiss pauses for a moment, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Then she says, "I remember you once promised to fulfill any request of mine if you lost to me." Her voice is smooth, almost teasing. "But now, not only do you refuse to drink, you seem reluctant." Leon replies curtly, "I don't feel like drinking." But inside, his thoughts are racing. "I need to keep my composure. I won't let her dictate the night." Before he can finish the thought, Rosweiss cuts in, her voice soft but deliberate. "Actually, I was hoping you'd win." Leon narrows his eyes, suspicion flickering in his gaze. "Why?" Rosweiss chuckles, the sound low and knowing. "Because if you had won, I'd owe you a month off. You could have used that time to recover, and everything would have been much more enjoyable." She teases him with a sly smile, her words hanging in the air. Leon huffs, his frustration bubbling to the surface. "Then why didn't you just let me win today?" Rosweiss shakes her head slowly, her gaze never leaving his. "Because," she murmurs, "I thought of a more interesting way to spend the evening." Without breaking eye contact, she lifts the bottle and slowly pours the dream wine onto her chest. The crimson liquid slides down her skin in delicate, shimmering trails. Leon stiffens, his breath catching, his mind momentarily blank as he watches the red liquid trickle down her skin. Rosweiss tilts her head, a smirk playing on her lips. "What I like most," she murmurs, "is how you refuse to give in, even after losing to me." Leon swallows hard, unable to tear his eyes away from her. What is happening right now, he wonders, his thoughts racing. Narrowing his gaze, he asks, "What are you trying to do, Rosweiss?" Instead of answering, she steps closer, her voice low and commanding. "Drink it!" Leon struggles, his mind a whirlwind of resistance, but the intoxicating blend of her natural scent, mingling with the sweet aroma of the wine, overwhelms his senses. The scene before him is so mesmerizing, so irresistible, that his will begins to crumble. Slowly, almost against his own volition, he leans in, pressing his face to her skin, drinking from the crimson trail of wine cascading down her chest. Rosweiss gasps softly, her cheeks flushing a delicate red. After a lingering moment, Leon pulls away, his face equally flushed, his breath uneven. "Is that enough?" he mutters. But Rosweiss only chuckles, shaking her head. Nowhere near sufficient. With a teasing glint in her eye, she lifts her hand to her lips and gently bites down, drawing a small drop of blood. "Open your mouth," she commands. Leon hesitates, but before he can react, she leans forward, letting the droplet fall onto his tongue. His eyes widen in shock as the taste spreads across his mouth. The sensation is immediate and foreign. Instinctively, he recoils, trying to shake her off. "What are you doing?" he growls. "Did you just use a forbidden technique on me?" Rosweiss licks the remaining blood from her lips, her expression unapologetic. "I did," she admits, her voice silky. "It's the blood curse. You should be quite familiar with it." Leon's pupils dilate as a strange, warm sensation floods his body. His mind spins and an unnatural heat begins to pulse through his veins. He grits his teeth, trying to fight it, but Rosweiss leans in closer, her breath hot against his skin. "Ever since you used this forbidden technique on me 2 years ago," she whispers. "I've been longing for that feeling." Leon's heart pounds. "Do you even know the consequences of using this technique?" he demands, his voice strained. Rosweiss nods, her eyes gleaming with confidence. "Of course I do. But I've modified it, just a little. I minimized its harmful effects on a dragon's body," she explains, her tone almost casual. "Now, it only keeps its enchanting properties." Leon stumbles backward, his body betraying him. His breath comes in ragged gasps, his skin burning, his thoughts clouded beyond recognition. Rosweiss watches his struggle with a soft sigh, tracing a finger along his chest. "You've always resisted me," she murmurs. "I had to coax you, challenge you. And yet, you always acted like you had no choice." But Leon barely hears her. The heat coursing through him is too intense, drowning out everything else. Rosweiss leans in, her lips grazing his ear. "Let go," she whispers, her voice like velvet. "Embrace the moment." Leon gasps as his knees buckle beneath him, collapsing onto the bed. Rosweiss giggles, watching him with predatory delight. Standing before him, she announces, "The game has begun," her eyes glowing with satisfaction. Leon trembles under her gaze, as Rosweiss licks her lips, her voice dripping with playful affection. "My captive," she purrs. As Leon struggles to breathe through the suffocating heat of the curse, Rosweiss smirks, her eyes shining with wicked amusement. "You're almost losing control," she teases, tilting her head slightly. "Do you even know what you look like right now?" Leon furrows his brow in pain, shaking his head in denial. But Rosweiss only chuckles, her amusement evident. With a smug expression, she summons a mirror, its surface gleaming with an unnatural light. "This," she says, her voice dripping with satisfaction, "is a magic prop I bought in Sky City. It records images and voices for a short time." She places the mirror before him, its reflective surface casting back his strained expression. With a knowing smile, she leans in slightly. "Now, Leon," she purrs, "tell me, right here in front of the mirror, what you truly want to do." Leon stares at his own reflection, his breath shallow. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock, as his own voice, unbidden and betraying him, escapes his lips. "I want to kiss you." His heart pounds violently in his chest. "That's not true," he screams inwardly, his mind recoiling from the words. His face flushes hot with embarrassment, but Rosweiss, catching the flicker of panic in his eyes, only presses further. With a mischievous grin, she steps closer, her tone playful and taunting. "Say it again," she urges, her eyes gleaming, but louder this time. This time, Leon doesn't hesitate. The words tumble from his mouth, louder, more desperate. "I want to kiss Rosweiss." The moment the confession leaves his lips, Leon's breath hitches. His fists clench at his sides, his knuckles white. "I didn't mean that," he insists to himself, his mind a storm of denial and confusion. "I didn't mean to say that." Rosweiss takes another step forward, her smirk deepening as she watches him struggle. The satisfaction in her eyes is undeniable. She playfully remarks that he looks absolutely mortified, as if he's completely abandoned his dignity, and is now shamelessly begging for a kiss from his sworn enemy. Leon quickly turns his face away, his voice sharp with defiance, as he adamantly declares, "I won't kiss you." But before he can even process what's happening, his body betrays him. In the very next moment, he moves on instinct, unconsciously lunging toward Rosweiss. She catches him effortlessly, her smirk deepening as a soft chuckle escapes her lips. "Well, well," she teases, her voice dripping with amusement. "It's truly unlike you to be this impatient." Leon braces himself against her hands, his mind growing hazy, the fog of the blood curse clouding his thoughts. His lips part slightly, and before he can stop himself, he murmurs words he can no longer suppress. He wants to kiss her, to hold her, to be one with her. Rosweiss's eyes flash with recognition. She remembers this feeling all too well. The irresistible pull, the burning desire, the loss of control. This is exactly how she felt when the blood curse took hold of her. So, she thinks to herself, Leon has finally reached this stage. A faint smile plays on her lips. She knows there's no turning back now. "You asked for this," she whispers, her breath warm against his ear. She leans in, her voice low and filled with promise. "Now, let's see your true self. Let's see what you become once you completely fall." The night unfolds in a blur of heat and shadows, their wills entangled, their pride stripped away. By the time morning arrives, Leon groans, his body aching as he slowly blinks awake. His head throbs with the weight of what transpired. He clenches his fists, his mind clouded with fragmented memories of the night before. A wave of frustration crashes over him as the realization settles in. I fell for it again? He grits his teeth, cursing the blood curse for forcing him to discard his pride, his dignity as a dragon slayer, and making him succumb to Rosweiss's control once more. The shame coils tightly in his chest, heavier and more suffocating than ever before. Beside him, Rosweiss, the very culprit behind his downfall, sleeps soundly, her breathing steady, her posture relaxed, as if she doesn't have a single care in the world. She looks completely defenseless, a stark contrast to the chaos she left in her wake. Leon's hand moves unconsciously toward her face, his fingertips brushing against her cheek. But the moment his skin meets hers, he snaps back to reality, jerking his hand away. "What am I doing?" he questions, his heart pounding. "Why did I touch her?" he convinces himself. "I only wanted to wake her up. Nothing more." But even as he repeats the thought, doubt gnaws at the edges of his mind. Then he pauses. Why hasn't she reacted? Narrowing his eyes, he mutters, "Don't tell me you're pretending to be asleep." Leaning in, he pokes her forehead gently. "Hey," he says, his voice a mixture of irritation and lingering confusion. "Stop pretending." He shakes her gently, his voice firm as he orders, "Wake up." His brow furrows in frustration. She's usually so self-disciplined, he thinks. Why is she still asleep? A flicker of concern creeps into his mind. Could she be under the influence of the blood curse? He knows all too well that the curse's effects vary, depending on the victim's physical resilience. When he'd first fallen prey to it, he'd been on the brink of death. The curse had nearly claimed him, dragging him into a coma that lasted 2 agonizing years. Even now, he doesn't fully understand how he managed to survive. But Rosweiss? She's not just anyone. She's the Dragon Queen, strong, healthy, and nearly indomitable. Even so, Leon muses, She'll probably be unconscious for about a week. As the realization sinks in, a smug smile curls at the corners of his lips. This is perfect. A week might not be enough time for an ordinary human to escape her reach, but Leon isn't ordinary. Not when he's equipped with the black gold armor. Leon quickly gets dressed, gathers his belongings, and decides that with the help of stamina recovery potions and pills, running at full speed should be enough to get him back to the human realm. He grins, confident in his plan. By the time Rosweiss wakes up and realizes he is missing, it will already be too late. He laughs loudly, but as the thought settles in, reality hits him. It has been 2 years since he left the Empire. He has no idea what the situation is like over there now. Setting the potion back down, Leon frowns, realizing there are still too many unanswered questions about his capture back then. Returning rashly would be too risky. He decides it's better to be cautious. Besides, he has already asked Rosweiss to investigate the Master's current situation. Maybe I should wait for her news. More importantly, he has to think about his daughters. As he glances out the window, watching them play, Leon's thoughts soften. He reminds himself that he cannot abandon them now. A small smile creeps onto his face as he realizes the truth. Despite everything, he still has to stay in the Silver Dragon Castle. After all, he hasn't taken his revenge on Rosweiss yet. That evening, as Noah and Muan enter the room, they grow increasingly worried that their mother is still not waking up. Muan calls out to her, asking if she's okay since she has been asleep all night. Noah turns to Leon suspiciously, narrowing her eyes before questioning him about what he did last night. Under Noah's intense gaze, Leon starts to feel nervous. Quickly, he tries to excuse himself, saying that they were simply chatting on the balcony. He hurriedly adds that the cold wind must have made her sick, attempting to shift the blame onto the weather rather than raising any suspicions. Turning to Anna, he asks, "It's not that big of a deal, is it?" hoping for reassurance. Anna responds calmly, telling them not to worry. She explains that the temple physician has just examined Her Majesty and confirmed that aside from being slightly weak, everything else appears normal. She then states that she will handle the clan's affairs in Her Majesty's stead for the time being. If His Majesty has nothing else to address, she continues, I will take my leave and begin my work. Leon, seemingly relieved by her words, nods and tells her to proceed. After Anna exits the room, Muan approaches Rosweiss, gently placing her hand on her mother. With a soft voice, she pleads for her to get better soon, promising that she will never make her angry again. Muan gazes at her mother's sleeping face, guilt shimmering in her eyes. She regrets every moment she might have upset her. Meanwhile, Leon stands quietly by Rosweiss's bedside, his eyes scanning her body. He notices the sheen of sweat glistening on her skin and realizes he'll need to wipe it off later. As this thought crosses his mind, Noah, who has been silently observing him, frowns. She catches the strange flicker in his expression and immediately feels something is off. Her voice sharp with suspicion, she confronts him. Are you planning something? She asks bluntly, narrowing her eyes. Are you trying to do something to Mom while she's unconscious? Leon straightens slightly, his lips twitching into an uneasy smile. You're overthinking it, he replies calmly. I just want to take good care of her. Noah studies him intently for a moment, her sharp gaze not easing. After a tense pause, she sighs. If that's really the case, then fine. She turns to Muan, her tone softening. Come on, Muan, let's go. We'll come back and see Mom again tomorrow. Muan glances back at Rosweiss one last time, her small voice filled with quiet affection. I'll come see you again tomorrow, Mom. Then, with a final wave to their father, both girls leave the room, their footsteps fading down the hall. Now alone, Leon remains by Rosweiss's side, his gaze lingering on her peaceful, vulnerable figure. After a brief pause, he exhales and starts pondering his next move. Finally, he decides to fetch a basin of water and a cloth to wipe away the sweat beading on her skin. He recalls applying medicine to her earlier and worries she might catch a cold if left like this. As he gently wrings out the cloth, he thinks to himself, when Rosweiss wakes up, She better not misunderstand my intentions. Looking down at her, Leon notices something unusual. Rosweiss, who usually flaunts her large, elegant tail with pride, now lies so weak she can't even move it. The sight makes him sigh softly. With care, he begins to wipe her body, his movements slow and deliberate. Once he's finished, he hesitates. Should I change her clothes too? The thought lingers, but practicality wins out. His eyes wander around the room until they settle on a nearby cupboard. Curious, he opens it, and is immediately taken aback by the sheer number of outfits crammed inside. He thinks to himself that with so many outfits, it should be fine to pick something he likes. He begins rummaging through them, tossing clothes around as he searches for something suitable. Eventually, he selects a few outfits, off-shoulder dresses, boat-neck tops, and elegant gowns. But as he looks at them, he frowns, realizing he has a problem. How should he deal with her ears? Suddenly, he has an idea. Maybe I can use Rosweiss's hair to shape something resembling ears. He proceeds with this thought, but as he finishes, he finds himself feeling oddly embarrassed. Before him, Rosweiss is now dressed in a bunny girl cosplay outfit. He hadn't expected it to suit her so well, and yet, here she was. Seeing her like this, he feels an unfamiliar heat rise within him. Just then, the dragon mark on his body suddenly activates, sending a jolt through him. Startled, Leon stares down at the glowing mark and mutters in disbelief, "Why did the dragon pattern suddenly light up?" A memory flashes in his mind. Rosweiss had once explained that if one of the two people with the dragon seal had that kind of desire for the other, the dragon pattern would react. Realizing the implication, Leon's face turns bright red. He screams internally, trying to suppress the turmoil within him. How could I have such thoughts about Rosweiss while I'm completely sober? He desperately convinces himself that it must be the revealing outfit's fault. In an attempt to calm down, he decides to recite the 3 honors and 3 shames of a dragon slayer in his mind. Pride and loyalty to the Empire, pride in fighting on the battlefield, pride in upholding justice. He takes a deep breath before recalling the shames, repeating these lines over and over until he finally manages to clear his thoughts. However, as he reflects on what just happened, he sighs, realizing something dangerous almost occurred. Yet, as he glances at Rosweiss's current appearance, he hesitates. It would be a shame not to document this rare sight. A sly grin crosses his face as he suddenly remembers that Rosweiss owns a home camera. With newfound excitement, he rummages through her belongings until he finds it. He then begins taking photos from various angles, chuckling mischievously as he goes. Looking at the captured images, he mutters, "Even she has days like this." As he continues, he gently moves her lips into a slight smile to take a picture of her smiling face. Seeing this, he instinctively takes another picture. Thinking to himself that this moment is truly priceless, he decides he will make sure to preserve these historic photos properly. Suddenly, Rosweiss lets out a small noise. Hearing this, Leon nearly jumps out of his skin, screaming internally, "Is she going to wake up so soon?" His heartbeat quickens as he waits in silence. Seconds pass, but Rosweiss doesn't move again. Leon lets out a deep sigh of relief, realizing it was just a false alarm. Deciding not to take any more chances, he quickly changes her back into her normal pajamas and tidies up the room. He decides that tomorrow, he will proceed with the next step of his revenge plan, before finally calling it a night. Later that night at the Dragon Temple, Muan comes running toward Noah, her face filled with panic. She calls out for her sister. Noah turns to her, concerned, and asks what happened. Seeing Muan huffing and out of breath, Noah gently tells her to calm down and speak slowly. Muan takes a deep breath before explaining that her Rubik's Cube broke, and she wanted to ask Dad to fix it, but there's a problem. She can't find him anywhere. Noah's frown deepens. A suspicious feeling creeps over her. Did he escape while Mom was unconscious? She gently grabs Muan's hand, reassuring her. "Don't worry," she says firmly. "I'll go with you to find him." And then they go to seek their father. As they go, Muan calls out for their father, asking where he is. The scene shifts as No, and Muan continue their search, calling out and questioning where he could be. Finding no sign of him in the bedroom, they decide to check the other rooms. Moving from one to another, Muan remarks that it doesn't seem like he's here. They keep searching, only to realize he isn't in any of the other rooms either. In desperation, Muan even peers into the trash bin. Seeing this absurd action, Noah mutters, questioning how their father could possibly be in the trash can. Muan, however, insists she can't find him anywhere, and wonders if he might be lost. Noah states firmly that some people are kind, but sooner or later they leave, just like last time. Muan, confused, asks about last time. Noah responds, saying she guesses that man is gone. She has always felt that there was something different about their family. On the surface, it appears harmonious, but in reality, many things feel false. For as long as she can remember, that man had been sleeping in the room, and their mother told them he was their father. One day he finally woke up and immediately tried to run away, but their mother caught him without any explanation. Since then, he hasn't tried to escape again, but Noah doesn't believe he truly wants to stay. Later, he began deliberately approaching them, trying to please them, teaching her things, acting like a good father. But she questions whether this is truly out of love or merely part of his plan, a way to secretly find a chance to escape when they let their guard down. She shares that if love carries hidden motives, she would rather not have such impure love at all than become a tool for someone else's escape. She is convinced he doesn't belong here, and that sooner or later he will abandon them. Muan, with tears in her eyes, cries out that their mother won't wake up and their father is gone. Desperately, she asks Noah what they are going to do now. Noah reassures her sister that she will protect her, and they embrace each other. Muan sobs loudly as Noah firmly states that they should prepare a farewell ceremony for that man. The scene shifts to the back hill of the Silver Dragon Temple, near the Plum Blossom Forest. Leon strolls along the path, admiring the scenery and commenting that the servant wasn't lying. This place is indeed beautiful. He recalls how a maid had asked if he wanted to know where Her Majesty the Queen liked to go. Leon confirmed that he wanted to take a walk, and the maid offered to send someone to accompany him. However, Leon declined, asking only for a map marking the location. Now, standing in the serene surroundings, Leon notes that his movements have been restricted, and he only managed to come out now because the mother dragon is unconscious. He decides to use this opportunity to investigate the surrounding terrain, and plans to surprise her when she wakes up. Smirking, he admits to himself that pretending to investigate the places the mother dragon cherishes is just a cover. In reality, it's part of his revenge plan. His true intention is to take advantage of her weakness when she wakes up and humiliate her in the place she holds dear, just as she humiliated him in front of his hometown. He walks up to a massive tree, noting that it's thick enough for what he has in mind. Examining the soil, he mutters that it isn't soft enough, and that it would be nice to cover it with flower petals when the time comes. Turning toward the castle, he observes that from this vantage point, one can see the Silver Dragon Temple at the foot of the mountain. He notes down this location on his list: Northern Cliff, Golden Grassland, Quiet Mountain Stream, and Cherry Blossom Forest. Deciding this spot should be included as well, he smugly states that everything is ready now. All he has to do is wait for Rose Weiss to wake up. He eagerly anticipates the trouble awaiting the mother dragon. The scene shifts to the Silver Dragon Temple courtyard at night. As Leon strolls through, he notices a group of maids weeping near a blazing fire. Approaching from behind, he questions what's going on and why the atmosphere is so lively. One of the sobbing maids cries out that the two princesses wanted to hold a funeral and asked them to prepare a bonfire. Meanwhile, Muan solemnly pays her respects to their father, saying she will offer him steak and hopes he will come back to see them. Noah, however, corrects her, stating that he has already left and that they need to let go. Leon watches the scene unfold, initially assuming they are playing some sort of game. He wonders if he should just go along with it for now. Walking forward, he gestures for the maids to step aside. The maids, shocked to see His Excellency, hesitantly make way for him. Leon casually asks whose photo they are worshipping, joking that his grandfather taught him how to play the swona, and asking if they want him to play it for them. However, as he steps closer and gets a proper look at the table, he is surprised to see his own photo placed there. At first, he smiles, remarking that he looks quite handsome in the picture. But as reality sinks in, he is suddenly thunderstruck. His expression shifts to shock as he demands to know why his photo is on the table. Seeing their father in front of them, Noah and Muan are quite surprised, pointing out that their dad has appeared. Leon, quiet with a gloomy face, tells his dear daughter that he was only out for a day, questioning whether it is too hasty to hold a funeral for him now. Muan gets teary. Without a moment's hesitation, she jumps toward Leon, crying out that their dad is back. She sobs, saying that she thought he didn't want her anymore. Leon gently pats her head, reassuring her, asking what nonsense she's talking about. He states, how could their dad not want them? Noah pouts and says that she and Muan searched for him at the temple several times but couldn't find him. She thought that he had left them. Leon laughs it off, questioning why he would ever leave. He explains that he just went for a walk in the back mountain today, making Noah realize that she had misunderstood the situation. Leon picks up Muan and turns to the maids, telling them that everything is fine now and asking everyone to go home. Muan excitedly asks if she can eat his tribute meal now that he is back. Leon chuckles and assures her that, of course, she can. Muan dashes toward the tribute, exclaiming how great it is, making Leon think to himself that she is definitely not like him because she is so greedy. Meanwhile, Noah calls out to Leon, reminding him that next time he goes out alone, he should at least inform them. She then pouts in embarrassment, admitting that Muan was very worried about him. Leon laughs it off and apologizes for making them worry. He realizes that Noah clearly cares for him, but is too embarrassed to say it outright. Noah then lowers her head and admits that this entire situation is her fault for not trusting him. She bows and sincerely apologizes. Leon, quite surprised, thinks inwardly whether his entire farewell ceremony was due to her misunderstanding. He notes that no one would have known if she hadn't said anything. He realizes that special children will always take their share of responsibility for mistakes, even when they aren't entirely at fault. However, he acknowledges that this misunderstanding ultimately stems from his failure to provide Noah with a sense of security. He understands that Noah longs for affection and love, but won't take the initiative to seek it. Even if he promises her something now, she probably won't believe him easily. As her father, the best he can do is prove his love and presence through consistent actions. Leon sits down beside Noah, gently patting her head, telling her it's okay. He warmly states that they should go have dinner together. He adds that she has school tomorrow after all. Internally, he promises himself that he will always be with her, ensuring she never has to feel abandoned again. The scene shifts to the queen's bedroom the next day. Muan is sitting beside Rosweiss as she slowly wakes up. Muan immediately calls out to her mother, exclaiming that she is awake. Her eyes well up with tears as she exclaims that she was sleeping all the time and that she was so worried about her. Rosweiss, still feeling weak, reaches out and gently wipes Muan's tears. She says that she is sorry for making her worry. She notices that her body lacks strength and her magic power isn't responding. Rosweiss thinks to herself that, ordinarily, with her Dragon King's body, she should have been able to withstand the side effects of the blood curse backlash. However, she suspects that her current condition is a result of using her power to save that man before. Thinking about Leon, she assumes that, given his personality, he must have escaped by now. Forcing a smile, Rosweiss asks how long she has been asleep. Muan answers immediately that it has been 2 days. Rosweiss thinks to herself that he couldn't have gotten far in 2 days, so she should still be able to send someone to capture him. Just as she contemplates her next move, Leon enters, holding a large fish. He asks Muan about having fish for dinner, stating that he just caught a big one in the back mountain. Rosweiss freezes in shock, while Muan lights up with excitement. Muan exclaims that he is so amazing. Leon grins, enjoying her admiration, saying that, of course, her dad is awesome. Seeing Rosweiss awake, he greets her, questioning if she is awake. Rosweiss, still trying to process the situation, questions why he is here. Leon smirks and shrugs, questioning where else he would be. He explains that he just went to the back mountain to get some fresh air and catch a fish to nourish his dear wife's body. Rosweiss, suddenly flustered, turns away and mutters, questioning who his dear wife is. Muan giggles and teases her mom not to be shy. Leon kneels beside Muan and hands her the fish. He tells Muan that he has a very important mission for her. Questioning if she can deliver the fish to the kitchen, Muan salutes playfully, reassuring him to leave it to her. With that, she grabs the fish and dashes out of the room. As she leaves, Leon calls after her, telling her that her mom and dad have some things to talk about, so they can eat dinner first. Muan waves without looking back. Once they are alone, Rosweiss narrows her eyes at Leon. She tells Leon that she thought he would abandon his daughter and run away while she was unconscious. Leon chuckles, saying that there are still many things between them that they haven't settled yet. So why would he run away? Rosweiss, quite puzzled, questions what's going on between them. Leon's smile turns mischievous, questioning if she remembers what she did to him when he woke up more than a month ago. Rosweiss, caught off guard, blinks in confusion, asking what she did before. Suddenly, realization dawns on her, and she gasps in shock, asking if he is thinking about that. Leon's smirk widens into an evil grin. He reveals it's exactly that. As Rosweiss furiously warned Leon not to assume he could do anything to her just because she was weak, she advised him not to act rashly. However, instead of being intimidated, Leon smirked at her, amusement dancing in his eyes. Smiling, he questioned whether he had truly been the weak one back then. He continued, pointing out that when he had first woken up, he hadn't even taken a sip of water before she had cast the dragon pattern on him and pushed him down. With a hint of sarcasm, he asked whether she had ever given him a chance to refuse. Rosweiss's expression darkened as she warned him to understand what would happen once she fully recovered. There was a clear threat in her tone, making it evident that he would regret his actions if he did not stop now. She did not hold back, ensuring he understood the consequences. Yet, instead of backing down, Leon only taunted her further. Dismissing her warning, he mockingly addressed her as his dear wife. Without hesitation, he picked her up, holding her firmly in his grasp. Then, with unwavering confidence, he declared that this was the best decision he had ever made in his life. He added that this time, the tables had turned. She was now the prisoner of war. His words struck a nerve, but Rosweiss was in no position to argue against him. Later, in the cherry blossom forest in the back hills, Rosweiss continued to struggle against him, trying to push him away. She demanded that he release her, frustration growing with each passing second. However, Leon remained composed, merely warning her not to move. He cautioned that if she struggled too much, she would fall. Grinding her teeth in frustration, Rosweiss couldn't help but think about her situation. If only she had regained her strength, she would have beaten him long ago. Upon reaching the cherry blossom tree, Rosweiss turned to Leon with a sharp glare and demanded to know why he had brought her there. Without hesitation, Leon explained that while she had been unconscious, he had taken the time to carefully investigate the places she frequently visited. He stated that this was her first stop for the night. Rosweiss let out a frustrated groan, clearly displeased with his response. She demanded to know what he meant by first stop, asking if he intended to take her elsewhere as well. Without directly answering, Leon pointed to a specific location in the distance. He explained that it was her temple, and that, from this vantage point, she had a complete view of it. His voice carried a deeper meaning, making it clear that this moment was about more than just sightseeing. Rosweiss narrowed her eyes, immediately suspecting his true intentions. Without hesitation, she asked if he wanted revenge for his hometown. Activating his dragon pattern, Leon met her gaze and affirmed her suspicion. He stated that treating others in their own way was not a privilege exclusive to her dragon clan. Rosweiss suddenly felt a strange sensation as her dragon mark resonated. Her body weakened and she realized her energy was draining rapidly. The feeling was unsettling, and she struggled to maintain her composure. Meanwhile, Leon continued speaking, stating that, although he was human, he possessed a strong sense of revenge and ritual. He urged her to look ahead carefully, to take in the sight of her palace. He reminded her that all her pride and dignity originated from that place. Yet now, she found herself in a position where she could do nothing but allow him to manipulate her. Without warning, Leon pushed Rosweiss down, causing her to lose her balance. He then asked how it felt to be humiliated by a defeated dragon slayer. His voice was laced with mockery as he leaned closer, licking her back in a taunting manner. The action made Rosweiss huff in embarrassment, and she instinctively tried to resist. However, her body reacted involuntarily, making it difficult for her to fight back. A sudden idea crossed her mind, and she quickly coiled her tail around Leon's arm, attempting to catch him off guard. Leon was momentarily surprised, realizing she still had enough strength to fight back. However, his amusement remained as he observed her reaction. Rosweiss gritted her teeth and warned him that while he was in control now, he should enjoy it while it lasted. She made it clear that once she had the opportunity, she would take even more brutal revenge on him. However, Leon simply laughed in response, dismissing her words. He told her not to speak to him about the future, as he always lived in the present. He then stated that the night was still long and that the carnival of revenge had only just begun. The scene shifted to the next morning in the Silver Dragon Queen's bedroom. Leon laid Rosweiss down gently before lying beside her with a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that he had finally returned. Exhausted from tossing her around to different places all night, he reflected on the events that had transpired. As he observed how soundly she slept, he mused that she seemed quite satisfied with the evening. However, the thought made him flinch. Hadn't he come here for revenge? He groaned, shaking his head, trying to push away any conflicting thoughts. He reminded himself that she had fully experienced the humiliation of being pinned down by the dragon slayer she despised the most. With that in mind, he reassured himself that his revenge had been successfully carried out. Determined to leave before the maids awoke, Leon decided to return to his room. He acknowledged that their relationship was not one where they could sleep in the same bed until dawn. However, just as he was about to move, Rosweiss unconsciously reached out and held onto him, taking him by surprise. Trying to clear his thoughts, Leon reasoned that when people slept, they instinctively sought warmth. He reminded himself that this was simply a natural instinct of all living beings, and that he shouldn't let it affect him. Yet, as he lay beside her, holding her hand, he found himself thinking that it was much warmer there than returning to his cold bed in the other room. A small smile formed on his lips as he decided to stay where he was, at least for a little while longer. The next morning, as birds chirped outside, Muan entered the room, attempting to wake her mother. She questioned whether her mother was still asleep, jumping toward her in an effort to rouse her. Urging her to get up, she pointed out that the sun was already shining. Still drowsy, Rosweiss, half asleep, asked Muan to go play with her father instead. Complying, Muan moved toward her father, shaking him in an attempt to wake him. She stated that the sun was shining on his back. Leon, still immersed in sleep, responded drowsily, commenting on the warmth and requesting to rest a little longer. Observing them, Muan frowned, voicing her frustration. She pointed out that the two of them were hugging so tightly that she had no idea whom she could play with. As she pondered, she realized it was the first time she had seen her parents being so affectionate. However, something seemed strange to her. She questioned why there were so many red spots scattered across their bodies. An idea struck her. It had to be bug bites. Rushing to the desk, she rummaged through it, recalling how her mother had taught her about different kinds of bites. She reasoned that if someone had been bitten by an insect, there was always a cream available for treatment. Triumphant, she assured herself that there was no need to worry. Since her sister was away, she would be the one to take care of them. With enthusiasm, she applied the ointment to both Rosweiss and her father, doing so quite cheerfully. After some time, Rosweiss finally called out to wake her husband. As Leon stirred, he immediately sensed something odd. Feeling a strange sensation on his face, he noticed that his entire body was covered in unusual markings. Dazed, he turned to look at Rosweiss's face, and upon seeing her condition, he burst into laughter. Rosweiss, puzzled by his reaction, questioned what was wrong with him. At that moment, Muan excitedly admitted that she was responsible. She explained that after seeing the numerous red marks on both of them, she had assumed they had been bitten by bugs, prompting her to apply medicine. Both Rosweiss and her husband were left speechless, feeling a mix of embarrassment and disbelief. He reflected on the situation, concluding that some things were indeed better left unknown. However, Muan remained cheerful, proudly claiming that she had done an excellent job. Her father, playing along, praised her efforts, agreeing that she had done well. Muan, feeling even more confident, promised that next time she would help apply the medicine again. At that realization, both Rosweiss and her husband exchanged a glance, silently vowing to ensure the door remained locked in the future. Sometime later, as Rosweiss was resting, Leon attempted to feed her. Startled, she pulled away, questioning his intentions. However, he simply pushed the spoon into her mouth, explaining that since she had not eaten for several days, she needed to regain her strength. Reminding her that dragons could go without food or water during their dormant state, he insisted that she must be hungry. Rosweiss, reluctant, argued that she was fully capable of eating on her own. However, after tasting the food, she hesitantly admitted that it wasn't bad. Observing her reaction, Leon smiled and took a bite himself. He proudly stated that it was fried rice made with love. Rosweiss, confused, pointed out that the meal had been made for her, questioning why he was eating it as well. In response, he reached for the bowl, claiming that he was merely assisting her, since he doubted she could finish it all. His words, however, sparked irritation in Rosweiss, who immediately challenged his assumption. With determination, she declared that she would finish the entire portion and that he would not get another bite. After consuming the entire bowl, Leon found himself reflecting on recent events. He had been taking care of her, helping her bathe, cooking for her, and even feeding her. Though she recognized his efforts, she couldn't help but feel conflicted. Sarcastically, she questioned whether he had done all of it just to torment her. In response, he feigned innocence, asking how any of his actions could be considered torture. Instead, he insisted that it was all loving care from a devoted husband. His words, however, only fueled her frustration. As he exited the room laughing, he called out, reminding her to see him in the morning. Rosweiss, clenching her fists, cursed under her breath. She muttered that he truly lived up to his reputation as a damned dragon slayer, always finding ways to irritate her. In frustration, she slammed her fist down beside the bed with all her strength. However, as her hand collided with the surface, an unexpected force surged through her body. Startled, she noticed something strange. As she examined her surroundings, realization dawned upon her. Her strength had returned. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, her husband hummed to himself, feeling content. He delighted in the fact that Mother Dragon had yet to recover fully. With a mischievous grin, he mused that he still wanted to play around with her for a few more days. However, at that moment, he remained blissfully unaware of the seriousness of the situation that was about to unfold. In the castle, as Anna entered Rosweiss's room, she called out to Her Majesty, informing her that the liquid medicine prescribed by the doctor would help her regain her strength. As she placed it down, Rosweiss responded that her body had already recovered, making the medicine unnecessary. Anna attempted to convince Rosweiss otherwise, but her attention was drawn to the broken wall. Noticing her gaze, Rosweiss explained that she had failed to control her strength earlier and planned to have someone repair it the next day. Anna acknowledged this with a nod and turned to leave, but before she could step out, Rosweiss called out to her again. With a slightly embarrassed expression, she hesitated before asking Anna not to inform Leon that she was still recovering. Hiding her face behind a book, Rosweiss admitted that she wanted him to take care of her a little while longer. Anna, surprised by the request, giggled before assuring Rosweiss that she understood. Meanwhile, Rosweiss smirked smugly, remarking that Leon's peaceful days would soon be over. 2 days later, in the garden, Muan eagerly called out to her father, expressing her desire to learn the sparkly technique that made his body shine. Leon, slightly puzzled, asked if she was referring to the sparkly effect, wondering if she meant magic. Muan, her eyes gleaming with excitement, confirmed, explaining that it was the same ability he and her mother had demonstrated at the training grounds. Curious about her sudden interest, Leon asked why she wanted to learn magic. Muan explained that her sister had been learning many things at school, and she didn't want to be left behind. Leon, understanding her determination, asked if there was something specific she wanted to learn. Muan nodded firmly. He then remarked that having two children at home naturally created a sense of competition, which could be beneficial. He noted that Muan admired her sister a lot and naturally didn't want to feel distant from her. With a warm smile, Leon reassured Muan that he would definitely teach her magic and that they would start with basic training. Overjoyed, Muan eagerly thanked her father. Later, as Muan diligently practiced her magic, Leon observed her progress and realized that, in just a few hours, she had successfully guided magical energy through her body. He speculated that she might soon reach magic enlightenment and begin working with original magical power. Watching her closely, he wondered if she might be a genius. Suddenly, Muan's stomach growled, interrupting their session. With an innocent expression, she admitted that she was starving and had no strength left. Leon sighed quietly, realizing that they couldn't rush the training. He patted Muan's head, declaring that the session was over for the day, and that they should return home to eat. Muan, delighted by his words, cheered and declared that her father was the best. That night, as Anna entered the room, she presented an item to Her Majesty, stating that it was what she had requested. Rosways accepted it and instructed Anna to set it aside. Just then, Leon entered enthusiastically, greeting his wife with excitement. Rosways thanked Anna for her hard work and told her she could leave. Leon recalled that, according to Anna's earlier statement, Rosways would need 5 days to fully recover. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, he thought to himself that he still had time to torture her. Smirking playfully, he wiggled his fingers and teasingly offered Rosways a massage if she felt any discomfort. Rosways, wearing a taunting expression, questioned why he didn't simply prove the might of the Empire's strongest dragon slayer that very night. She mockingly pointed out that only 2 days had passed, yet he already seemed exhausted, wondering if that was all he could manage. Annoyed by her remarks, Leon demanded clarification on what she had just said. Without hesitation, he grabbed Rosways, commenting on how exhausted she looked and stating that he had intended to let her rest for the night. However, seeing her arrogance, he decided otherwise. Holding on to her, he remarked that if her words were so bold, then her body must be just as tough. As he removed his upper garments, he warned her that she would regret her taunts. However, to his surprise, Rosways smirked confidently and stated that she had never once regretted anything. In an instant, she wrapped her tail around Leon's body, catching him off guard. Leon let out a startled cry as he was suddenly slammed onto the bed, left completely vulnerable. As Rosways climbed on top of him, he was stunned by her overwhelming strength. Bewildered, he asked if she had already recovered. With an amused tone, Rosways silenced him, playfully calling him her dear dragon slayer. She then retrieved the item Anna had brought, a pair of handcuffs and a whip. Realizing the situation fully, Leon's expression grew visibly nervous. He hesitated before questioning when she had prepared such things. But before he could react, his wrists were bound and a blindfold was placed over his eyes. Muttering to himself, he wondered if he had just walked straight into a trap. With a mischievous smile, Rosways warned him not to even think about struggling. Still in disbelief, Leon demanded to know what exactly she was planning. Still in disbelief, Leon asked if she intended to torture him to extract a confession. As he called out to Rosways, addressing her as Mother Dragon, he boldly warned her that he had undergone professional anti-interrogation training and would never yield to her. Rosways scoffed at his claim, questioning whether that was truly the case. In response, she activated an orb, revealing an event from Leon's past, one where he had desperately called out for Rosways, pleading with her and expressing his desire to kiss her. Upon seeing this, Leon could hardly believe his own eyes. He simply stared at the screen, questioning what he was witnessing as the voices played out. Unfazed, Rosways asked him to consider who the person was that had begged her so desperately. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Leon struggled to process the situation. The strange noises coming from the recording were unmistakably his own, calling out for Rosways. Flustered, he attempted to refute it, insisting that the voice couldn't possibly belong to a human and that it merely sounded similar. However, Rosways dismissed his claim and brought the orb closer, forcing him to see the truth more clearly. Leon had no choice but to listen as his own embarrassing words played back. Pleas for Rosways, expressing his desire to kiss her and embrace her as one. Stunned, he was left speechless. Rosways, smirking, taunted him, suggesting that he might recall it all now. Faced with undeniable evidence, he apologized, but Rosways was far from ready to let it go. She took out the whip and ordered him to repeat what he had just said, several times. Then, with a dangerous glint in her eyes, she warned him that if he couldn't remember it clearly, she would gladly replay it for him again. Without hesitation, she whipped him, repeatedly and furiously, throughout the entire night. The relentless punishment left Leon writhing in pain, unable to move properly. As he lay there enduring the agony, he turned his face just in time to see a dragon entering the room, reporting to Rosways about a letter. Still struggling from the ordeal, Leon questioned whether the letter was from the Academy. He noted that it had arrived so late at night, making him wonder what could have happened. Rosways explained that the Academy had summoned them for the next day, mentioning that Noah had gotten into a fight with someone. This revelation startled Leon, who sat up in shock and demanded to know what she meant. The scene then shifted to the following day in the office of Vice Principal Wilson, where Noah was brought in alongside 3 visibly injured students. The vice principal addressed Leon and Rosways, stating that the reason for summoning them was to resolve a conflict that had arisen between Noah and some of her classmates. With a furious expression, Rosways questioned what he meant, her tone carrying both anger and an implicit threat. She then turned her gaze toward the 3 injured students and accused them of teaming up to bully her daughter. Her words immediately caused the 3 young dragons to recoil in fear. Meanwhile, Leon took a quick glance at Noah, checking for any signs of injury. However, Noah reassured him that she was fine. It was then that Principal Wilson revealed the truth. Noah had actually been the one to beat up the 3 students. This revelation left Rosways momentarily surprised, while the injured students cried out in frustration. Leon turned to Noah, staring at her, before ultimately praising her, acknowledging that she was indeed his daughter. Principal Wilson, however, remained focused on the broader issue. While the fight itself had been a minor incident between young dragons, it also reflected an underlying conflict between cocoon-born and viviparous-born dragons. He knew the 2 distinct methods of dragon reproduction. Cocoon-born dragons directly inherited their mother's strength, giving them natural advantages in physical fitness and talent, while viviparous-born dragons required time to grow and learn before mastering their strength. As a result, within the same age group, cocoon-born dragonlets generally possessed superior physical strength compared to their viviparous counterparts. Despite this difference, Noah, a viviparous-born dragon, had single-handedly defeated 3 cocoon-born dragons, all of whom were a few years older than her. Recognizing her exceptional abilities at such a young age, Principal Wilson remarked that she had a bright future ahead. Just as the discussion continued, the door burst open. A red dragon entered the room, scoffing as he declared that he had heard his son had been involved in a fight. He dismissed the matter as trivial, stating that he was willing to cover the medical expenses. However, his nonchalant attitude quickly changed when he turned to his companions and saw their children injured. The red dragon then called out for his son, demanding an explanation for how he had been beaten so badly. The 3 injured students rushed toward their fathers, crying out pitifully. Meanwhile, Rosways whispered to Leon, identifying the red dragon as a member of the Red Flame Dragon King's faction, Constantine's clan. She explained that everyone from the Red Flame Dragon clan was known for being arrogant and domineering, making it difficult to communicate with them. Leon, reflecting on past encounters, remarked that if all the Red Flame Dragons he had killed were lined up, they could circle the Academy twice. The Red Flame Dragon parent, unfazed by the situation, turned his gaze toward Rosways and questioned who she thought she was. He scoffed at the notion of her being the queen of the Silver Dragon clan, expressing disbelief that a queen would fail to discipline her own child, allowing her to bully other dragons. His words carried a clear implication that the Silver Dragon clan was not as strong as the Red Flame Dragon clan, and that they only dared to instigate young dragons to pick fights with his son. Hearing this, Rosweiss's expression darkened. She glared at him and demanded that he repeat himself. However, the Red Flame Dragon showed no fear, even going so far as to threaten that if Rosweiss and Leon did not apologize to his son that day, they would not be allowed to leave through the doors. At that moment, Leon smirked and remarked that the real question was, who should be afraid of whom? His hands, he added, had been itching for a fight anyway. Just before the situation could escalate further, Vice Principal Wilson quickly intervened. He addressed the parents in a firm tone, urging them to remain patient and listen to his recounting of the events. Wilson then proceeded to explain what had happened the previous night. According to his account, in the cafeteria, Lowell and two other classmates had an argument with Noah. During the altercation, Noah's plate had accidentally collided with Lowell, staining his clothes. Later that night, on the way back to the dormitory, the three students had cornered Noah in the backyard and engaged in a physical conflict. Upon hearing this, Wilson turned to the injured students and gave them a chance to add any details. However, intimidated by the situation, they hesitated and ultimately remained silent. Just then, Noah stepped forward. With a confident expression, she addressed the vice principal and stated that she had something to add. As Principal Wilson asked her to continue, Noah explained that, first of all, it was Lowell who had deliberately provoked her in the cafeteria, and the incident of knocking over the plate had been purely accidental. She further clarified that the second incident had occurred in the backyard of the dormitory where she encountered them again. Lowell and his group had rushed toward her first, startling her, which led to her unintentionally breaking his arm in self-defense. Glaring at Lowell, she demanded that he confirm her version of events. Startled, Lowell instinctively retreated behind his father, ultimately affirming the truth of her words. His father, noticing his reaction, questions why he appears so frightened of her. Leon intervenes, directing his words toward Noah. He remarks that, despite her justification, he believes she handled the situation incorrectly. As Noah glances at him, he continues, advising that if she ever encounters a similar situation again, she should aim for the knee instead. Noah, confused, inquires about the reasoning behind such advice. With a full flex, Leon explains that on the battlefield, if a member of the Red Flame Dragon clan were injured in the knee, they would be easily subdued. As expected, she acknowledges the advice and assures him she will take it into account in the future. The Red Flame Dragon, growing increasingly frustrated, turns to Principal Wilson and demands if he has just heard what transpired. He expresses outrage that Leon would openly teach his daughter to bully his children. He insists that for students with violent tendencies like this, mere apologies are insufficient, and that expulsion is the only appropriate response. Principal Wilson, maintaining his composure, urges patience, explaining that the decision regarding Noah's expulsion lies with St. Heath's College. Furthermore, he points out that multiple students have reported Lyle's behavior, stating that he frequently bullies the viviparous dragons. Additionally, witnesses from the cafeteria the previous night confirmed that Lyle had been the one who deliberately instigated the confrontation. The Red Flame Dragon, unable to contain his anger, exclaims in disbelief. He reiterates that his daughter physically assaulted his son, yet the Academy not only refrains from punishing her, but instead accuses his son of provocation. Leon interrupts him, questioning whether he has any shame. He asks why the Red Flame Dragon is making such a fuss when his son was beaten, especially since he had been overpowered by a 1-year and 2-month-old child. The Red Flame Dragon, refusing to let the point go, insists that his son's age should not be a concern. Meanwhile, Leon shifts his gaze toward Lyle, who, caught off guard, blurts out that he is 7 years and 10 months old. Suppressing a laugh, Leon mockingly states that if he were in such an embarrassing position, he would dig a hole 1,000 feet deep and bury himself, ensuring that this incident remained a secret for eternity. Flinching in both annoyance and humiliation, the red flame dragon's frustration intensifies. He directs his anger toward Leon, labeling him a coward who does not even have the courage to reveal his tale. He then questions what right Leon has to comment on his son. Growing more aggressive, he extends his hand, pointing his finger toward Leon's family, specifically at Rosweiss. Leon, reacting swiftly, grips the red flame dragon's finger firmly, his gaze darkening. He warns that, while he may tolerate insults directed at himself, the red flame dragon must never point at his wife and children or speak ill of them. The red flame dragon winces in pain, groaning. Observing the interaction, Rosweiss notes Leon's strong protective instinct toward his family. Meanwhile, the red flame dragon, unable to contain his indignation, demands to know if Leon realizes whom he has just laid hands on. He makes a ruckus, arguing that he is the Duke of the Red Flame Dragon clan, and that his superior is none other than Constantine. Before the tension escalates further, the Red Flame Dragon's colleagues step in, attempting to de-escalate the situation. They urge him to remain composed, reminding him that the principal is watching. At that moment, Rosweiss intervenes, shifting the focus back to the matter at hand. She states that this conflict is merely a minor dispute between children, and that dragging their family status into it will not be beneficial. Addressing the principal, she expresses confidence that St. Heath's College will issue a fair judgment, assuring him that their family is willing to abide by whatever decision is made. Principal Wilson nods in acknowledgement, recognizing the wisdom in her words. He then turns to the Red Flame Dragon, questioning whether he truly intends to escalate matters within the school premises. He warns that if the Red Flame Dragon continues to stir trouble, there is a possibility that his child's student status may be revoked. Realizing the weight of the warning, the Red Flame Dragon reluctantly suppresses his anger, while Lyle also pleads with his father to let it go, saying that he still wants to attend school. Though still seething, the Red Flame Dragon forces himself to apologize for losing his temper. However, as he clenches his teeth, it becomes evident that he harbors resentment. Determined to bide his time, he resolves to stay out of the spotlight for now, waiting for an opportune moment to act once they are beyond the school's jurisdiction. Principal Wilson then delivers the final verdict. He acknowledges that in Lyle's case, the primary fault lies with him, as he had initiated the conflict. However, he also states that Noah's response was excessive, even if it had been in self-defense. He orders her to return to her classroom and receive verbal guidance from her class teacher. Additionally, she's instructed to reflect seriously on her actions. As a consequence, all 3 students, including Lyle, are required to write self-reflections, which must be submitted to their respective class teachers for evaluation. Furthermore, they will be assigned class hygiene responsibilities for the following week. Afterward, outside, Noah bids farewell, stating that she will return to the classroom. As she leaves, Leon waves at her and reminds her that if she ever faces such provocation again, she must ensure she targets the knees first. Unbeknownst to him, Principal Wilson had silently approached from behind, his presence sending a chill down Leon's spine as he calls for him. Turning around abruptly, Leon, flustered, nervously asks if the principal has any further inquiries, secretly hoping that his last statement had gone unheard. Principal Wilson, however, appears unfazed. He states that despite the few times they have met, he has always been curious about one thing. Leon's tail has never been visible. He then poses a direct question, inquiring whether Leon's identity has been deliberately concealed. Choosing his words carefully, Principal Wilson admits that he is unable to determine which noble dragon lineage Leon belongs to. However, if it is convenient, he asks if Leon would be willing to disclose the truth. Before Leon can respond, Rosweiss intervenes once more. She asserts that her husband is not of noble dragon descent, but merely an ordinary member of the dragon clan. Maintaining a light-hearted demeanor, Leon chuckles and casually states that he is just a commoner. Principal Wilson, however, finds this claim intriguing. Laughing, he remarks that it is quite a miracle for such an extraordinary child to be born from an ordinary couple. In short, he expresses that St. Heath's College welcomes talented children like Noah as they contribute to the institution's growth and prestige. His expression turning more deliberate, he then subtly implies another suggestion. Leon and Rosweiss, understanding his underlying message, exchange glances. It becomes clear that he is encouraging them to have more children, emphasizing that the more they produce, the better. Finally, Principal Wilson expresses confidence that upon graduation, Noah will undoubtedly lead the Dragon Clan to great victories against the Dragon Slaves. Leon, amused, dismisses the remark internally, offering his thanks in silence. Meanwhile, the Red Flame Dragon, having observed the entire exchange, scoffs. Turning to his colleague, he mutters that it is time for them to leave.